He went back in time to stop the apocalypse, trained his body, hoarded supplies, and spent a fortune preparing for the end. But the world didn't end. Now broke, overprepared, and jobless, Do-hyuk has only one option left: become a VR streamer. Turns out, surviving the apocalypse makes you really good at gaming. He was meant to save humanity, but now he's saving his bank account. What happens when the hero of the apocalypse becomes the king of streams? Let's find out. 20 years after the invasion of alien monsters, the last day of Earth has arrived, and humanity has gathered all its forces for a final stand. Kabna, the Dragon Emperor, told his comrades to listen carefully. The only way to end the war is to destroy the alien leader. Therefore, they must give their lives for humanity. A small squad gathered on a dilapidated building, and ahead of them stood an army of alien monsters and their leader. Rising high into the air, he spread his arms out to the sides and cast a spell, after which energy condensed near his mouth and a powerful beam shot toward the squad. This attack was powerful, leaving a huge depression in the ground and raising the building they were standing on to dust. Lee Do-hyuk, one of the survivors, was so enraged that he was ready to attack the aliens alone, but Kabna stopped him. Do-hyuk immediately noticed his hand, and while clutching the wound, he told him that everything was fine. Their forces were now insufficient to stop him, leaving only one way. Since only a few of their squad remained, the mage took out a time travel stone and said that this was the way. Towards the end of the Great 20-Year War, people had one last hope, and that was this stone, which could only be used once. Kabna said that it could only transport one person through time. If only one could go, it would be Do-hyuk. He looked at his friends in confusion, and they told him that only he, the strongest hunter of the century, could handle it. The future of 8 billion people was in his hands. Although he didn't like this idea, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he agreed and, using the stone, said goodbye to them, hoping that in the next life, when they met, they would be able to smile at each other carefree. To their surprised glances, the stone rose into the air, pierced their friend's body, and then exploded in a bright flash. The girl didn't let his body fall, and after checking on him, told the others that he was gone. For some reason, she felt better. Kabna smiled and said that now everything depended on this guy. Their work here was done. She looked up at the alien leader and objected, smiling, saying that there was still something left. They had to give one last fight. Her friends agreed with her, and rushing towards the army of monsters, Kabna shouted that they should have fun one last time. Soon, Do-hyuk woke up to the loud ringing of his alarm clock. He fell out of bed in surprise and, seeing the ceiling in front of his eyes, thought, "Where is he? Is this his old room? Does that mean he succeeded?" He clenched his fist triumphantly and stood up, thinking, it's good that he returned at the right time. He has about 7 months before the alien invasion. Right now, his weak body is not ready for battle, but the invasion will no longer be a surprise. He got dressed and took to the city streets. Now the lives of 8 billion people depended on him. This time, he needed to be fully prepared for the first gate breach, so he went to train. 7 months had passed, and he arrived at Mount Bukan. Finally, the time had come. The gate would open in a minute and a half. He prepared himself and thought that his body was still far from perfect, but that should be enough. 60 seconds, and a passage would open in this mountain, releasing a huge amount of mana. It invades the human body and leaves a trace, through which mana can then flow continuously. The problem is that with the opening of the gate, a vanguard of alien creatures arrived on Earth. In Korea, there were giant cockroach ants. In his time, they were simply cannon fodder. But now, only 5 or 6 newly minted hunters could deal with one such monster. But with his experience, he could handle them alone. He started the countdown. There were only a few seconds left before the gate opened. He assumed a fighting stance, clenched his fists, and the moment the time was up, he tensed up, but nothing happened. He smiled nervously and thought that there was probably a slight delay. He just needed to wait a little. And so night fell. He waited for a whole 10 hours, but nothing happened. And that's why he started cursing. Everything was going differently than before. He decided that it was his mistake, that he mixed up the day, and so he decided to come back here tomorrow. And so tomorrow turned into a week. He constantly sat on this mountain, and from time to time people passed by and asked what he was doing there and thought he was crazy. A month passed. He had already become famous on the internet as the human statue of Mount Bukan. Everyone climbed the mountain to take pictures with him. 6 months passed, and he appeared in the news. The ascetic of Mount Bukan has been meditating for 6 months. Parents of schoolchildren climb the mountain and make wishes. His relatives saw him on TV and were shocked by what he was doing. Surprisingly, peace reigned on Earth. After a long wait, the savior of humanity, MC, became a laborer and spent his days carrying sacks at a construction site. A lone wolf, a mad dog, a demon slayer, a ninja, a genius, the first assassin, a god of war, one of the 9 heroes, and so on. The nicknames he's been given over 10 years of hunting are countless. And finally, a savior. When he thinks about being called a laborer now, it's so humiliating. How can he look people in the eye? For these 6 months, the invasion never happened, although he waited. No alien beings, no people with awakened powers, nothing like that existed in this world. Now he will have to accept that Earth is not as he knew it. He'd heard a lot about the multiverse and parallel worlds, of course, but he'd never thought that something like this would happen to him. And yet, the fact that the invasion would never happen was a good thing for the people of this world. Even if it meant that all these years of fighting with the resistance group had been wasted, that was as it should be. He needed to enjoy this peace too. He stopped in the middle of the street and spread his arms out to the sides, enjoying the sun's rays, but he was distracted by a notification. A loan payment of 2 million won was scheduled for July 30th. Other messages followed, making him nervous. His payments were overdue. He even had to pay his sister's loan now. When he returned home, his younger sister, Lee Jian, called him for a serious talk. He asked what she wanted from him this time, and she exclaimed with displeasure, "What does this mean? What's even going on with him? He doesn't work, so where does he go every day?" A year ago, he started buying gas masks and all sorts of weird things. Just don't tell her he's involved in a pyramid scheme. She grabbed him by the clothes and started shaking him, screaming that a year ago he suddenly left his apartment, saying the world was ending soon, and started dragging a bunch of stuff worth tens of millions of won into the basement. Does he even know how worried their mother was? Do-hyuk almost burst into tears and thought that he didn't know the end of the world would be successfully cancelled. That was the plan of MC and the resistance group. Kabna advised him to first borrow money wherever possible after returning to the past. It doesn't matter what it is, loans, credits, and collect everything he can to prepare for the invasion. Do-hyuk asked what he should do next, and he asked with a smirk, "What difference does it make what happens next? After the monster invasion, the world will end anyway. Who in their right mind would ask for debts? But the end has not come, and the world will probably continue to exist peacefully. And that means he will still have to pay back the money." This thought made him burst into tears, and Jian exclaimed that he was crying like he had done something good. She let him go and crossed her arms over her chest, asking discontentedly, "He works part-time to pay for the goods from this online pyramid of his, right? She could pay him. Why doesn't he help her with her streams instead of his part-time job?" He asked if she meant those games that require you to wear a VR headset. She said that she needed to complete the game with 2 players, and that's why he should help her. He pointed at himself in confusion, and said that he had never done anything like that before, and she replied that he was always good at sports and everything, so he learns quickly. She had no one else to ask. He got ready to leave and told her to forget about it. "And how much money can you make from these streams anyway?" When she said 15 million won, he froze and turned to her in shock. She then showed him her phone and exclaimed that her channel hadn't even been running for a couple of months, and she was already earning 15 million won a month, and she would pay him half. It was like a blessing from God, of course, he agreed. And now, Do-hyuk, the savior of humanity, had become his little sister's slave for a while. Jian climbed into the game capsule and asked if he was ready to dive in. He happily called her master and confirmed it, after which she pressed the button and began the dive. Once they entered the game world, they descended. It Kills 2 is a world where you need to kill enemies and collect resources. This is a super challenging adventure horror game called The Beginner's Graveyard. Players approached a huge building in front of them, and the system announced that the first chapter of the game had begun. Lightning flashed in the sky, crows took flight and began cawing, and everything around created an eerie atmosphere. Viewers of her channel noted that the abandoned house looked terribly creepy, and when she asked her brother to stay closer to her out of fear, they laughed at her and called her a coward. But if they had to take a courage test there, they would die of fear. The MC looked at the building and thought, "Is that supposed to be scary? One could sleep soundly all night in a house like that." He headed toward the house, and his little sister asked him not to go so fast, and he agreed. They passed through the gate, and viewers remarked that he walked in so boldly, as if there was nothing wrong with it. "She's so cute when she's scared. Is it even possible to just walk in there like that?" As Do-hyuk was just starting to climb the stairs, a screen with a plot summary popped up in front of him. After receiving a letter from his missing ex-wife, he and his current wife arrived at the house where she disappeared. Jian, scared that something was there, hid behind him, but he didn't understand what it was and swiped the screen away, causing him to skip the tutorial. His sister immediately grabbed him by the hair and started hitting him, screaming, "Are you stupid? This game is hard enough as it is. Why did he skip the tutorial?" He smiled awkwardly and apologized to her, saying he happened to have it handy and poked it without thinking. She rubbed the bridge of her nose in irritation and said it didn't matter anymore. She shouldn't have trusted a newbie. The audience laughed at her, noting that she was a newbie herself. After that, she turned to the chat and asked for a hint, and they said that first they needed to find a weapon. Let them collect grenades. Almost no weapon will help against the boss, so they just need to run. And most importantly, the difficulty level. Do not choose reality mode under any circumstances. While she was chatting with the viewers, a difficulty selection window popped up in front of the MC, and as luck would have it, he chose reality mode. Hearing the notification, Jian jumped in surprise, then pounced on her brother and tearfully exclaimed, "Why is he doing this to her?" He worriedly told her that he wanted to see if the door opened, then something appeared again. The viewers of her channel laughed and said it was like a situational comedy about a family. She began to get really worried and said that the stakes for completing the game on the first try were already over 1 million won. After that, Lipshu sent her a task for 1 million won. They needed to complete the game in reality mode in 3 tries. User Protect Chu sent them a 500,000 won challenge. They needed to complete the game in reality mode and enjoy it to the fullest. There were unlimited attempts. Jian immediately calmed down and approached her brother, saying that the great Lipchu and Protect Chu had spoken. Do Hyuk added that despair was a luxury they couldn't afford. The audience laughed at these slaves to capitalism, and the MC, with a serious face, opened the doors to the mansion, after which a terrifying dead man immediately fell in front. Jian screamed in fear and hid behind him, and the audience remarked that this was the best horror house. Let them check the body. There should be a hand axe and a gun. Jian nudged her brother forward to do so, and he collected the weapon from the dead man and tossed the gun into his little sister's hands. She said she was a bad shot, and he asked if she would be better with a hand axe. With this, she would have to fight the monsters face to face. She immediately took the gun more confidently and said that she always dreamed of becoming a marksman. After that, huge monsters poured at them from all sides. It was the rookie fighter, Neck Hugger. Jian screamed in fear, but Do Hyuk immediately rushed forward and protected her from the monster's attack, which greatly surprised the audience. He stopped Neck Hugger with one hand. With one sharp swing of his axe, he decapitated the monster and immediately pounced on it with the other. He grabbed the horn of his fallen brother, shoved it into his mouth, and the audience exclaimed in surprise that he was crazy. He killed him with one blow? They began to warn him of danger. Monsters flew at him from all sides, but for such an experienced hunter, they posed no threat. Running to the side, he dodged their blows, then turned around and swung his axe several times, killing them all at once, and the chat said that this was insane. What just happened? After finishing, he sighed heavily, then turned to his sister with a smile and said that she was probably scared to death. And indeed, she was so scared that she shot him right in the head, and the system reported that the player was dead. The mission failed. Realizing what she had just done, she ran to her brother and apologized to him, exclaiming that she didn't mean to. The chat laughed at them, and one of them donated 1,000 won to Jian and asked, "What just happened?" Meanwhile, a professional horror game streamer, Black Oak, was watching her stream and was very surprised that he killed Neck Hugger so easily. Even he can kill a maximum of 2 in real life, and he managed to kill 4 with just an axe. He decided to continue keeping an eye on this guy. Meanwhile, they started the game again. In the chat, everyone said their stomachs hurt from laughing, and Jian awkwardly apologized to her brother. The spectators noticed his face. He looked like he was about to explode. He was so angry, but he controlled himself and told his sister that everything was fine. It was his fault. She had already thought that he wouldn't be angry with her, after which he poked his finger at her forehead and exclaimed in rage that he shouldn't have trusted an idiot like her with gun. She apologized to him again and promised him that she would do better next time. But he told her that there would be no next time. Let her follow him. This time, they would go quickly. She puffed out her cheeks resentfully and said that she would see how he handled it without her. Taking her arm, he quickly chopped all the monsters into pieces, and someone in the audience said that when Jian Chu doesn't move, it's even faster. She's like dead weight here. Jian looked at the monster's body in surprise, and her brother noted that he could fight without her. He suggested she split the roles, and she asked what that meant. He headed to the next door and said that weapons, melee combat, resource gathering, and reconnaissance were on him, and she would just shut up and support him. Did she understand everything? The chat laughed again, and she exclaimed irritably that this was her game. She would not just support him. He ignored her and said that he was leaving, and when he opened the door, John ran after him and asked him to wait for her. The chat was in anticipation. In the next room, the beast, the mid-boss of the game, was waiting for them. Seeing it, John, frightened, pushed her brother into the room, causing the beast to immediately jump up and attack him, and he yelled that she was an idiot. She nervously apologized to him, and a spectator said that another team member had been killed. The MC barely managed to dodge the beast's heavy fist, and when it jumped on him, he slipped under it, causing the monster to fall to the floor and hit its head, while Do-hyuk climbed on top of it. He swung the axe and thought that compared to the monsters he had fought before, this was nothing. He plunged the axe into its neck, and the audience asked, "Is the beast a toy for him? But its skin is too thick. He won't be able to cut it with an axe." Feeling pain, the beast reached for its neck, and the MC exclaimed that if it doesn't work, he will make it work. He put his foot on the axe, then pressed harder, and drove the blade so deep into the monster's body that he killed it. The audience was very surprised. Someone donated and asked, did he get rid of it that easily? Did he really see that? Jian was shocked, saying she didn't know what had just happened. Someone in the chat wrote that it was the first time they'd seen someone kill the beast with just an axe. Do Hyuk asked them why that was. It shouldn't have been that hard. They told him that usually experienced players stock up on all sorts of weapons to kill him, and then barely survive until victory. He's not a newbie, is he? Jian told them that her brother was definitely a newbie, but they didn't believe her and asked him to show them his status window. His player history said he'd played for 6.6 hours, and they were surprised that it was true. One of the viewers told the others to look at this. His status was 134. Even professionals start out with a status of around 125. 140 is generally considered the maximum for human ability. The world record was somewhere around 147. They decided to look at his detailed stats. Body balance, static equilibrium, dynamic balance, sense of center of gravity, body balance, and coordination were all at a maximum of 0.01%. This greatly surprised them, and MC thought with a smile that finally, all the time spent preparing for the apocalypse had paid off. Seeing these numbers, Jian burst into tears and wondered how much they had worked on him in this cult. How could he have brought his body to this point? She couldn't help but ask, did they even feed him there? She swears she'll treat him better now. Suddenly, Black Oak sent them 10,000 won and said it was impressive. Jian immediately wiped her tears and asked in surprise, is it really him? Her channel's viewers were also surprised. He was the first person to open the secret path. Do Hyuk didn't understand what they were talking about, so they explained everything to him. Usually, the beast captures players, and the story just continues. But Black Oak was the first to kill the beast and open the secret path. Although it took him 7 tries and all sorts of weapons, it was brutal. The MC rubbed his chin in confusion and remarked that he probably wasn't very good at playing since it took him so many tries. So is this what happens when someone can't play well? They laughed and said that it looked like he was being called a weakling, but for an axe master, that's forgivable. Meanwhile, Black Oak laughed nervously and noted that he had never played this game, or maybe even played VR at all, but he was able to kill a beast with just an axe. He just wanted to watch for a while, but he would do something more interesting. He sent them a donation of 10,000 won, and asked, if it was not too much trouble, if they could complete his task. He just streams their game and tries to make it more fun. Jian was immediately interested, after which he sent a task for 1 million won. They need to complete the game using only an axe, no other weapons. Of course, everything will be official. She started jumping up and down with joy, and someone from the audience asked how he would defeat the other bosses with an axe. Doesn't he think it's too much? There are all kinds of monsters in this game, not just humanoid ones, and it's impossible to kill them all with just an axe. Black Oak meanwhile smiled and said that maybe an axe is even too good. How about a crowbar or a chainsaw? At that very moment, the system reported that the quest had been completed, and they received 1 million won. It turns out that Do Hyuk, as usual, had clicked something by mistake, and his sister was seething with rage, exclaiming, "What is he doing?" He replied that he wanted to accept the quest but accidentally clicked completed. This meant he would complete the quest, no matter how. After saying this, he grabbed his sister and rushed into the next room. Grand, the game's second mid-boss, awaited them. He rips players apart with incredible speed. Black Oak thought he had a chainsaw arm. One touch was enough to send him to the brink of death. He deals massive damage, and the speed of his attacks is simply incredible. The average players on the team stun him with shots while the best player attacks his weak spot. This is the only strategy that can defeat Grand, so 2 players are essential. And when he saw MC attack him alone and start chopping at his legs, he donated, asking, what kind of crazy method is this? Grand roared loudly in pain, and Do Hyuk, stopping behind him, thought, strategy? What is that? In his time, when they had no weapons, they tore their enemies apart with their teeth. If there was no way to win, they found one, no matter the cost. And among all the hunters, he was the best. The so-called accepted strategy in a game that's no more than 5 years old, compared to his 20 years of war experience, it was nothing, child's play. Leaning his body back, he avoided the blow and immediately struck back, thinking that the enemy was attacking quickly. He just needed to destroy what allowed him to move like that. Having knocked the enemy off balance and slowed him down, the last step remained. The monster fell from his blow. He turned around, roaring loudly, and MC thought that the weak point of humanoid monsters was the neck. He needs to aim right there. After that, he pounced on the monster, swinging his axe. But Grand put his hand in front of him, and the blade sank into it. Do Hyuk tried to pull the axe out, and when he realized it was stuck, he became very worried. The chat began to worry about him, and the monster took advantage of this to counterattack. Watching the chainsaw approaching Dohyuk, Jian called out to him worriedly, and he meanwhile jumped high into the air, thereby dodging the blow. After that, he jumped right on the chainsaw, pinning it to the floor, and someone in the audience said that everything is useless if his defense can't be penetrated. When Egran senses danger, his defense increases manifold. MC said that if the defense gets stronger, then it means he needs to penetrate it with an even stronger attack. He concentrated as much as possible, gathered all the strength in his legs, pushed off the chainsaw, and rushed forward at high speed, breaking through the monster's defense and finishing it in one blow. His body fell to the floor with a crash, and due to the high speed, he was unable to stop and crashed into the wall. After that, he sighed and said that it was more difficult with him. Jian happily ran up to him and exclaimed that they managed to do it, and the chat was surprised. Black Oak donated them, asking how he did it. He smiled and told him that it was easier than he thought. You just had to watch where the supporting leg was going and how the muscles were working, then hit that leg to slow it down. And if you watch the muscles of the leading arm work, you can determine the timing and direction of the strike. And then just dodge, just like him, and then deliver the finishing blow. The audience was delighted, and he said that it was very simple. Someone said he could probably dodge a bullet, and he replied that it was even easier. The bullet's direction doesn't change, so you can dodge it by determining the muzzle's direction, or just point the axe forward. The chat said that even if he explained it, no one would be able to, and Jian distracted him from talking to the viewers, saying she had found a descent. They started going down, and he said that since there was no time, he would explain everything on the way, and Jian told him to wait. She had found another axe. Someone in the audience said that if you kill Egrand, you can get a machine gun and another axe. Dohyuk was very happy with the second weapon, and said that he once killed a lot of monsters with such axes. Suddenly, Jian became agitated. She didn't let him finish and warned him about the danger behind him. A huge crowd of advanced zombies was running towards them down the corridor. The MC immediately picked up an axe and rushed into battle, deftly striking and moving between the monsters. When he killed several of them, the viewers asked, "Are they made of tofu? Why was he cutting them so easily?" He told them it wasn't that hard. He'd already demonstrated it. They just needed to dodge like this, gather all their strength into a fist, and aim for a weak spot. He swung the axe, hitting him right in the neck, and told them to do so. The chat asked the teacher to kill the boss, and as he continued to break through the crowd of zombies, they asked why it was so hard. There must be about 10 of them. Apparently, even Teacher Dohyuk would have a hard time dealing with them. Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth and decided to do something. He tilted his body to the side, then began spinning around, creating a peculiar cutting whirlwind. With this technique, he instantly finished off all the monsters, but it almost made his insides come out. He vomited, and the audience started mocking him, asking if he felt dizzy after that. They should tell him to quit this action game and try Valhalla Uprising. He wiped his drool and asked, "Is this some other game?" His sister immediately ran up to him and showed him a hint she'd found about the monster outbreak. It was a small notebook, all blood-stained, but the pages were legible. It said that all these mutants appeared because of a strain. She asked, "Do you remember that trailer that was parked next to the house? It said there was a serum against this strain. They just need to get it and spray it. Then, it will weaken all the mutants." They said in the chat that without this serum, the next boss won't be so easy to deal with. It will be difficult. The MC said it was unlikely and suggested they try without the serum, and the audience remarked on his overconfidence. Jian became flustered and exclaimed, "Why would they do that? What if he failed?" He told her that reaching the end would be difficult anyway, and Black Oak immediately sent them a 100,000 won quest. Let them defeat the next boss without the serum. Their eyes lit up with anticipation, and they immediately prepared for the upcoming fight, since that was his wish. The audience remarked, "It happened again, 2 slaves to capitalism. How serious everything is when it comes to money." They noticed a hole in the floor, and the MC said that they thought they should go there. He told his sister to jump on his back, after which they jumped down, and she screamed in fear. The system greeted them in a sewer labyrinth, and John began to grimace from the terrible smell, and Dohyuk smiled and thought that it brought back memories. He once practically lived in the sewers to hide from aliens. A rat ran past them, and his sister was scared, but he, on the contrary, was very happy because it can be used to make a very tasty soup, and the broth is simply divine. When larger rats appeared and pounced on them, the MC happily ran into battle and began swinging axes, already anticipating trying this soup full of memories. He cut off the rat's hind leg and exclaimed that it was the most delicious part, and opened his mouth wide to eat it, and Jian screamed, calling him a crazy idiot. Why is he eating this? But something terrible happened. Rock debris knocked the piece of meat out of his hands, and 2 monsters called Kayas fell from the ceiling into the sewers. This is the final boss with tentacle arms that quickly regenerates. Someone from the chat exclaimed in surprise, "Why is this thing here? They haven't reached the boss room yet." John got worried because there were 2 of them, and told her brother to run, and someone asked, "What difficulty level is this? Is it a bug? But what is Do-hyuk doing there anyway?" He completely ignored the monsters and searched for his meat in the fetid water and tearfully exclaimed that he finally wanted to eat something unhealthy. He turned to the monsters and angrily asked how they dared take his raw rat meat. He wouldn't let it go that easily. They asked if he was seriously angry because he couldn't eat right now. He looked like a surviving Special Forces soldier. The monsters immediately pounced on him with a loud roar, and Jian exclaimed that this was too much. Why were they the only ones encountering bugs from the very beginning? Black Oak, meanwhile, excitedly donated to them, explaining that in reality mode, the difficulty depends on the player's status, and his status is above the game's maximum, which is why this happens. The monster struck, MC was thrown aside, and he hit his back against the wall, after which one of the spectators said that 2 bosses appearing at once was too much. The monsters pounced on him again. He began to dodge and told them that everything was fine, after which he lunged forward, slashing through the tentacles, and said with a smile that he was getting more and more interested. New tentacles immediately grew, and a viewer said that Caius has incredible regeneration. Wounds heal instantly, and he reacts to attacks just as quickly. After that, the monster launched a gas attack. John covered the lower half of her face and told her brother that they were being poisoned and that they had 10 minutes left. In the chat, they wrote that going up against Caius with his insane regeneration when he launched a gas attack was simply insane, so they considered the battle with him terribly difficult. But Do-hyuk didn't care. He dodged his next blow, cut off his arm again, and said that if he regenerates, then he just needs to keep hitting until he can't recover anymore. He dealt him several blows, with which he managed to decapitate him, but his lost limbs and head immediately began to regenerate. The monster roared, and Jian screamed in fear, saying that he had cut off his head and it had grown back. The chat said that Caius can regenerate infinitely until they rip out his heart. The monster pounced on Do-hyuk, and he thought his heart was his weak point. He jumped on his arm, swung his axe, and then kicked him in the chin, causing his head to snap back. Then he slashed his chest and knocked him to the floor. He began to tear at the wound with his nails and said that if his weak point was his heart, he would rip it out and crush it with his hands. The monster screamed loudly in pain, and his brother immediately rushed to his aid and struck him. Jian was very scared for her brother, but it turned out that MC had managed to dodge, and Caius had wounded his own brother. The chat was very surprised. He had forced one to kill the other. Was this really his original plan? Looking at Do-hyuk, the monster roared loudly, and then he pounced on him and hit him on the head with an axe, after which he swung it again, cutting his chest. The monster was dead. The MC dealt with it easily. The chat was so delighted that they began to call him a god, and Jian exclaimed that this was simply amazing. She was notified that the task was successfully completed, and she, anticipating more money, asked if they wanted to thank them somehow after such a legendary battle. Viewers immediately began donating with enthusiastic messages, and she said that she would buy meat for her brother with their money. Do-hyuk was very surprised at this time and thought, "Is this really money? How much did they earn today?" His sister sighed, calming down, and turned to him, asking what they will do next. Will they play some more? He thoughtfully answered her that they had already been playing for 8 hours. Maybe that's enough for today? Their viewers were upset, and he told them that he couldn't concentrate anymore. Maybe it was because he was playing virtual reality games for the first time, but his head was starting to spin. They didn't try to persuade him to continue playing, after which they said goodbye, and someone in the audience asked, have they witnessed history? Did they really just see the birth of a legend? They asked Black Oak's opinion, and he sighed heavily, asking who he even was. The chat answered that they didn't know themselves, like he was crazy. He thought that his physical abilities in the game were amazing, but what about other games? If he plays something else, it will definitely be a hit, even a sensation. There was no time to think. He needed to lure this guy to his side. Meanwhile, Jian was delighted. She ran up to her brother and exclaimed, "How did he even do that? He fought with 2 axes, as if he had been fighting with them his whole life." She started waving the frying pan, and he, scared by her every move, asked her to stop. She would hit him like that. That's why she doesn't have a boyfriend. These words offended her, and she pointed the frying pan at him, exclaiming that she had dated a lot of guys. She was really cool. He responded that despite this, she was still single. Imaginary guys don't count. She decided to change the subject and seriously asked how he did it. He looked like some idiot on steroids. He thoughtfully answered her that he just tried and succeeded, and she noted that it was a natural talent. She sighed heavily and looked at him, thinking that he had always been in good shape, unless, of course, it had nothing to do with that fortune teller. When he was little, they took him to a shaman, and she declared that this child was destined to save the world. Their parents took it too seriously. Despite the gym teacher's countless requests, they didn't let him play sports and focused on his studies, so that he could become the general secretary in the future. If they had listened to the teacher back then, he would have at least won an Olympic medal or something like that. Their parents regretted it every day. MC asked why she was looking at him like that, and she told him that it didn't matter. If everything turned out like this, why doesn't he start streaming himself? He pointed at himself in confusion and asked, why would he? She pointed to her phone and asked, hadn't he seen how the viewers reacted? If he kept this up, he wouldn't even need to say anything. Let him just show himself playing, and then he would become incredibly popular. He seriously thought about it. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. Before returning to the past, he spent 10 years in constant battles. If he hadn't killed aliens, he would have died himself. And now he just goes to work, to the construction site, without any desire. Life is so boring that he's dying. The battles in virtual reality were so real. He finally felt the excitement again that freed him from the routine. He doesn't really miss it back then, but it was still fun to play. He said this out loud with a smile, and his sister happily asked, so he finally decided to give it a try? He told her that he needed to pay off his loans first, so he'd think about it. She called him an idiot and said that's why he needed to stream more. From today's tasks alone, plus the bonus from Black Oak, he earned more than 3 million won. Hearing such an amount, he was very surprised and thought, and this is just in one day? This way he can quickly pay off his loans. John told him to get started on this matter quickly. Does he have money to buy a game capsule? Like a caring older brother, he immediately cut up some fruit for her and presented it to her on his knees, saying that he could only hope for his beloved little sister's credit card. She smiled and said that she would buy him a capsule, and he began clapping his hands with joy, saying that she was the most beautiful and the best. She immediately took out her phone and was about to buy a capsule, but she received a message, and when she saw the sender, she called out to her brother in surprise. He immediately became worried and asked what happened. Were the game capsules really out? She told him that Black Oak had messaged her, and he asked if he was the guy who first unlocked the secret path in the game. She confirmed it and showed him the message, saying that a popular streamer wanted to collaborate with him. He understood the word collab in some other meaning and exclaimed that she was crazy. He would never agree to this. She grabbed his shoulder and asked why not. He was so popular. One collab with him and his viewership would skyrocket. He asked her to shut up, and with tears in his eyes, hugged himself, exclaiming she agreed to buy him a capsule just to persuade him to collaborate with a guy. He respects his views, but he likes girls. She's so obsessed with these viewers that she wants to sacrifice his innocence. He didn't expect such betrayal from his sister, and burst into tears, and she, already boiling with rage, wondered whether she should kill him right away or what. The next day arrived, the game capsule was successfully installed, and Do-hyuk, all battered after yesterday, thought he was an idiot. He really thought he was talking about this. He decided not to dwell on it, and went into the room with his capsule, saying that since he had decided to stream, it was time to get down to business. John took this professional capsule on an installment plan for 12 months. She said it was important for streaming. He added some convenience features, so it came to 20 million won. Although he and her have been fighting since childhood, she has a kind heart. He settled into the gaming capsule and mentally told his sister not to worry, that with this thing he would earn a ton of money and give her gifts. The immersion into another reality began, and a bunch of games appeared in front of him to choose from. He decided to try the game mode instead of the reality mode this time. If he chose a game where he could use superpowers, the audience would get what they were missing in It Kills 2. Since all the suitable games cost at least $200, he decided to choose something cheaper and came across a game from his childhood called Ultimate Fighter FD. He was very happy that they made a fully immersive version and immediately bought the game for $20. The computer announced that the immersion into the game had begun, and he was transported to another dimension. The computer asked him to choose a name, and he thought maybe he should use his old nickname. He chose that's so as a name and decided to check his physical status. He punched the floor, used the explosive punch, and then began to quickly move around the room, delivering rapid kicks and punches. Then he used the wolf fang technique, cutting 3 columns in front of him with one swing. After that, he stopped and thought, is this the maximum in this mode? It doesn't look like superpower, but in any case, it is more than an ordinary person can. Is this probably the maximum that can be achieved? If he tried any faster, it would be impossible to play. Since he was warmed up, it was time to start the real match, and he asked the computer to find a room for a ranked game. The computer said that his rating was not high enough, and he, remembering that there was such a rule, asked it to find a common room to play. While the loading was in progress, he selected a character. Meanwhile, someone else was also playing this game and streaming. This girl's viewers called her the Princess of Swords. She lunged forward, cutting down the enemy, and they were very happy that she finished him off in one blow. The system announced that Harang had won, and she winked at her viewers, happily announcing that the task had been completed. Donations for completed tasks immediately poured in. Sword-wielding girl, who plays as Harang, is also known as the Sword Princess. She's a year-long streamer with a solid fan base, with around 2,000 viewers on her streams. Someone in the chat asked why she was so good. One of her viewers donated and asked him if he was new. How could he not know the Sword Princess? Ultimate Fighter was once so popular that it held championships. Sword-wielding girl, more commonly called the Sword Princess, was one of the best in the game. Seeing this message, she laughed and sheepishly told him to stop. She had long since retired from professional play. It's logical that many of them hadn't heard of her, and even now Iron Fist is much more popular than Ultimate Fighter. They agreed with her, and she said that since she had finally returned, they wouldn't waste any time. She contacted Comp and asked it to find her a room for a ranked game, and it said the minimum wait time was 9 minutes. She was indignant that it was too long and asked, "What about the next game?" Comp replied that the wait for the next game would be 12 minutes, and she sighed heavily, saying that she was streaming. One of her viewers offered her a task in the common room, and she agreed, since she had a long wait anyway. After that, this person sent her a task for 1001, to win 5 times in a row. She smiled nervously and said that it would not be that easy. Maybe they will cut her some slack? They said in the chat that the Ultimate Fighter has not been so popular since only veterans play it, so the common matches are incredibly difficult. They are teaming with tough players, who like to bully newbies, and it is the perfect place for hunting. Someone said that even Sword Princess was defeated there last time, but that was Batago. She responded with indignation, saying that she simply hadn't been playing her main character back then. Batago was her main character. She told them to stop. It was time for her secondary character. She switched to the Seeker, Yetter, and with a confident smile said that this time she would only play the alternate character and would show them a real fight. She ordered the computer to create a one-on-one common room for beginners only, after which the teleportation began. She found herself in the middle of a lava lake, and her opponent stood opposite her. One in the audience said that the volcano is the main map of the Ultimate Fighter. But who is her opponent? It's the Night Warrior, Hoken, the Black Dragon. Judging by his stance, he's a platinum rank. She prepared herself and thought that her opponent was a character with easy controls and good stats. Not only is he easy to control, he also has well-developed skills. He's one of the 3 most popular characters. Hoken leaped forward, lunging at her with a flaming fist, and she immediately recognized it as his special, high-speed attack and fiery punches. She jumped aside a second before he struck, saying that he was good at close combat and martial arts, and that a mage's main strategy against such an opponent was to keep her distance. As soon as she had moved to a safer distance, she used a long-range spell, which instantly blinded her opponent. After that, she used her special spell, a wand strike. She threw her weapon at him with all her might, hitting him on the head, and he, clutching his bleeding nose, exclaimed, "What kind of magic is this?" She was just throwing a wand. A second later, she was right there, grabbing his hand and telling him to tremble before the most powerful magic, the magic of physical strength. She knocked him onto his back, and the delighted audience said she even copied his hold. After that, the girl picked up her staff and said with a smirk that physical magic is actually just preparation for this. It takes a little time to activate. The audience was in anticipation, because the time had come for the decisive blow from the Yetter mage. She spread her arms out to the sides and laughed evilly, and a huge fireball began to form above her. This made her opponent flinch and run away, exclaiming that this was too much. Her audience admiringly said that it was amazing, and she, saying goodbye to Hoken, said that maybe he would have better luck next time. He only managed to tell all the professional players to go to hell, and then a huge fireball fell on him. The audience laughed. Mocking newbies was so much fun. Comp announced sword-wielding girl's victory. The arena's restoration began. She said that fortunately, this opponent was weak. She needed to win 5 times quickly and complete the task, so she asked Comp to find the next opponent. After that, Dohyuk appeared in the arena before her, playing a character named Steve. Her audience was slightly surprised by this choice, since this character is only for beginners. He immediately started jumping to get the feel of all the moves, and the audience was curious about what he was doing. After that, he started tapping the battlefield, which made everyone think he was a complete noob, and Sword Girl sighed heavily, saying that this was indeed the case. Is it fair to beat him? MC meanwhile crawled to the edge of the arena and began admiring the lava, and her audience asked her not to touch this newbie. She couldn't bully him. She smirked and said that she would really like to help him, but she had a task. She didn't expect her opponent to be like that. Her audience reminded her that she'd asked Comp to find her only newbies, so she wanted that herself. She exclaimed that it didn't matter and announced the start of the battle. After the countdown began, Dohyuk immediately turned to her. The audience was sure that she would defeat him, and that he would immediately quit playing. They began to feel sorry for him, but they had no idea how much battle experience Do-hyuk had. As soon as the battle began, he immediately rushed towards her and she dodged, mockingly saying that even Hoken couldn't touch her, and that the newbie's punches were nothing. She thought Do-hyuk would simply fall, but he supported himself on the ground and rushed towards her again, after which he punched her in the face with all his might, and then began delivering numerous punches, pulling her hair and punching her again. It was a perfect victory, which surprised the girl's audience. A newbie just beat a pro? The MC said thoughtfully that he enjoyed it so much. And then, the second round began. Sword Girl appeared in front of him, and her viewers began laughing at her, and she indignantly offered to fight her opponent again. She turned to her viewers and said that it was not like that at all. They knew she only lost because she let her guard down. They sent her a donation, reminding her that she herself had said she would deliberately give in, and she exclaimed that he couldn't be a newbie, he was a professional, but just pretending. They didn't think he'd really never played, did they? They agreed with her, and she, switching to her main character, exclaimed that now she would show them what a beautiful victory was. Someone sent a donation, asking viewers to like the chat if they approved of her character change after the loss. New messages immediately appeared in the chat, causing her to grit her teeth in anger, and then exclaimed that if she fought properly now, she would definitely win. The MC had been silently watching her the entire time, after which she pulled out her sword and said that now she was angry. Let them pray for the Snoopy. She was serious. The system started a countdown, and she thought it showed that he wasn't the highest rank. He was somewhere between Master and Diamond. The highest rank is God. Only 100 players have that rank, including her. His fighting style is different from his usual, which means he's a high-class player in another game, and he's only recently started playing this one. As soon as the fight started, she rushed towards him and shouted that she would show him how to properly control the character, so he should prepare himself. She threw a punch that he dodged, and when she saw him about to counterattack, she exclaimed that she wouldn't fall for his trick this time. But to her surprise, he grabbed her arm, holding her in place, and then slapped her across the face with all his might. He again started pulling her hair and throwing her across the arena. Her spectators said they felt like they'd seen this before. A complete failure, just like last time. In the end, MC finished the fight with a perfect victory, and her spectators said that he must have been playing for a long time. Compared to him, the Sword Princess looked like a child with a sword in her hands. But she wasn't going to give up so easily, and played another round, and then another, and another. MC won again. This time the girl begged for mercy. While her character was recovering, he sighed and said that this was his 5th victory in a row. In the previous rounds, winning was easy, but when she drew her sword and activated some skills at the end, it became more difficult for him. He chose a game mode so that he could use some abilities, but out of habit, he skipped the tutorial, and now he has no idea how to do it. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he tried to use his old skills, mana sense, just in case, but nothing worked. He set the game mode to feel like he used to, so next time he should go through the tutorial. At that moment, Sword Girl recovered, and he, noticing this, said with a smile that it was a good fight. What is her class? She started pointing her finger at him and cursing, but he didn't understand a single word she said. Because of this, he got worried and asked what she was saying. He couldn't hear anything at all. She continued cursing at him and he thought, maybe she turned off voice chat so as not to be distracted. Does that mean she can't hear him? After all this cursing, she took out her sword and beckoned him towards her with her finger. And then he was inundated with notifications about the opponent asking for a rematch. But he had to leave, and so he declined all of them, after which he waved goodbye and wished her luck. He thought that it was time for him to learn how to activate his abilities, but the girl was not going to back down so easily and shouted something after him. He turned to her and thought with a smile that she was still trying to tell him something. If he read her lips, then she wanted to know his nickname so she could add him as a friend and get revenge next time. He told her his nickname with a proud smile and then realized that she did not hear anything. Meanwhile, she was inundated with several that's so messages, which made her very angry and almost in tears. She shouted insults, after which she fell to her knees and swore that she would find him. Her viewers were laughing really hard, but she kept swearing and exclaimed, how dare he ignore her. Someone sent her a donation and told her not to jump to conclusions. He wasn't ignoring her. If his account is new, it's on silent mode by default. Maybe he just didn't hear her because he didn't turn it off. She gritted her teeth and said that couldn't be true. They all saw the same thing. During the last fight, when she used her signature move, he dodged all her hits, then got to her just as she activated the Dance of Death. She doesn't think a newbie can beat her with one hit. This guy was probably a pro once, so he decided to fight her. Either he's an amateur who's been playing since his prime, or he's still a pro but just hiding. After she lost the match, the audience started to wonder who it was, and one of them said it could be Anatole. At the mention of his name, she was slightly surprised, and thought that he was a legendary fighter, considered the greatest of all time. But it was not him. He was precise in his tactics, and she couldn't even figure out this guy's strategy, if there was a strategy at all. If so, then it means he was simply parrying her blows in real time. But that's just nonsense. It's impossible to move like that outside of the game. Such a monster simply cannot exist in reality. Seeing that she had returned, he told her that the fight was good. What was her class? She sighed heavily and asked, "Is he kidding me?" Didn't he realize this during the fight? They decided to make fun of her in the chat, asking if she thought she was that good. She only had the highest rank, and the guys sincerely didn't understand that it was supposed to be difficult. They laughed and she ordered them to shut up already, after which she pointed her finger at the guy and exclaimed, "Who is he really? Is he a professional? Or maybe he used to be one?" He didn't understand what she said, and she exclaimed that it didn't matter anymore, that he should just accept her challenge faster. After that, a bunch of notifications inundated him, and he told her that it was time for him to go. She exclaimed with displeasure. Was he serious? He knows who she is. Isn't that why he came to fight her? No one on the Korean server plays Harang like she does, so he should stop pretending already. Hearing that she said something to him, he turned around and said with a smile, "That's so," and then left the arena. That's when she shouted those words about finding him. At the moment, her viewers laughed at her, and she screamed with tears in her eyes that she was just furious. Someone in the chat asked, did she really give in to him? Or was she that bad from the start? He just trampled her into the dirt. She exclaimed that they shouldn't even try to stop her. She'll find that idiot and make him quit gaming forever. Someone sent her a donation saying that the great sword-wielding girl was being dragged around the arena even when she was playing her main character. A few hours passed, and Dohyuk returned to the lobby, having won 14 matches, and asked Comp to show his stats. He currently had 14 wins and 0 losses, and he thoughtfully noted that only his very first opponent had been of a high enough rank. All his other opponents in ranked play exposed their weaknesses with 1 or 2 feints. Now he was at diamond rank, and there were still some left. When he reached the highest rank, there should be more worthy opponents. But the very first girl was still good. He decided to send her a friend request, and wondered if she would accept. After that, he received a notification that Jianchu was inviting him to the game It Kills 2, and he remembered that he had promised his sister to participate in her stream today. The time has come, so it's time to begin. He accepted her invitation, while 173 viewers waited for the stream to start. They finally showed up, right where they left off last time, and everyone was overjoyed to see teacher Dohyuk. Jian greeted her viewers, and one of them asked, "Who's that in the back? Axe murderer?" She confirmed it, and pointing at him, said that the guy who looked like a killer was her brother. As soon as she said this, his face twisted in displeasure, and she immediately corrected herself, saying that it was her beloved brother, that very axe murderer. He asked where he got that nickname, and she asked with a smirk, did he forget what he did last time? That stream had become popular on all platforms. She turned to the viewers and asked what they thought would happen this time. They asked, something grand, something that would take your breath away? She asked her brother to raise his hand with the axe, and he obeyed her, after which they struck cool poses, and she energetically exclaimed that teacher Dohyuk would complete It Kills 2, and it would be an insane axe show. After that, John pointed to the monster's body and asked if they remembered where they left off last time when they defeated the Kayas. They confirmed it, because it was impossible to forget something like that, and she said with a smile that today they would complete what they hadn't completed last time. She suggested that they get started quickly and turned to her brother, and when she saw him swinging an axe at her with a menacing expression, she became very scared and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" After that, the axe flew over her head and pierced one of the monsters that had just appeared in the sewers. They were bloodsuckers. The audience was very surprised when they saw them and asked what they were doing there. There were about 10 of them. The MC rushed forward, saying that he would deal with these monsters first, then grabbed one of them by the head, swung his axe, finishing it off, and when the second bloodsucker pounced on him, he turned sharply and decapitated it. The third monster jumped at him. He quickly reacted and swung, then threw the head of his comrade in his face, causing him to fall. Dohyuk immediately dealt with him, but the monsters were still not finished. Seeing a new group of enemies, he immediately headed towards them, then began to move so fast that he disappeared from their field of vision for a second. In an instant, appearing in front of one of the bloodsuckers, he swung his axe at it, after which he pulled his second weapon out of their comrade's head. He climbed onto Kaya's body and looked around, asking, should he finish off these monsters? They immediately pounced on him. One of them decided to attack from behind, and he, noticing this, turned around and said that they would continue where they left off. He used his special move, a vortex charge. He dealt with all the monsters at once in a few seconds, after which he began to feel sick as usual. A viewer donated to them and called him an idiot, saying that he asked them to play It Kills 2 normally. And what did he do here? Seeing that Do-hyuk was also dizzy, they laughed, and he told them that he was already fine. He was used to it. He turned around and examined the bodies of the monsters, asking, did he kill them all yet? They asked in the chat, did he think they were still alive? He had just finished them all off. He turned to the viewers and asked with a smile, did they see how he killed them with one hit, just hitting their weak spots? It wasn't that hard. They said it was because he chopped off all their heads. They usually can't be killed, even with a grenade launcher. How can they survive if they were all killed with an axe? Isn't that logical? Someone said that even professionals can't kill them with a regular knife. If you hit them with a melee weapon, they move less. The MC said he understood everything. That's how these mobs should be killed. No wonder it was so easy. The viewers were indignant and said that they can't attack them head-on like he did. Sneaking up from behind and hitting them is their best option. How did he even manage 1 against 10? They would have immediately grabbed a grenade launcher if there had been at least 2 of them. He asked, are they serious? As far as he understood, they can only attack straight ahead. Their movements are easy to predict and dodge. John, meanwhile, sighed and silently told him that normal people can't do that. Why is he so stupid? A genius doesn't understand the problems of ordinary people? Well, that's not important. The main thing is that people are watching her stream. She told him to stop chatting and suggested they move on. And he, starting to show off all sorts of different moves, told the audience to remember them. Meanwhile, Sword Girl was crushing her opponents. She dealt the player many blows, which he blocked, and she immediately rushed towards him and swung her sword, but he didn't let her hit him and blocked it with his hand. After deflecting her sword, he imbued his fist with power and struck, telling her to die quickly, but she managed to jump high and dodge. In mid-flight, she asked why he didn't die himself, after which he let out a frightened cry. Using her Dance of Death move, she dealt him numerous blows from different sides and won. As soon as her opponent disappeared, she sheathed her sword and said that it wasn't that easy. The chat said that she dodged him so well, and then went around him and finished him off with the finishing blow, and she thought that judging by the way he dodged, he was a god rank. The Dance of Death? Even high-class players can't resist it. So how did that guy do it? Is he a pro, or was he once one? Or maybe he's a pro in Iron Fist? Either way, he's definitely one of those who gets the highest ranks. Just like Anatole, the one and only Ultimate Fighter. Probably someone out there is saying the same thing about her. Maybe he was impressed by her skills. She started thinking out loud and the viewers asked, who is she talking about? Could it be, that's so. At that very moment, Comp told her that she had a new friend request, and they immediately started wondering if it was a guy. When she opened the message, she was very surprised and they started guessing what it was, and then her whole body shook with anger. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, did he even change his nickname just to mock her? She would kill him. Do-hyuk, meanwhile, scratched his ear, and his sister asked what he was doing there. They needed to go faster. He apologized to her and said that someone was yelling at him there, and his ear was constantly itching. She approached the secret passage and said that they were almost there. The next boss was behind that iron door. The chat was excited about the upcoming battle, and someone asked, will there be a murderer? It would be fun if there were 2 of them. Since this time, Jian had carefully read all the guides. She quickly activated the hidden mechanism, and the door opened. A staircase appeared before them, and they began to climb. Jian said that as soon as they climbed up, they would reach an iron grate, and behind it would be a crowd of zombies. That's right. As soon as the zombies noticed them, they immediately started running towards them, and she said that among them, there should be the last gatekeeper, the murderer, guarding the final boss. The audience said that something was wrong. They didn't see the gatekeeper. Jian said that the murderer should be somewhere in the very center, and she saw one zombie. Unlike the others, it was an old woman in a wheelchair, and all the spectators were very surprised. It turned out to be Chloe. Jian immediately hid behind her brother, and he asked, is that old woman Chloe? He looked at her and thought that judging by the reaction of Jian and the audience, she is the boss. Maybe she was the first to be infected with the virus and mutated, so the rest of the zombies obey her. This has happened before. After the invasion, China was divided into 6 countries, and a king appeared in one of them. Suddenly, he awakened some kind of zombie ability that allowed him to control the infected people. With such abilities, a conflict developed between him and Cheng Tao, the strongest man in the country. And what ultimately happened? Cheng Tao defeated him, and it turned out that high-class hunters are immune to viruses and poisons. He smiled, remembering the old days, and pointed at her, asking, she's the boss, right? The audience laughed and told him that actually she was his beloved wife, or rather his ex-wife. She was the main boss. He was very surprised to learn this, and Jian said that as far as she knew, if Chloe wasn't saved within a certain time, she would begin to age. This is how mutation manifests itself. He asked, so that's why it took them so long to get here. She told him that of course it wasn't. On the contrary, they walked incredibly fast. She asked the chat why this happened, but they didn't know anything either. Maybe it was another bug. They sent her a donation, assuming it was because they hadn't used the serum, and then they both remembered it. One of the viewers said they should have sprayed the serum to slow down the infection. Usually, when you unlock a secret path, you get the opportunity to spray it. But these victims of capitalism were too blinded by money. They didn't get the serum, so the difficulty was maxed out. Now they'll have to get the vaccine to cure Chloe. They both scratched their heads awkwardly, and MC remarked that it was because of him that she became like this. One of the viewers exclaimed that he killed her. Is this how he gets revenge on his ex-wives? Everyone in the chat laughed, and he asked, so, his ex-wife aged because of the mutation, and now they need to defeat her? He sighed heavily and asked, what kind of plot is this? Jian said that actually, Chloe was the one who started it all. Before continuing, she asked the chat if they minded spoilers, and when they answered yes, she told them the backstory. Chloe was a scientist, working on creating biological weapons for a military organization. The strain that caused the mutation and caused all this chaos was created by her and her organization. She tried to smuggle samples out of the lab to sell them to competitors, but she was caught, escaped, and hid in this estate from her pursuers. As a result, Chloe herself became infected with the virus. In short, she's the criminal because all of this happened because of her, and the cause of all the problems, since she was the one who carried the virus. Do-hyuk smiled and asked, essentially, if they get rid of her, will they win? His sister confirmed this, and he took out an axe and ordered her to open the cage, saying they would start right now. She pressed the button, and a viewer asked, so, this means there's going to be a battle with the final boss now? But where's the killer? He's supposed to kill the players. One of the viewers answered that they themselves have no idea, even though he didn't even ask them. The MC entered the room and suggested that they quickly begin what they've all been waiting for and wanting for so long, a crazy axe show. A crowd of zombies immediately rushed towards him. He started swinging his axes and said that this was already the second zombie attack, and if this was the last line of defense, then dealing with the final boss would be a piece of cake. The viewers said there were too many of them, twice as many. They could cause damage even with a weak bite. No matter how cool Teacher Do-hyuk is, killing them all and getting to Chloe is still impossible. One of the viewers told the others not to forget about his secret deadly move, Vortex Charge. Continuing to fight the zombies, the MC said that using it repeatedly in reality mode is a bit risky. They remembered that this move makes him dizzy, and someone wrote that the mighty man gets sick from the carousel. It's so cute. But how will he kill them all then? He answered that if the main goal is to kill the final boss, not the zombies, then they can go around them to get to her faster. After these words, he kicked the monster in the head, then climbed on it and walked over the heads of the others. This way he reached Chloe, but she immediately became active and jumped out of her wheelchair and screamed loudly, scattering everyone around. The floor cracked, and Do-hyuk was blinded by a bright flash, followed by an explosion that destroyed an entire wing of the estate. It was her powerful sonic attack, and the audience had already buried Do-hyuk and Jian, but the pile of zombie bodies amid the rubble suddenly began to move. Do-hyuk's hand appeared, and he and his sister crawled out from under the zombies and sighed, saying that they almost died. The audience was overjoyed, and someone asked how he hid behind the zombies so quickly and was even able to use them as a shield. MC looked around and noticed that at least there were no monsters left now, only the final boss. If he had known about this attack earlier, he would have dealt with Chloe in one hit. One of the audience members was indignant and reminded him that this was the final boss. For some reason, he was too confident that he could easily deal with her. The second phase began, and some kind of slimy mass poured from Chloe's mouth and eyes, turning into a monster. Now it was a dark-faced Chloe, a giant bacteria. Viewers wrote that that wasn't all. 3 soul slayers appeared at once. They became worried about so many powerful monsters, and someone asked, so he's supposed to kill them with 2 axes? This is just a huge difficulty level. Jian exclaimed indignantly that there's usually only 1 soul slayer. Why are there 3? And the final boss? Has the AI completely lost its mind? The AI immediately donated to her, saying that it had been thinking about how to destroy it from the very beginning. They're making it work. She flinched in surprise, and one viewer wrote that this comment was well-timed. If it were the AI, it would also be angry if someone beat the game like it did, wielding 2 axes. Jian exclaimed, how is she supposed to beat this level? The final boss might be beatable, but they're murderers, and they know how difficult they are to deal with. They also turn invisible when they attack, which is just unrealistic. One of her viewers donated to her, saying that to make them visible, you have to shoot them. That's the only way to deal with them. But the problem is, that won't work here. He's only allowed to use melee weapons for the quest. Do-hyuk and Jian nodded at the same time, and someone suggested she shoot for him. They were very surprised, and the viewer said there was a reason she hadn't fired a single shot the entire time. She picked up her gun more confidently and thought they were right. She could hold off these murderers by shooting them. MC immediately grabbed her gun and broke it, telling her not to even think about it. She shouldn't fill her head with such stupid thoughts. She exclaimed indignantly that she wanted to help him, and he, pointing his finger at her forehead, said irritably that she would help him if she did nothing. She exclaimed discontentedly that he still reminded her of one single mistake. She tried to help him back then. The viewers reminded her that this was one mistake because of which teacher Do-hyuk got a bullet in the forehead. She killed her own brother. She got angry and told them to shut up. Do they think she did it on purpose? The MC meanwhile looked at her with a smile and thought that she really tried. They were playing for fun, so should have fun too. He asked if she still had grenades left from last time. She showed him, and he, throwing a dead zombie over his shoulder, told her that when he gave the signal, she should throw them. They wrote in the chat that she would definitely forget to pull the pin on the grenade, and the others asked this person not to jump to conclusions. She insulted the viewers by telling them she actually knew how to throw grenades, and the MC laughed, saying she wasn't that stupid. The viewers asked, he was the one who treated her like an idiot, wasn't he? She ordered them to stop, and then Do-hyuk suggested she start and charged, telling her to get ready. Two of the three assassins immediately turned on stealth mode and pounced on him, and when the right moment arrived, the MC gave Jian the signal, and she threw a grenade with all her might. She threw it so hard that it flew right over her brother's head, after which there was an explosion, fire hitting 3 monsters and Do-hyuk at once. This was her brother's second kill. She burst into tears and apologized to him, saying her hand slipped, but he was okay and told her with a smile that he already knew this would happen, so he took a zombie as a shield. The chat was delighted with his idea, and he rushed into battle, saying it was better to believe in his talents than his sister's. He pounced on one of the murderers, plunging his axe straight into its eye, causing the monster to roar loudly and then begin writhing. MC pushed away from its mouth and jumped to the side, but it turned out he was flying straight into the mouth of another monster. The audience warned him of danger from behind. He saw it, then quickly flipped in the air and dodged the monster's powerful jaws. Then he swung his axe, hitting the monster with all his might, but couldn't pierce its scales, leaving him confused. At that moment, a barely visible murderer pounced on him from behind. He immediately assumed a defensive pose, and the snake struck, after which he became invisible again. MC landed, and the audience said that in any case he becomes visible when he attacks or when he is wounded. But things are getting more intense. How can you even penetrate such armor with an axe? Do-hyuk grinned and said that he would have to work hard with it, but it was more fun than he thought. The audience cheered, sensing the excitement in his words, after which he rushed into battle again, exclaiming that it was time to have fun. He thought that the one in the middle couldn't turn invisible because he had stabbed him in the eye, but the others were slowly disappearing again. Among the aliens, there were those who changed their molecular structure so that light passed through them. Compared to them, these snakes were just weaklings. He closed his eyes and thought that the time had come, the same feeling with which he once killed aliens. Concentrating, he felt the presence of invisible snakes on both sides, and when they attacked, he was able to dodge their blows, which greatly surprised the audience. He decided to start with the wounded one, climbed onto its head, and the audience wondered how he was going to attack it. Last time, he hadn't been able to pierce its scales. He swung his axe and exclaimed that he didn't know whether the game had taken such details into account or not, but if the developers had worked everything out, he could do it. He struck against the growth of the scales, and it worked. He managed to wound the snake. The killer roared loudly in pain, and after landing a few more blows, the MC managed to finish him off and fell to the ground. The audience exclaimed that he was simply inimitable. If they had done that, they would have died after the first try. Meanwhile, Chloe began to act, and they warned him of the danger. The boss deployed tentacles. Do-hyuk dodged several blows, but the killer appeared behind him, about to devour her. But he quickly reacted, and immediately struck, pinning him to the ground. After that, he plunged 2 axes into the roof of his mouth, applied more force, and pulled the axes towards himself, thus raising the snake's head and protecting himself from the tentacles' blows. The chat was delighted with his insane technique, and since the tentacles finished off the other snake, only one remained. The killer pounced on him from behind. MC dodged just before the blow, and the monster sank its teeth into its fellow monster's neck. Meanwhile, he gripped his axe tighter and said that reptilian monsters have weak spots, their mouths and the scales on the front of their bellies. He pounced on the monster, and the audience was overjoyed that he had survived. Afterward, the killer released his fellow monster's neck and was about to attack him, but Do-hyuk was faster. He finished him off in one blow, and the audience squealed with delight, writing that they all loved him and that he was simply a god. There was only one monster left, the final boss, the giant bacteria Chloe. Do-hyuk, with a wide grin on his face, ran toward her, jumped high into the air and suggested they have some last fun. The system window reported that Troll Washing Machine sent 30,000 won and wrote, Victory! Genius Appler sent 10,001 and asked, has he really only been playing for 2 days? He sent another 10,001 and asked, is Lee Do-hyuk really a god? John joyfully shouted, brother, they won! They beat the game. The viewers were surprised and wrote, it's good they were able to watch today's stream. Those who weren't here today, they missed out on a lot. John joyfully shouted, thank you for the donations. She's so glad they liked it. MC thoughtfully looked at the blade and thought, he's just getting the hang of it. And it's already over. To be honest, the match in the last fight was more interesting. It was especially cool with a swordswoman. A variety of attacks, complete control over the field, and tricks. Compared to her, all these monsters that you can deal with in a couple of seconds are simply nothing. MC happily said, this time wasn't difficult either. The system window reported that Black Oak sent 100,001 and wrote, today was another amazing game. Do-hyuk thanked him for the donation and said that at least they weren't cheated about the quest reward. The viewers wrote, and here comes the scavenger. He gained views at someone else's expense. Did Black Oak upload Do-hyuk's walkthrough to his account? Is he editing it in real time, or what? Do-hyuk hadn't even finished the game, and the video was already uploaded. Why did I see Do-hyuk on Black Oak's account? Jian winked and said, well, they haven't created their account yet, so they agreed that Black Oak would upload the video to his account to attract viewers. The system window reported that Black Oak sent 100,001 and wrote, okay, he'll go. Let them continue the stream. Until the next collab. The viewers started asking, collaboration? Will they play together? This is amazing. Jian ran up to the MC and said, she forgot to say. Her brother will be streaming with Black Oak. Someone sent them 1,001 and asked if they would stream on both channels? Jian screamed, no. The MC said it would only be him and Black Oak. This stream would be on his channel, not Jian's. The viewers rejoiced and asked, what's his nickname? Jian asked thoughtfully, did he come up with something? The MC replied, no, he was going to use his real name. The viewers asked, his sister is Jian Chu, so does that mean he'll be Do-hyuk Chu? Someone laughed at his name. The MC frowned in irritation and said, he'd rather use his own name than copy his sister's. A viewer wrote, stop hating your sister already. Now that's a relationship between a brother and sister. Jian irritably asked, what's wrong with Jian Chu? The MC replied, Jian Chu, that's a great nickname for a streamer. He put on a very affected manner and screamed, Do-hyuk Chu is with them. Jian spat in his face in fear and he asked, did he do this horrible thing every time? She screamed, stop, disgusting. Viewers wrote, they feel like they just watched a horror movie. Let him set the adult mark. The MC said, that's why he will simply be Lee Do-hyuk. Jian grabbed her face and said, her eyes are rotting from what she saw. She can't see anything. She smiled and said, in general, Do-hyuk's debut will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening. All the information is at the link in his profile. A viewer wrote, only 1 day left. The MC screamed, thank you everyone for watching. They will see each other tomorrow on the first stream. Viewers wrote, Do-hyuk, and how are they supposed to survive until tomorrow? They will wait impatiently. The next day, Black Oak read the viewers' reviews. Why should Do-hyuk play in the Legendary League? Because that's what he wants. At least he answered honestly. Those who are for the Legendary League are just idiots. Is he the only one who wants to watch Do-hyuk destroy everyone in Black Souls? This game is ancient. Maybe he should just play Chrome when the new version comes out. Black Oak laughed and said, as expected. Do-hyuk knows how to create a stir. Do-hyuk, did he see what they write there? MC smiled and replied, yeah, he saw. Honestly, he didn't expect such a stir. Black Oak laughed and said, that's how he affects people. He's already shown his amazing skills, so for the next stream, they need a game where he can show off his physical strength. Do-hyuk asked, what kind of game is that? Black Oak replied, Valhalla Rising. Valhalla Rising takes place in the 9th century, during the invasion of England by the great Viking barbarian army. This game has unique combat mechanics and intense battles, cruelty and nobility all in one. They will be able to try the hardest level. And this is also the most voted for forum. What does he think, Do-hyuk? MC asked again. Does Uprising have both a standard mode and a reality mode? Black Oak answered, yes, there is. In terms of fun factor, he, Do-hyuk, will definitely like Uprising. His strength is in physical skills, right? Uprising has a reality mode and a game mode, but most players can't handle the Vikings' workload, so people rarely play reality mode. There, he doesn't even have to reach the boss. It would be difficult to deal with even a simple Anglo-Saxon foot warrior. He tried playing in reality mode several times and couldn't. MC asked, in reality mode? And how far did he get? Black Oak smiled and replied that after several attempts, he finally defeated a regular knight, but the next opponent killed him. He doesn't want to spoil who it was. Do-hyuk said in surprise, he hid well in the last fighter. Even if he had a hard time with the knight, regular players wouldn't have been able to do that. Black Oak laughed and ruffled his hair, saying he felt a bit ashamed. He was simply destroyed. He thought about their last man fight not long before. Do-hyuk was only getting stronger. If he'd only won one round, he'd have given up on the alpha and never competed with Do-hyuk again. He's terrible at this strategy. The eternal, the one who defeated Lee Do-hyuk in the alpha, Black Oak. He so hoped he'd soon be able to boast about it. Do-hyuk would be able to complete the game. Even he hadn't completed Valhalla in reality mode yet. He jumped up and said only a select few had ever completed Uprising in reality mode, and even after several attempts, they couldn't repeat their success. Even on the first try, he believed he could do it. Do-hyuk replied, I see. It's already 8. It will take a lot of effort to justify the trust placed in him. MC sat in the chair and asked, Jian, can she hear him? She said yes, she can hear him. He asked her not to let him down. Please, today she will be in place of the manager for one day. Jian said okay. They are starting the dive. Full dive. Loading the common room. The audience was happy that they were here. All together, Do-hyuk is my god. All together, Do-hyuk is my god. The gate has opened. They are breathing. Do-hyuk. What game are they playing today? What game? MC waved his hand and said, hi. He will tell you later what game they will play. Do they have any questions? The audience asked, who is he really? What did he do before? Yeah, where did he learn to play like that? No, fight? MC thought, he saved the world in the past and was the strongest hunter, and then he traveled back in time. He said fearfully, well, he thought, he can't say that he trained to save the world, which continued to exist peacefully, can he? Do-hyuk waved his hand and said, his past. It's hard to explain, so they'll skip it. Viewers asked to see how he evades. He was probably some kind of agent in the analytics department. Yeah, he's definitely from the military. MC smiled and said he wanted to ask her something. He plans to make gameplay the main content. He asked to see the game library, and the names Death for Two and The Last Fighter appeared on the system window. Viewers asked, Death for Two and The Last Fighter. He'd already completed Death for Two. Come on, The Last Fighter? Someone laughed and wrote that it was a surprise attack from The Last Fighter. Isaac Picking Toast sent 1001 and asked, is he really playing The Last Fighter? Do-hyuk smiled and said, yeah. He played it on the console, it brings back memories. What do they think? Viewers asked, is Teacher a crappy fighter? Yeah, he's from a different generation after all. If that's the problem, let him play Iron Fist. MC spoke thoughtfully. Black Oak reacted almost the same. Is The Last Fighter really that bad? Jian said, Do-hyuk, this game is older than dinosaurs. MC asked again, Jian, the viewers were writing, manager mode is activated. How sweet, Jian Chu, she said. The Last Fighter is so outdated that it's already being called a crappy fighter. Now Iron Fist is in first place, MC thought, then it's better not to play it on streams for now. The system window informed him that he had been sent 1001 and asked if he should try the game of the gods, Iron Fist. MC said, but he had already chosen a game for today. John showed him the pure viewers and said, Do-hyuk, they have a lot of viewers. She suggested they start quickly. MC said a lot. The viewers were asking, is this guy really that good at playing? For the first time? Are you crazy or something? Let them just watch. Everything will be alright. Do-hyuk put his hand on the floor and asked, okay, then they will start the game? Valhalla Rising. The system reported, full immersion, Valhalla Rising. Connection established, standby mode. Viewers wrote, oh my god, Valhalla. First he talked about a shitty fighter and then switched to Uprising. Amazing. MC looked around and asked, so this is the Viking world, Valhalla Uprising? A viewer wrote, Valhalla is calling him. Jian asked her brother to choose a mode first. Do-hyuk smiled and said they'll start with reality mode. Viewers wrote, first game and straight to reality mode. This will be awesome. Let everyone get snacks ready. Vikings, that means there will be 2 axes. And 2 axes, that's about Do-hyuk. MC happily said, right, there are axes here too. A viewer wrote, he'll destroy everyone. MC spoke, and they have a special guest today. Black Oak appeared next to him and said hello. Viewers happily said, he has arrived. The scavenger has arrived. This guy decided to collect loot again. Black Oak said, guys, stop hating on scavengers. MC said, yeah, they agreed. Black Oak will bring viewers to his stream and in exchange they will upload videos to his channel. Black Oak pointed to the system window, which showed he had attracted 2,500 viewers. He asked, can they see? He's not a scavenger, but at least a predator. Jian said, brother, let him see. The system window reported that viewers had increased to 5,128. Viewers wrote that this was an unrealistic number for a newbie. 5,000 viewers on the first day? What kind of a rookie giant is this? Black Oak thought, connections need to be made like this, gradually. If he connects with a rising star now, then he can profit simply from being nearby. MC smiled and suggested starting the game. Computer, they're starting. The system window reported, Valhalla Uprising, standby mode disabled. The backstory begins. 793, a terrible disaster has come to the sacred lands of Northumbria, a curse called the Vikings. Ragnar and his warriors arrived on the coast of Northumbria. Ragnar entered the final battle with Eingl, king of Northumbria. He fell into a trap and met his death. Ragnar knelt and screamed loudly, stupid Saxon rat, this is not the end, his death. If his children find out about this, they will not leave him so easily. From the halls of fallen warriors that Odin has prepared for him, he will watch with a smile as he dies. Valhalla, this is the uprising of Valhalla. The warrior's confession. Jorund ran fast. Viking teacher, NPC trainer. He fell at the hands of the ruthless Anglo-Saxons. He cried out loudly, "Warrior Odin and their king, Ragnar. They must avenge him. A true warrior can only become one with recognition. Who is ready to become Odin's warrior? Who is ready to become Odin's warrior?" Black Oak spoke. Jorund. In game mode, he teaches how to fight and dodge, but in reality mode, he needs to gain his recognition to start the game. Viewers wrote that this is called a warrior's confession. Reality mode is generally for pros. Newbies should shut up and play in normal game mode. Black Oak grabbed an axe and said, in that case, he will be first. Viewers asked, will Black Oak go with 2 axes? Is he imitating Master Dohyuk? It will be fun. Black Oak asked, do they guys remember how he lost to a knight with a sword and shield? 2 axes? That's just a substitute for a sword and shield. A viewer wrote, well, Black Oak has talent. Maybe he can handle it. He was thinking, right? Although he already tried playing Valhalla in reality mode. Jorund said, 2 axes. It's been a long time since he's seen such a stupid kid who would come at him with a weapon in each hand. He will show him how to fight with axes properly. Come on, let him attack, kid. Black Oak rushed towards him and shouted, he will make him take those words back. He thought, it's difficult to control a weapon in each hand, but this technique has its advantages. One of them is the element of surprise. With one blow, he forces the enemy to step aside, and then catches him off guard with a double combo. Jorund shouted mockingly, his hits are too weak. He swung his fist and hit Black Oak in the face, driving him into the ground. The audience laughed at this, and Black Oak said irritably, horrible. A spectator laughed and said, this is what happens when he takes up 2 axes without proper training. Jorund smirked and said that he was simply pathetic. He's a lousy warrior. He better find a job in the kitchen. The audience laughed and wrote, look for a job in the kitchen. For Vikings, this is the worst insult. Jorund asked, well, what's next? Let him go. A spectator wrote that Jorund, as usual, doesn't hold back in his expressions. MC approached Black Oak and asked, is everything okay? He frowned and asked, in the kitchen, seriously? Dohyuk, was it really that bad? The MC asked a question, right? Black Oak asked happily, right? He knew it. Mr. Dohyuk appreciated his skills. The MC frowned and said, well, did he even have time to do anything to say that? The viewers laughed and wrote that this is even worse. Dohyuk can't lie. Translation, terrible? He's just worthless. The MC spoke, and on top of that, he got beaten up. Black Oak cried and screamed, okay, enough already, he gets it. The viewers laughed and demanded an end to this cyberbullying. Dohyuk looked at the axe and said that axes only look really cool. In fact, they are quite easy to handle. He said thoughtfully, if he had watched his death walkthrough, he would have understood better. Black Oak spoke, he watched, even for several hours, and he tried to repeat until his muscles began to cramp. MC clutched his face, and the viewers laughed and wrote, he's annoying. Black Oak, he's a loser. MC put his hand on his shoulder and said, the main thing is to never give up. It doesn't matter how bad he does. The viewers wrote, they considered him a noob even in death. OnlyFact sent a quest for 100,001. Mr. Dohyuk, let him show them his class and deal with this, Jorund. Black Oak frowned and thought he would kill him if he could. MC said, this is his first quest. Dohyuk God Disciple sent a quest for 10,001. This is from him in addition to the previous quest. Kil'Yoran sent a quest for 30,001 and signed it, and it's from him. Viking Style sent a quest for 30,001 and signed it, and it's from him. MC thanked everyone, and Black Oak said, yeah, Jorund was the right-hand man of the Berserker Squad's captain. Even so, he's strong enough. Jorund was fighting another Viking and laughing joyfully. He screamed, it tickles. He's so pathetic. It's disgusting to watch. He clenched his fist and shouted, who's gonna fight him next? The system window reported that a viewer had submitted a quest for 10,001 and written, he can't lose. No matter how strong Jorund is, he's no match for Dohyuk. The viewer told him to shut up, you pig. Yeah, there's only one pig here. MC looked at this and said, okay guys, no need to fight. Just defeating him sounds too easy. He waved his axe thoughtfully and said, if he can take him out in 10 seconds, they'll consider the quest complete. Bitichu submitted a quest for 50,001 and wrote, okay. He added some more money to that condition. But is that really possible? A viewer submitted a quest for 100,001 and asked, in 10 seconds? Okay. Another posted a quest for 50,001 and asked, this feels like a safe bet, doesn't it? The audience laughed and wrote, really? It's a win-win. Jorund, this isn't Black Oak, and 10 seconds is too short for him. Black Oak said, no guys, he's never even used axes before. If he had a sword and shield, he could have done it in 3 seconds. The audience laughed and wrote, really? Yeah, maybe he could have lasted 5 seconds. Black Oak said with displeasure, he's not kidding. Jorund asked, and he has 2 axes? Okay, let him start, you little brat. They'll check if he's worthy of holding a weapon. MC swung the axe and threw it at Jorund, but he dodged and asked, did he throw the axe at the very beginning? MC immediately approached him and attacked, but Jorund quickly blocked the attack. He chuckled and asked, was he just trying to distract him? Finally, a worthy opponent. MC thought, did he stop the blow? He's not like the others. During the fight with Black Oak, he showed simply amazing skills. Did he really improve by studying battle data? Reinforcement learning, isn't that what they call it? That means there are NPCs stronger than Jorund, but with his experience in real combat, he'll take them all down. In any case, he'll deal with him first. He released mana and assumed a fighting stance, and Jorund screamed, "Great attitude." They'll check if the strength matches the attitude. He lunged toward MC, who quickly blocked his attack. Jorund screamed loudly, throwing punches. MC jumped back and thought, Jorund is a bit stronger. That means he needs to block his punches and disarm him. He slows him down. Jump. First strike. Do-hyuk hit the Viking in the face and then in the legs. Jorund screamed loudly, "He's a terrible brat. Let him die." He swung and almost hit the MC when suddenly he was pushed off his back. Jorund turned around and said, "He's small." He widened his eyes in surprise, and Do-hyuk put an axe to his head and announced, "The fight is over." The system reported that the task was completed. Black Oak said in surprise, "Wow, this is amazing." Viewers wrote, "It's horrible, it was unreal. Did he do it in 10 seconds? He's in shock." A viewer sent 10,001 and wrote, "He knew he could do it." Another sent 11,001 and asked, "Who the hell said there's no other way?" MC smiled and said, "Thank you everyone." Jorund stood up and said, "Good hit," as if he were looking at Odin's son. Black Oak happily said, "Odin's son, that's the highest praise for a Viking." The audience asked, "Did Jorund seriously say that? Horrible. That's respect." So right away, Jorund smiled and asked, "What's his name?" "A warrior blessed by Odin?" MC smiled and said, Gunnar Do-hyuk. He is the main protagonist of the Valhalla uprising. Jorund said, "Such a name suits the glorious Viking perfectly." The system window reported that it had acknowledged him. Mission accomplished. Odin, he is the furious one. He patronizes warriors and gives them strength to fight their enemies. Gunnar, he is a great warrior, blessed by Odin himself, worthy of the praise of 100 warriors. Perhaps the blood of his father Odin himself flows through his veins. The system window reported that the current goal was to gain warrior recognition, and 1 of 5 had been completed. Do-hyuk asked, "Is this some kind of mission?" A viewer asked, "Did this just appear? Can Jorund get this mission too?" Black Oak exclaimed joyfully, "Awesome! Guys, this has never happened before, has it?" The viewer asked, "Yeah, I guess not. Horrible. He became the first. Someone has never seen Jorund give this." MC looked at Black Oak and asked, "So this is some kind of rare case?" Black Oak replied, "Yes, it's not the main mission, but a side mission. Not all players can get this. It's called the Son of Odin. If a player receives warrior recognition 5 times, they are awarded the title of Son of Odin. This knowledge can be used to determine whether a Valhalla player is a pro or not. This mission has appeared before, but as far as he knows, it has never happened before at the very beginning. Jorund has been defeated before, he just never gave this mission." Black Oak said, "Maybe it's a time thing." Do-hyuk finished in 10 seconds. The threshold is probably somewhere between 10 and 30 seconds. He'll defeat Jorund in that time and the mission will appear. MC spoke thoughtfully, meaning time was limited. The system window announced that a viewer had donated 1,001 and written, "Someone has made a Son of Odin the first time," while Black Oak received the title of Cook, even though he's been playing for a long time. That's even kind of impressive. Black Oak let out an irritated cry. The viewers laughed and wrote, "Black Oak is a cook." He frowned and asked, "Guys, it's not him, okay? Axes are simple. They could have tried it themselves and found out. And Do-hyuk is just a freak." MC smiled and said, "Exactly like Black Oak said, you lack the skills to handle weapons, so don't bother." Black Oak looked at him and asked, "What, excuse me?" The MC smiled and said, "He's certainly not saying Black Oak lacks skills but axes. Yeah, he still can't handle those." The audience chuckled and asked, "What's the difference? How many times do I have to tell him that? Black Oak, he's not that good." Someone laughed and said, "Someone's having a crisis." Black Oak grabbed his sword and screamed, "Seriously, he can tolerate Do-hyuk's ridicule, but he's not going to listen to it from them guys. He'll get Jorund's recognition, fighting with his main weapon." The audience wrote, "He'll go back to the sword again. He won't leave anyone a chance. Yeah, without a shield, it's hellishly difficult in reality mode." MC smiled and wished Black Oak good luck. The audience wrote, "He'd never heard such half-hearted encouragement, the most insincere wish in history." Someone decided to translate it a little. It sounds like, "They'll see what he comes up with." Is that even a translation? Black Oak burst into tears and screamed, "Enough already. They're draining all his motivation. He's actually planning to fight." A viewer sent 1,001 and wrote, "Black Oak is still in the top 5% of Valhalla players. Yeah, Do-hyuk's just a level higher, but overall Black Oak is pretty good." Black Oak said, "Yeah, Do-hyuk's just a level higher, but overall Black Oak is pretty good." A viewer asked, "Really? At least someone said that. It's just fun to mock him." Black Oak drew his sword and screamed. It was horrible. Now he'll prove to them that he's no worse than Do-hyuk, and he'll make them choke on their words. Jorund asked, "Is the milk dry yet? Is he ready to try again?" "Let him start," the newbie from the kitchen. Black Oak rushed towards him and screamed, "He'll make him choke on his words." Viewers wrote that they felt like they'd seen this somewhere before. He's repeating himself. He doesn't stand a chance. Is this a spoiler for the next part? Jorund swung and screamed, "That's too weak. If he wants to break through his defense, he should hit harder." Black Oak dodged the attack, but Jorund still hit him. He screamed. Yeah, that's it. It's getting interesting. It's time for the real battle. Black Oak held his shield in front of him and screamed loudly, and then swung his sword. Joran laughed and said that it was not bad. A scratch appeared on his face, and Joran screamed, but they are not done yet. Black Oak screamed, horror. He is Black Oak. The viewers wrote that Black Oak is doing well. And why is it so boring? Probably because he came out after Do-hyuk? MC smiled and said, he is much better with a sword and shield. He controls the space around him better and holds the shield confidently in his hands. Black Oak fell to the ground when suddenly an axe touched his head, and Joran said, that's it. Black Oak said, horror. Joran smiled and said, well, at least he fought a little more decently with this weapon. The system window reported that Joran had recognized him. Joran shouted, that's enough for today. Everyone's dismissed. MC helped Black Oak up and said, great sparring. Black Oak exhaled and said, he barely managed it. Joran called out to the two of them and asked, do they even know how to hunt? Black Oak thought happily. Well, that's the mission, he replied. Of course. He was a very good archer. Joran replied, okay, then let them go with the others and bring back as much game as possible. The boys replied, yes. The system window reported that it was preparing the camp. The hunt was completed with a score of 0 out of 5. After a while, the hunt scored 4 out of 5. Black Oak laughed joyfully and said, we caught the hare this time. Do-hyuk, he's just standing there and watching. Has he ever shot a bow? MC looked at it and thought, he certainly knows how to use a magic bow. But, he said, he tried a couple of times with a toy one, but he had never shot a real one. Black Oak pointed to the side and asked, so why not try? Do-hyuk answered, he was right. Black Oak said that the target would be this tree. MC drew the arrow and thought, he really need to watch his breathing. Aim. Shot. He hit the stone and Black Oak screamed, what the hell is that? Did he miss? The viewers wrote, maybe they just imagined it, but he is not perfect in everything. The first try is always bad. MC smiled and said, probably so. He thought that if he practices some more, he will definitely get the hang of it. Black Oak screamed, so there is still something he can't do. Do-hyuk, no need to worry, he will teach him how to shoot a bow. After all, he is the Robin Hood of Valhalla, the great Black Oak. He'll take over archery. Do-hyuk looked at him puzzled, and the viewers wrote, let everyone see how puffed up he is with pride, simply because he's better than Do-hyuk at something. Bro, he misses 3 or 4 times out of 10. Black Oak asked, it's still not that bad, right? MC turned around and saw a deer. Black Oak pushed him away and told him to move aside. Do-hyuk, he drew an arrow and thought, it takes a long time to learn archery, but he trained in Valhalla and other medieval games. He fired and screamed on the first shot. He hit a tree above the deer's head and the viewers laughed, writing that he missed. Miss on the first shot. It's running away. Black Oak drew an arrow and ordered him to stop. Now he's sure. MC pushed him away and said, sure or not, let him move away already. He swung and threw his axe towards the animal. The audience asked, did he actually throw an axe at the creature and hit it? How did he even do that? Black Oak said in surprise, wow. Do-hyuk said, it's not that hard. You just need to calculate the target's trajectory and throw. The audience chuckled and wrote, it's easy. That's right. This guy is a very good axe thrower. The correct way to throw an axe, just throw it straight at the target. The system window reported, camp preparation completed with a score of 5 out of 5. Additional mission, raid. Black Oak looked at this in surprise and said, Do-hyuk, an additional mission has appeared. The system window reported that Anglo-Saxon warriors are advancing on the Viking camp. A man sat on a hill and said, a group of Vikings recently left the camp. There are no more than 10 of them left there. Garrett, this is their chance. Let him report to the commander right now. Garrett replied, he understood. Let them continue to monitor them. The system window reported that, having received information from intelligence, the Anglo-Saxon army decided to strike. Carol, the finest Anglo-Saxon warrior, cried out, these barbarians dare to covet their lands. He ordered them sent straight to hell. The system window reported that enemies were advancing on the camp. We must return to camp before them. 8 minutes left until the raid. MC looked thoughtfully to the side and said, it seems the real game is beginning. The assassin with a double-bladed axe sent 1,000 won and asked 5,000 won for each enemy killed with an axe. Do-hyuk said, great, thank you very much for the task. Black Oak said to run back. He knows the way. Let him follow him. MC asked, back where? Black Oak said, we need to return to camp. The longer they walk, the more Vikings will die. Do-hyuk asked again, maybe they will just intercept them along the way? Black Oak asked a question. What? MC said 5,000 won for each kill. If other Vikings get to them, they will lose money. Black Oak said, Do-hyuk, there are about 20 enemies. He wants the 2 of them to take them all out? Twin Axe Killer sent 1,000 won and wrote, they think so differently. They promised 5,000 for each axe kill, right? He's going to take out 20 people single-handedly. This is getting interesting. MC said, okay, they are moving. Black Oak yelled, stop, is he seriously going there? At that moment, Carol ordered everyone to be on guard. Just a little more and they will reach the enemy camp. At that moment, an axe flew into the knight's head and Carol screamed, ambush. Vikings? MC and Black Oak appeared in front of them and Carol asked, are there only 2 of them? What idiots. Are they scared of two Vikings? Black Oak asked to wait. You can't just pounce on them. Attack. MC laughed and said, he is the first to go, the first to die. He threw his axe at the enemy's shield and broke through it. MC approached the man and attacked him. He took his axe back and continued attacking the men. The man swung his sword and ordered him to die, but Do-hyuk dodged and punched him in the face. He threw the man aside, when suddenly Carol screamed, he, idiot, let him surrender. A spectator asked, Black Oak, what is he doing? Is he going to fight? Black Oak grinned and said, of course. This time he will show what he is made of by killing Carol, the best warrior. The MC continued to attack, and the viewers were writing in surprise. He had already taken out 6 people. He asked, is this called a 6-time kill? I wonder how Black Oak is doing. At that moment, Black Oak put up a shield in front of himself and ordered him to stop. He asked Do-hyuk to help him, and the MC looked at it thoughtfully and said that he thought he was doing well. Black Oak asked again, what well? Let him help him. The viewers wrote that Black Oak was going to die soon. He was still holding on, so they would see what happens next. Black Oak should at least participate somehow. The MC smiled and said that he would try to thin their numbers even more. Black Oak screamed, he, a terrible idiot. The warrior swung his weapon and ordered him to die, and Do-hyuk stepped aside and attacked him. He rushed towards the other opponents and started throwing punches. The viewers wrote, it's crazy. Do-hyuk just blew them all away. There are 6 left. The MC exhaled and looked around. The audience asked why the NPCs looked so scared. If they were in their place, they would have died of fear too. MC wondered if the NPCs in the game were scared. He asked, so can they try to escape? Carol was fighting Black Oak and asking what he was doing. Stop retreating. Let him attack. Someone answered that he couldn't and decided to run. The warrior started running away, saying that MC was just a monster. They would die if they didn't get out of here. The audience wrote, they're running away. MC swung his axe and said that he wouldn't let them escape. He threw it and hit one knight, after which another turned around and screamed in fear. He hit another one, and the audience wrote, amazing, with 1 hit. It's a good try, but running is useless. It's easier to give up right away. And how is he now without axes? Is he going to kill them with his bare hands? Do-hyuk said thoughtfully, he thinks he'll have to use a bow. The audience asked, bow? He decided to abandon the mission? The MC replied, no, he had an idea. He fired, and a viewer wrote, bro, he's a bad shot. The arrow fell next to the warrior, and he screamed in fear, and the viewer mockingly wrote that he knew it. What the hell was that? Where was he shooting? The MC said thoughtfully, it looks like he's starting to get it. He drew the arrow and said, now let's get to work. The viewers mockingly ordered them to just surrender. That's not what a bow is for. Do-hyuk fired and said, first target, got it. He hit the warrior in the leg and surprised the viewers. The MC said, if you aim for the legs. The viewer wrote, no, that can't be. How does he do it? Do-hyuk hit the leg again, and the viewer asked, how does that work? He approached him and swung his fist. The man turned around and started pleading with him. The MC grabbed him and said, now it's time to grab the axes. The man started crawling away and ordered them to stay back. After a while, there was a loud, shrill scream, and then silence. The MC said it was easy. The audience asked, did he shoot a couple of times and immediately get the hang of it? What kind of nonsense is this? Has King Jumong been reborn and graced them with his presence? He didn't know how to shoot a second ago. How did this even happen? The MC replied, he doesn't know. He shot a couple of times and understood how it works. The audience asked, does everything come so easy to him? Seriously, what is he saying? Do-hyuk clutched his axe and said, only Carol is left. Black Oak fought him off and screamed, he's going to kill him now. Do-hyuk, is he just going to stand there and watch? Carol swung his sword and asked, where is he looking? The audience member chuckled and wrote, he hit in midair. The MC looked at what was happening and said, oh my god, that's not how you dodge. Carol swung his sword and screamed, he's a little bastard. Black Oak called out to Do-hyuk and asked, wouldn't he like to help a little? MC looked at him puzzled, and Black Oak asked, is he deaf? Let him save him, he says. Carol smashed Black Oak's shield and cut his sword, ordering him to die. The pathetic Viking. Black Oak covered his face with his hand in fear, when suddenly MC appeared in front of him and pushed Carol away. He irritably called him an idiot, when suddenly Do-hyuk killed him. The system window reported, mission completed, raid. A viewer wrote, he just completed this mission solo, surprising. He thinks he needs to change. MC approached Black Oak and asked if he was okay. Black Oak wiped his chin and said he could have helped faster. Do-hyuk smiled and apologized to him. He didn't think he needed his help. Black Oak asked again, what? MC asked, few people like it when their kills take away, do they? And he was in no danger. Black Oak screamed loudly, was there no danger? What do you mean there was no threat? Do-hyuk put his hands in front of him and said, well, at worst he would just lose his hand, or he could rip his stomach open. Black Oak screamed, if it came to that, he would die. MC said, well, lose his guts or... Black Oak burst into tears and said irritably, let him say so, that he didn't want to help. Suddenly there was a scream. Gunner. Black Oak turned around and asked, Jorund? He pushed him away and screamed, get away. He ran to MC and asked, is he okay? He's not hurt, is he? MC answered, yes, everything is fine. Black Oak got up from the ground and said, Jorund, he's here too actually. Other Vikings ran over him and shouted, Gunnar, Jorund. The man reported that there were no more enemies around. Another Viking asked, Gunnar, is he hurt? Black Oak lay on the ground and said, he's had enough for today. MC replied, yes, he's fine, but Black Oak. The system window reported that Black Oak was dead. Jorund said to forget about this Black Oak or whatever his name is. The main thing is that he's okay. The audience laughed and said they even felt sorry for him. MC looked at him and thought, does this mean the tutorial is already over? And the open world game begins. Do-hyuk thoughtfully asked, what should he do next? The user posted a quest for 500,000 won and wrote, if he can defeat Beowulf Stonehand, he will receive another 500,000. The time is 12 hours. The viewer asked, a quest for 1 million? Does he already have sponsors? MC clenched his fist and said, Beowulf, huh? He has no idea who he is, but for 1 million won, he's in. Jorund looked at him and asked, wait, does he really want to fight Beowulf? He can't do it alone. It looks like he has no choice. He's going with him. MC looked at him puzzled, and the system window informed him that he could bring an ally. Do-hyuk asked why he would need to bring someone. The viewer said that an ally appears when he blows his horn and helps in battle. MC said, I see, then go ahead. Jorund said it was a wise decision and ordered the horses to be saddled. The Vikings replied, yes. After a while, when Do-hyuk and Jorund were riding their horses, MC asked, by the way, who is this Beowulf? Jorund asked, Beowulf Stonehand? He was once the king's Dranger, but after his death, he lost all his dignity. A Dranger is a brave warrior among the Vikings. They say he plunders villages somewhere in Wessex. Beowulf has strayed from the true path, but he used to be one of Ragnar's best warriors, a glorious warrior, blessed by Odin himself. Only he can reopen the path to Valhalla for him. The system window reported that the goal is to be recognized as a warrior. He needs to find Beowulf and earn the warrior's respect. Viewers wrote that these missions appear so timely. It's scary, the perfect time for a mission. Jorund tugged on his horse's reins and said, they're here. Beowulf's camp is over there. He has an old score to settle with him, so he'll wait here. If he needs his help, let him blow his horn. MC replied that he understood and would go ahead. A viewer asked, is he just going to storm in there? The place is swarming with bandits. A Viking saw MC on horseback and asked, what? Do-hyuk asked if he needed to break through them to get to Beowulf. A spectator asked if he should just quietly sneak inside, pull Beowulf out, and they would finally be done with this. The Vikings pointed their spears at him and ordered him not to move. MC screamed, a true Viking always goes straight ahead. The man heard a sound behind him and turned around, when suddenly he saw that the fence was broken, and MC on a horse jumped over it. The Viking ordered, attack. MC drew an arrow and fired at them. He quickly struck, and the guy ordered to kill him. Another Viking said to hit. The Vikings attacked the horse with their spears, and Do-hyuk jumped off his horse and somersaulted, then shot at the opponents. He landed on the ground and felt the Vikings standing behind him. They ordered to prepare shields. MC turned around and said, shields then. He threw away the bow and said, he doesn't need this terrible weapon. Now it's time to take up the axes. The Vikings rushed into battle and ordered to kill him. Do-hyuk got up to them and started attacking. The man frowned and screamed loudly. Yes, MC caught his axe on the shield and killed the man with the other. The Viking swung his sword and screamed, what an idiot. Do-hyuk grabbed him, jumped further, and the man ordered to shoot. The guys hit the body of the man MC was holding, and the Viking ordered not to stop. MC threw him back, and the man screamed, this idiot is playing with them. Do-hyuk got up to him and attacked. He swung his axe, when suddenly the Viking closed his eyes and screamed, Commander! MC's axe flew to the side. The man said enough. The spectators asked, is this Beowulf? It is him. The Vikings screamed, Commander, it is his fault. He attacked them. MC killed him and ordered him to shut up. Beowulf screamed, idiot! MC said, not now, and offered to fight. Let him attack. Beowulf got angry and grabbed his axe, saying, he's terrible. He's tired of living. It'll make him regret it. He quickly approached MC. At that moment, Anatole was playing. The system window reported that Anatole had won. He smiled and said, hi everyone, they haven't seen each other in a while. The viewers wrote, Anatole, why did he start now? Anatole hasn't streamed in a long time. They missed him. He hasn't appeared for a couple of days since he participated in the Iron Fist World Championship. Anatole smiled and said, yes. A viewer wrote, what a shame. He only made it to the semifinals again. How is he feeling? Anatole replied, everything is fine. He rested for a couple of days and came to his senses. He thought, when the last fighter was at the peak of his popularity, Anatole's name was inextricably linked with world championships. He won fights so easily as if it cost him nothing. But at the Iron Fist Championships, he won't give up so easily. Anatole suggested going back to where it all began. They would go back to where it all began. The system window reported that he had 38,000 viewers. End of the Iron Fist session, launch of Last Fighter. After that, his viewers decreased by 20,000. They laughed and said that all the viewers had run away. If only the opponents were normal. Anatole said he had already forgotten what it was like. He hadn't played Last Fighter for almost a year. His good old Hoken. He snapped his fingers and changed his appearance. Anatole smiled and asked, "Will they look for an opponent?" "Comp, let him find an opponent." Comp reported looking for an opponent. After a while, a shout rang out, "Dohyuk, let him see his reaction. Let him watch." The commentators wrote, "It's scary even to rewatch the video. Because of the editing, he now looks like a mad genius." 102,000 views on the video. Everyone wrote that he simply dodges incredibly well. This is what they call skill. This is skill, not talent. John said, "There are even memes already. Now he can play solo and still get viewers. But he will have to work harder." All thanks to his brother's support. Because of her stream, she had to stay up late today. She's going to bed, it's time for him too. Dohyuk spoke thoughtfully. For some reason it feels like he needs to do something. Maybe he should try playing Iron Fist? It's super popular right now. No, it's better not to deviate from his plans and play the last brawler. If he wins the next round, will his rank increase? He added that swordswoman as a friend, but she's always offline. Maybe she decided to quit the game? He sat down in a chair and said, "Never mind. Comp, they're starting the dive." It reported full dive, loading lobby. Ranked match, searching for opponent. He's found. MC asked, "Nick, is this the winner of the noodle eating competition? Stats, 0 wins, 0 losses? Has this account been inactive for a long time?" "Okay, let's begin." Comp reported, "Found, stats, 21 wins, 0 losses." At that moment, Anatole looked at the system window and asked again, That's so? Not a single loss. He must have a really high rating. Maybe they played together once?" A viewer asked, "Is that him by any chance? The one from which stream? Is that the troll?" Anatole asked, "Troll? Which one?" Viewers wrote, "He's simply a god of trolling, that he was once on the swordswoman's stream. He saw that stream, and the guy is good. It was legendary." Someone wrote on the forum that he looks like the leader Kumahan, but that's just a theory. Anatole asked, "Really? So it's a pro hiding behind the mask? Will he troll him too?" He saw the MC in front of him and said, "The mysterious pro is already here. They'll see who he really is." He took a stance and said, "Welcome." He offered to start the fight. Dohyuk smiled and asked, "Maybe he should go first after all." The viewers wrote, "He started with psychological pressure." Anatole asked, "Did he just ignore him? He'll make him regret it." He clenched his fist and swung it, but the MC dodged and swung his leg. He flipped over and covered his face with his hands, stopping the blow. Anatole wondered in surprise, what the hell? He was able to stop the blow. The MC hit him and jumped up, swung his fist. Anatole fell to the floor and then turned around in fear. Dohyuk punched the floor, and Anatole jumped back. The crowd asked, "Wow, who the hell is he?" They understand that a whole year has passed, but Anatole is losing. Anatole has been playing for Hoken since the very beginning. Someone is losing their touch. It looks like Anatole is not in his best shape anymore. Anatole read this and thought discontentedly, is he not in his best shape? Is he losing his touch? No, that's not the point. He fights awesome, but something is wrong here. Something not so obvious. If he doesn't figure out what it is, he might actually lose. He will check his reactions first. He clenched his fists and rushed towards MC, thinking, a lunge, false, and now a low hold. He grabbed Dohyuk's leg and thought he caught it, but MC kneed him in the head. Anatole jumped back and thought, this is impossible. Did he anticipate his punches in close combat and react instantly? Was it just luck? MC clenched his fist and tried to hit Anatole, but he quickly dodged. Dohyuk grabbed his arm and pulled him toward him, and Anatole screamed in pain. He elbowed him in the face, and Anatole wondered how he predicted every attack. What if he was hit from a blind spot behind his shoulder? He tried to do it, but MC dodged and threw him back. Anatole flew back and thought, Iron Rock Punch? This is a move in which the fighter first breaks through the opponent's defense, and then delivers a counterpunch. Is it impossible? He immediately delivered an Iron Rock Punch. According to the game mechanics, you need to get into a stance before this punch. You can, of course, skip this step, but the punch will not be as powerful. The spectators watched the action and asked, what's going on? Is Anatole really going to get destroyed? How can Anatole lose in close combat? Someone must think so, right? MC stomped his foot and covered himself in flames, and Anatole thought, a burning arcing strike. Oh, the horror! The fire is blocking his escape route, and the next well-aimed blow becomes decisive. There's no escaping it. Is he using a close combat move? Did he miscalculate? So this is his chance. A burning arcing strike is a powerful move, but it can only be finished with a few easily predictable moves. It's time. MC approached him, and Anatole thought, if he timed everything correctly, dodging would be a piece of cake. He could take advantage of the pause while he was finishing the move, and deliver a heavy blow to snatch the victory. Anatole joyfully swung his fist, when suddenly Dohyuk kicked him. The audience asked, that doesn't look like a regular arcing strike, does it? Anatole thought, to bypass the game mechanics, you need to physically control every character's movement. He realized what had been confusing him all this time. He doesn't rely on the game's built-in mechanics at all. After a while, the system window announced, that's it. Victory. The MC looked at his fists and said, not bad. The viewers were writing, horrible. Just wow, that last attack was incredible. Had they stumbled upon Anatole's farewell stream? Anatole clenched his fist and thought, that can't be right. How can you improve your skills to such a level that you don't rely on mechanics? He needs to make sure of something. Anatole frowned and suggested trying again. The MC replied, okay, let him begin. Anatole rushed toward him and said, he will begin. A moment later, the system window announced, that's it, victory. The MC happily said he almost made it. Anatole asked him to stop and suggested he try one last time. After a few tries, the system window announced another victory. Is that so? Do-hyuk wiped his face and asked, 5 in a row? Maybe that's enough for today? Anatole replied, yeah, he'll log out now. The MC spoke up, he's got 5 more wins with ramen. What's his score? The system window reported his score was 26 wins and 0 losses. He clenched his fist and thought, 1 more win and he'll reach the next rank. Shouldn't the opponents be more interesting then? If his viewers find out, they'll hate him for secretly playing such a game alone. So it's best for him to be out in the open now. And when he becomes number 1, he'll be able to stream. Comp. Are his account and appearance hidden? Comp replied, yes, he can change the settings manually. That's how other users see his character in the final battle. Does he want to change his appearance again? MC gave a thumbs up and said, no, so be it. Comp reported that the appearance change had been cancelled. Do-hyuk muttered, if the last fighter was so much fun, Iron Fist is probably even better. It's at its peak right now. He'd add Ramen as a friend, just in case. Comp, have it send a friend request to Ramen. Comp asked if he should add a message. MC muttered thoughtfully, he's still good after all. He needs to somehow encourage him to keep training. Maybe. The system reported he had 1 new message. That's so? And he's talented. He sent him a friend invite, they'll play again sometime. Anatole looked ahead in surprise and asked, huh? There were currently 22,176 viewers watching his stream, and one of the commentators laughed in the chat. The commentator wrote, Anatole, he said he's talented. Another viewer laughed, what an idiot. They wrote for him to accept the request, he wants to beat him again. He smiled and said he never thought he'd hear something like that on The Ultimate Fighter. The system reported that he received 1001 with the question, that's so? Who does he think it is? He replied, no idea. Honestly, he has no idea at all. Then he looked at the system window with the video and said, by the way, I should really watch the recording again. That moment, the flaming arcing kick. Viewers wrote, even on the recording it looks crazy. He didn't rely on the built-in mechanics, right? Yeah, that's why Anatole was caught off guard. Wow, seriously? The burning punch is so cool. That guy is something else, Anatole thought. If every move really was without mechanics, the chat would just explode. He clenched his fist. He thought he had this game figured out by now. But it turns out he still has a lot to master. Maybe that's why he tries so hard in Iron Fist. Maybe this is the answer. Then he said, okay, enough analyzing. The viewers were wondering why, but he was interested in how he analyzed. He smiled and thought, he won't take all the lumps alone. If he doesn't post this guy will definitely crush all his opponents. He needs to keep this secret. This is the shock he felt during the fight. They will all feel it too. The commentators wrote, guys, did you see that fight between Anatole and that so match? And this is his application, and we will play again. This is something. Someone became a punching bag. At that moment, Jian slammed her fists on the table and screamed, this is so annoying. What kind of stupid nickname is this? The whole forum is talking about nothing else. Damn, if it weren't for this guy, my brother would be the best in hot clips. He's currently playing Valhalla, but when he logs into Ultimate Fighter again, he'll raise this guy to the ground again. Oh well, she'd better check the forums. At least his rank hasn't dropped. By the way, her brother said he'd stop by the nearest store. Where is he? At that moment, the protagonist approached the store, opened the door and said, this girl, if she wants banana milk so much, let her go herself next time. He'll pretend he didn't notice she had his card. Then a customer came out of the store and bumped into the protagonist's chest. Then the guy fell to the ground and dropped the knife he just bought. The protagonist knelt down in front of him and asked, is he okay? Can he get up? He adjusted his glasses and apologized. MC, perplexed, shouted, what? Him? How? Big Ears Jegelmin? He was surprised. What? How does he know both his name and nickname? Who is he? The protagonist frowned and thought, is it really Min? Big Ears Min, his subordinate from before the regression, his team's tactician. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they assembled a team of guys with weaker abilities, the Stray Dogs. This was Team 13, of which he was the leader. It was he who developed the plans for all their operations, their strategist Min. A little earlier, Min raised his index finger and said, damn, Captain! He's so jealous of the big shots like him. The protagonist sat in front of him and said, here it goes. Who gave him the drink this time? Mangchi said, come on, Captain. He shouldn't grumble. She grabbed the strategist by the neck and said, their strategist needs some alcohol to get the gears in his brain turning, right, Big Ears? He pulled away from her and indignantly shouted, hey, stop it. When someone like her calls him cute, everyone looks down on him. She patted his cheeks and said, their Big Ears is so stern, so stern. He indignantly said, he already said enough, damn it. At that moment, Huada laughed and told her to slow down. Min said that he didn't like it. Maybe she should talk to him? She grabbed a huge hammer and told him to go away. You perverted idiot. He laughed and said, okay. He gives up. He turned around and thought, God, how capricious. almost shit his pants. She looked away and asked where he went. Then the protagonist pointed to the side with the hand holding the spoon and said, "There." She knows when he's drunk, he climbs somewhere higher. At that moment, Min climbed onto the edge of the roof. MC added, catching the wind with his sullen face. She screamed, "There he is again! Min, honey, she'll stop, okay? But he has to get down from there. It's dangerous," he said. "Captain, if he were like him, would those idiots bully him less? If it weren't for that incident, even his little brother wouldn't have lost everything like that. If he were strong enough to fight an alien monster without any enhancements, he could have protected everyone." He turned around and added, "So Captain, if only then, a long time ago." At that moment, Wata caught him and said, "Idiot. If he gets drunk so easily, he shouldn't drink too much. Otherwise, every time he drinks, he climbs up somewhere and starts sniffling." Then a guy peeked out from behind the wall and said, "Captain." The protagonist looked at him and asked, "Geiko." He said he'd found their base. Guangyou and Salgi were already there. He asked, "Yes? Well, it's time to move." He reached for his sword and added, "Wata, he should get Min and wake up Grandpa." Then they walked forward, and the protagonist told them to work quickly, and then they'd have breakfast back at the base. But there they were ambushed by those alien monsters targeting the human resistance forces. A whole army of alien soldiers and 2 elite monsters. Then the MC shouted, "Geiko is down, Salgi is down," and Guangyou went berserk. In the fight with the elite, she lost her mind and was on edge, and the captain and the old man were seriously wounded and couldn't fight. Min shouted as the vice-captain of Team 13, he was taking command. Wada and Mangchi, they must carry the captain and the old man away from the battlefield now. Mangchi, with tears in her eyes, screamed, "No, she must do it." He screamed, "Enough." Mangchi, "No, sister, please, she understands. Only his barrier can hold back the monsters." He turned to her and told her to stick to the plan and take care of the captain. She carried the old man and, running in the opposite direction, screamed, "If he dies, she will kill him herself, she swears." The last rule of Team 13, the Stray Dogs. When the team finds itself in a critical situation, they must save the captain and try to survive to fight later. The captain must survive, no matter what, but they must finish what they started and get revenge. They swore it. Someday they will meet again, smile, and drink. In the present, the protagonist thought that he last saw Big Ears that day, but to meet him from another timeline. Then Min asked in surprise, "Is he from Minsu's gang?" The protagonist thought in surprise, "Minsu? Oh, that imaginary bandit who always bothered Big Ears?" He asked, "Minsu? He doesn't know anyone like that. His name is written on his name tag," and he automatically blurted out something to Big Ears when he saw him. He smiled awkwardly and apologized for being so rude, but he just fell. "Is everything okay?" He reached for the knife and said, "He dropped it." "What?" Min took the package with the knife and shouted at him not to worry. He ran in the opposite direction and shouted, "And anyway, he wasn't looking around and bumped into him. He apologizes." The MC sighed and said, "Exactly the same person from another time, and his future will be perfect." Then he stopped in surprise and thought, "Wait," he shouted, "that idiot just did it, really." At that moment, screams were heard from the alley nearby. "Damn bastard!" Minsu hit Min in the face, and his comrades shouted, "What's wrong with him?" He asked how he dared challenge him. He added a kick and shouted, "He's a miserable slave. And with a weapon too." His comrade put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Okay, what about him? He'll kill him." In response, he hit him and shouted for him to go away. "Idiot, he'll deal with this himself." Then he grabbed Min by the hair and clenching it into a fist, said, "Damn slave, he needs to watch and remember well what will happen if he does that again." Before he could finish speaking, one of his comrades, looking to the side, said, "Hey mister, he has to get out of here. He doesn't want to see what's going on here. He has to now." Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist punched him in the face and walking forward said, "Damn, he runs surprisingly fast with such short legs." Another thug ran straight at him and shouted, "Who the hell is he?" Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist easily flipped him over and threw him to the ground. Minsu turned around and shouted, "Hey, idiot, who is he?" The MC, smiling, pointed at himself and said that he was simply the former leader of the special forces, so to speak. Big Ears looked at him in surprise and thought, "Isn't that the guy from the store?" Minsu asked, "Special forces? Is he from the three-way crew?" The protagonist punched him in the face and shouted, "The Stray Dogs, idiot!" He shouted back, "From the Yongsan area, he's Youngpal's brother." The protagonist shouted that he didn't know anyone like that, idiot. Min's mouth dropped open in surprise as he watched MC fight. He said he was so strong and cool. "I wish I could be just as cool." After a while, Comp reported full immersion, connecting to the game lobby. The protagonist jumped in and said he was late, and it was all because of that kid. And Jian got into it too. He looked away and said, "What a little loser." He remembered Min, grabbing his leg, yelling at him to take him on as an apprentice. "Please, sir." The protagonist held his head and yelled at him to leave. He had to let him answer the phone. He had to back off. "You clingy thing." Jian's voice was coming from the phone. "What? Did he even decide to call her names?" In the present tense, he said, "Oh my god, I barely calmed her down then. But if Big Ears was here, then maybe the rest of his comrades were too." Should he find them? He clenched his fist and decided that wasn't true. He needed to sort out his own problems first. He was barely keeping afloat himself, so he couldn't help anyone else. First, credits. This should open the chat. They'll earn some money. It responded. The chat window opened. The commentators wrote, "Dohyuk is online. Dohyuk, the great Dohyuk." The protagonist smiled, raised his hands, and said, "Hi everyone." The commentators wrote, "He's late. Yesterday's video was cool. Seriously, he should start earlier. He would have been in first place. It's a shame." He confirmed it. Jian said the same thing. "His video is already in second place?" The commentators responded, "Well, he was first, but that's so? Is a real game challenger. How could anyone not watch the video of this guy tearing Anatole to shreds?" The MC asked them again, and the chat was full of, that's so. The king of the Ultimate Fighter since yesterday. Well, when does the Valhalla stream start? The protagonist opened the system window and told them to wait. He himself became curious. Who is this? That's so. He'll just check the video, and then they'll start playing. He was surprised. What? The ramen trader? Is that him? The commentators in the chat were perplexed. The system reported that the user, Itojunji, sent 10,000 won. He bought the Ultimate Fighter only 3 days ago. The protagonist confirmed it, and the fight time was this. A system window appeared in front of him, which said Ultimate Fighter FD, with a playtime of 16 hours and 8 minutes. The commentators laughed. Really? On the third day of play, and already a blazing punch without mechanics? How so? The stats also said, that's so. 27 wins, 0 losses. Rank, Master. MC, pointing with his fingers, said, "It's him." The viewers wrote, "The great Dohyuk. He played only 17 hours and beat Anatole." Anatole was crushed. Then he smiled. He reached out to the system window and said, "Okay, they figured it out. Time for Valhalla." The viewers wrote, "The great Dohyuk. Are you crazy? He should be playing the Ultimate Fighter. What the hell? Valhalla." He was surprised. What? So aren't they all here for Valhalla? User Madmoki sent 500,000 won. He's already looking forward to watching the great Dohyuk play on the Ultimate Fighter. User Tonaldo sent a task for 30,000 won. He will donate if he wins the next fight in the Ultimate Fighter. User Udimate Hunter sent a task for 100,000 won. He must win 2 matches in a row with a score of 30-0. If not, he must play for 24 hours non-stop. User Luna Shorty sent a task for 1 million won. He must reach rank in 24 hours. The protagonist yelled in surprise, "What? That's 1,000,000 won." The viewers wrote, "These missions are a lifesaver. But now he has to play the Ultimate Fighter." Huh? He smiled and replied, "Come to think of it, he really is in that mood today." The viewers wrote, "It's so funny to watch how this ridiculously pumped up guy really wants money." The protagonist yelled, "Then they're playing the Ultimate Fighter." The next second, he disappeared. At that moment, Beyond asked in surprise, "Who?" It wasn't him. The commentators on his stream wrote, "This footage is officially posted on the Ultimate Fighter forum. A guy who's pumped up enough to beat Anatole, plus he plays Hoken well. Who else could it be but Beyond?" He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "No way," although he wouldn't refuse. It's not him, he's telling them. Why would he fight anonymously? He would have started a stream, he would have attracted viewers. Beyond is a former professional Ultimate Fighter player, a professional Iron Fist player. User Dead Alpha Coffin Touch sent 1,001 of stunning news. The identity of that's so has been revealed. It's not a former professional but a creative streamer. Then Beyond opened the stream and asked, "Can they see?" He already said it wasn't him. But this that's so, what does he think he's doing? He's hardly that good. Not exactly wow. The commentators wrote, he even raised Anatole to the ground. He said Anatole hadn't played Ultimate Fighter in over a year. Perhaps he's lost his skills a little. Then he approached the game capsule and said, "Okay, now he's gonna show us what's better than this. This should open a fight in Ultimate Fighter." The system reported, "The fight is scheduled." That's so, against Beyond. The viewers wrote, "He logged in at the right time." That's so, and Beyond for the same character, let's go. He shouted, "Wow, speak of the devil, great, he'll show him today." The computer reported connecting to the Ultimate Fighter FD, Hoken Beyond. He looked up and said that the best Hoken player has arrived. Beyond is here. Then he pointed at the protagonist and asked, "Is he that? That's so?" The chat said, "Hi Beyond. This level matchmaking is completely pointless." The protagonist pointed at him and asked, "Is he someone famous?" The chat said he's slightly weaker than Anatole, but he once beat him. And Anatole brought Hoken's stats to level 1. Thanks to him, Hoken became mainstream, and that's why Anatole became known as Hoken's father. He won most of his fights with Hoken and is known as his successor. Anatole's successor plus Hoken's successor is the unstoppable Beyond. The system said they should prepare. The commentators wrote, "The great Dohyuk, who reached the top ranks in just 3 days." The system signaled, "Battle." The next second, the MC charged forward. The viewers wrote, "A legend is being born before his eyes." Beyond dodged his attack and thought, as expected, he started with an aggressive offensive. And instead of standard tactics, he instinctively mixed different styles, as if he were watching himself when he started. He blocked another attack from the main character and shouted, "Wow, what attacks?" The chat was saying, "Is Beyond good, huh?" He blocked the attack, as expected from the great and unstoppable Beyond. And there, what so? He's well trained. He lasted a full 10 seconds against Do-hyuk. These comments are simply masterpieces. Beyond is holding back. Well, if those who have been following Beyond carefully watch his streams for the past 3 days, the outcome of this fight will be clear to them. He swung for a punch and thought, he's slowly constraining him. He has no choice. The secret technique he used against Anatole. The protagonist struck him in the arm, and then ignited a fire using a counterattack, a hot wave. The audience wrote, "His hot wave explodes? What is this? Wow, so much burning combo?" At that moment, Beyond pushed off the ground and decisively flew forward. The audience was surprised. What is this? Wasn't that supposed to be a hot stance? It looked like he used the reverse command for this stance, but he couldn't say for sure. He shouted, "Final blow." Then he thrust his fist forward, unleashing a powerful fire attack. Then the protagonist extended his arms in front of him. A huge fiery explosion spread everywhere, destroying a nearby building. The audience wrote, "This is incredible." He combined the charge from a burning stance with the striking power of a burning fist, and on top of that, the rotational power of micro-control over the stance. This is an insane physical skill that combines both built-in mechanics with no mechanics. Is it even possible? At that moment, Beyond was clutching his injured arm. He thought, damn, the recoil is so strong, this technique can only be used once in the entire fight. Then he rose to his feet and said, but either way, victory is his. At that moment, the protagonist stood on the destroyed floor above him. The audience was writing, "That's not all. Beyond is on top." He turned around in surprise and shouted, "What?" After that, the protagonist landed on his floor, slamming his flaming fist into the ground. He shouted in amazement, "Is he okay? How?" The protagonist replied, "Thanks to him, he managed to master something useful. A move with and without mechanics, and a counterattack with a burning wave." His opponent pointed at him and shouted indignantly, "Impossible. He spent months mastering this technique, and he repeated it the first time he saw it?" He replied, "Well, yeah, it's not that hard. You need to neutralize the extra attack with a burning wave, and then use the recoil from the stance as a teleport." He shouted that it wouldn't work. He shouldn't think of it himself. Then he pointed to his injured hand and asked, "Hasn't he forgotten about the flame damage? Can you see? Every time he uses fire energy, the recoil hits with full force. But he doesn't have a scratch. What kind of trick is this?" MC looked at his body, then waved his hand and told him to just pull his hand back before the blast wave hits him. Like this. His opponent, surprised, thought, "What nonsense." The commentators wrote, "Can he borrow this strategy for the fight with Boribori Rice? He just needs to pull his hand back before he hits it. Elementary, right?" The protagonist thought, wow, come to think of it, they used to play a game like this. They'd run their hand into the crocodile monster's mouth and quickly pull it back. Someone in the squad lost fingers that time. Then he started throwing a lot of punches into the air, and looking at Beyond asked, "Okay, is that how he sees it? Until the damage is done, does he understand?" The commentators wrote, "Lol, this actually works. Do-hyuk, what is he? Why did he add it? By the way, Beyond's style also inspired him to do something. Okay, they should continue the fight." He replied, "Okay, they should check how cool his invention is." The protagonist ran to attack, concentrated fire around himself and shouted, "Okay, fight!" His opponent shouted, "Hey, that's his fire charge." Then he gritted his teeth and thought, then next comes the spear. And the spear is a linear attack. He will dodge before it reaches him. The next second, he covered himself with his hands, falling to the ground, and thought, what? Not a spear, but a regular kick. The protagonist concentrated fire energy in his leg, and he thought, is this a burning stance? If he blocks it, there will be an opportunity to counterattack. Then the protagonist used his attack, creating a swirling vortex of fire. His opponent, flying through it, thought, what a cheap trick. Then the system announced he'd won. The protagonist landed on the ground, and viewers were commenting, legend, casting a fire attack right after another fire attack. Mom, when he grows up, he wants to be the great Do-hyuk. Come to think of it, Beyond had just experienced a truly perfect defeat. His whole body trembled, and clenching his fist shouted, another fight, please. The audience wrote, they must see. The talented Beyond became serious, and so he shrank, standing next to a real talent. MC smiled and remarked that he also liked this game. They will continue. But his opponent clenched his fist and shouted, fight. After a while, the system reported, that's it, he wins. The audience wrote, is this already the 5th fight? Yeah, so Beyond has lost 5 times already. The protagonist sighed looking at his fist, and the commentators wrote, wow, the last win was with a grand strike. They should see how polite Beyond has become. By the way, Beyond's last attack is his new technique, a stream of black flames. And, that's it? Excellent. He just countered it perfectly. His technique is weak. Is it his turn? Beyond seemed to have lost his mind. Then the protagonist extended his hand to his opponent and said that his combo of a triangle kick and a stream of black flames was impressive. He learned a lot. He should get up. Beyond took his hand and, getting to his feet, sighed. and then said how glad he was that he learned it. He thought the techniques he'd created with the game's system were pretty cool. He could have been a great hunter. The viewers were writing, that's it? Something's gone quiet? Is he loading? Same joke as with Anatol and sword-wielding girl, right? Lol, but after winning 5 battles, he has the right to, right? The MC smiled and thought, but actually his words were a sincere compliment. He didn't mean to make fun of his opponents, but since the viewers were asking, then he asked, his name is Beyond, right? He answered, yeah, right? Then the main character grinned, pointed at him, and said, Beyond, he's talented. Well, bye. They'll play again sometime. The next second, he disappeared, and the viewers of the stream were writing, Beyond, he's talented. That's why he watches Do-hyuk. At that moment, the MC returned to his stream, and the commentators were writing, we need another battle right now. Really? We need to hurry up, right in the next battle. Let's go. The broadcast's viewership was 12,048. The protagonist, looking at the number, happily exclaimed, wow, that's quite a few viewers. But if there are more, why are there still the same number of missions? Is there a bug? The commentators wrote, Money Hunt mode is activated. He likes its consistency. There's still the mission to reach the top rank. Then the protagonist shouted, okay, then they'll continue the game. The commentators told them to go hunt a couple of high-ranking players. Do-hyuk continued playing the Ultimate Fighter. Victory, victory. The system reported another victory, and the protagonist turned around, sighed, and said that the further he progressed, the harder it was to arrange another fight. The viewers wrote, maybe because he'd defeated most of the masters and gods? Shocking news. The savage who wanted to fight Do-hyuk silently ended the stream. Well, when mom calls him to dinner, you can't argue with that. Then MC smiled and thought that was it for today. Then the system announced that a fight was scheduled. A bright glow appeared behind him, and he turned around abruptly. A new player appeared there and said, Konbanwa. He was looking for the foreigner who defeated Anatol. Wolfgang Tsuki stood in front of the main character. He said that he had searched through their entire Korean server. The main character asked in surprise, a Japanese player? The comment said, suddenly Korea versus Japan? Is this Tsuki, the Japanese Anatol? Mr. Alfred Wagon sent 1001. Tsuki is a famous fighting game player from Japan. He recently added 2 world championship victories to his resume. He has the best skills in all of Asia, not only in the Ultimate Fighter, but also in Iron Fist, and his favorite characters are in the Ultimate Fighter. The protagonist punched the system window, sending it flying, and shouted, cut off. The 1001 message is too long. Viewers wrote that he couldn't stand the sight of long text. If he wanted to write a message longer than 3 lines, he had to donate at least 5,001. Then Tsuki pointed a gun at the protagonist and shouted that he had found him. The protagonist put his fingers to his head and said he would turn on the translator. His opponent smiled and asked, that's so? Who defeated Anatol? He will be the first to defeat the great mysterious master. Viewers wrote that his tension was so cute. Considering Tsuki was acting so confident, had he even heard of their, that's so? He made gun gestures and said, come on. Viewers wrote that he was really interested to see Japan's reaction after this. Doesn't Do-hyuk play other characters? MC said, since we're talking about it, maybe he should pick a different fighter? The commentators were wondering, who? How about Yamazaki? Maybe Steve, the one he fought against sword-wielding girl that first time? The protagonist pointed at his opponent and said, so. The next second, the system said, Wolfgang. That's so. The commentators laughed. Wolfgang versus Tsuki pro Wolfgang? He was already looking forward to it. Wow, he's played as Wolfgang before? The protagonist replied that he hadn't, but he thinks he'll figure it out. His opponent chuckled. He wants to beat him with Wolfgang? He should listen. Does he know what a gun form is? Most players choose Wolfgang because of the pistols, but the bullets he fires can easily be deflected with a shield. And the damage is so low that even if he fires several times, the opponent's HP will barely decrease. That's why Wolfgang is considered a weak character. But players are mistaken. He's not designed to waste bullets, but to masterfully use pistols in close combat using his gun form. And he, Tsuki, realized this first. He'd won world championships playing as Wolfgang, so if he didn't want to lose miserably, he needed to quickly choose another character. The protagonist pulled out his pistols and, smiling, said, come on, he should at least give them a try. Then the system announced that they should prepare. Tsuki, smirking, struck a pose, and said that if he insisted, he would clearly demonstrate the difference in their levels. Then the system announced fight. The protagonist shouted forward. He fired several blows at once, while his opponent responded in kind. He laughed and shouted that his aim was terrible. The protagonist shouted, the damage is too small, he's not even pressing him. Damn it, and these are called pistols? His opponent ran forward and shouted that he could dodge it even with his eyes closed. Now he had to see how to play Wolfgang. They were starting. He hit the protagonist's arm, he tried to dodge, and then he shouted, first guns. If he wanted to do any damage with this, he had to close the distance. He fired a few shots, and then, perplexed, looked at the protagonist, who had caught a bullet with his teeth. He shouted in surprise. Did he block all that? The protagonist spat out the bullet, and he shouted, "Fire from close range, not even from far away. Reaction speed is excellent. He's not bad, but now the real fight begins." Second lesson from him. Gun form. He hit the protagonist with his elbow, and then fired a shot at the opponent's stomach, but the protagonist knocked his hand away, and then followed up with a punch to the face. Suki, enraged, shouted, "Oh him." He fired a few shots, and then a system window appeared, saying that user Boneless Chicken had sent 200,000 won. Wolfgang was pushing back the enemy with a volley of bullets. He would complete the mission if he didn't catch a single one. MC tried to dodge the enemy's attacks. He smiled and shouted, "Okay." Then he jumped behind a car and, hiding behind it, sighed, and then he asked if they could take a break. At that moment, messages from the chat appeared in front of him. He didn't have time for this. He wondered why. The chat replied, something was about to happen. A long burst, a pushing attack, and immediately after that, Wolfgang's main attack would come. The railgun was created just for this. The next second, the protagonist kicked the machine and shouted, "Damn!" He threw it forward, aiming straight at his opponent, but Suki continued to concentrate energy in his gun. He shouted that he must die. Then he fired a powerful shot, but the protagonist was behind him. He turned around and shouted, "Damn!" Then the protagonist fired several shots. Suki grabbed his face and shouted, "His ears." The MC added another kick. His opponent fell to the ground. He looked at him, and he said that he learned something new. Kuso. The system reported, "That's it, wins." At that moment, sword-wielding girl rose from her computer chair. She shouted, "Wow, they'll just have to see." She clenched her fists and added, "This guy clearly has zero experience playing Wolfgang, but he managed to pull off a grab cancel like Tsuki and reflect the cannon's form. So it wasn't just an instant reaction, he even anticipated it, and blocked everything." On the stream, they said, "Wait, is this the same girl with the swords who called, that's so names? Wow." She said what's past is past, they should watch. The next day, in the chat, they were saying Do-hyuk isn't human, and not just because of his playstyle. Even his streams end in an inhuman way. Does he want to end it now? Does he want to kill him? The protagonist replied, "Oh well." That's why he started the stream now. He sat in front of his computer and thought, they're not joking. Maybe he should have kept going? But after defeating most of his opponents, even the Beyond Celestial, he reached a point where even fighting professionals was no longer enjoyable. The audience wasn't growing, and the fun had peaked. In this scene and beyond, both the fun and the gameplay were becoming predictable. A dead game was truly a dead game. He clenched his fist and asked, "Should I try another game while I'm here? Maybe Iron Fist would be different?" Speaking of which, Black Oak had mentioned that the EVO tournament was starting soon. He thought about it, and it seemed like there were special windows for low-ranked streamers like himself. First, he checked the participation threshold. He reached for his keyboard and thought, okay, time his broadcast rank. Then he looked at the monitor in surprise and asked, "Who the hell is this?" He thought, no way, this guy, Kabna? He'd been with him until the very end of his past life, the Dragon Emperor Kabna, one of the 9 heroes, the last resistance fighters, and their meeting. Before the regression, the Hall of Heroes. Kabna folded his arms and asked if this was Do-hyuk. The Hall of Heroes is a massive magical creation in virtual space where mental copies of the 9 heroes are gathered. He shouted, and the skinny guy defeated the strongest of the resistance, Steelheart? Yes, he's afraid for the future of the resistance. He wants to make sure he knows how to fight. The protagonist, looking at him, thought, this loud man must be the battle-obsessed Kabna. At that moment, Chen Tao put his hand on his shoulder and said, Kabna, he should leave him to him. First, he'll rip out one of his legs. The protagonist thought, Chen Tao, a psychotic demon. At that moment, the girl behind him laughed. She blushed with embarrassment, then covered her mouth with her hand and said, she's sorry? But Chen Tao was trained in eunuch martial arts, so he already is. Perhaps that's why he loves to cause trouble and has earned the nickname Crazy Demon. Holy Virgin Eliza. Chen Tao ran forward and, indignant, shouted, damn it, Eliza, did you contribute to this? Why does she always laugh when it comes to him? At that moment, Marcus grabbed him and told him not to get so worked up. It's because the priestess said she would cure him, and then added that it wouldn't work because of his martial arts training. That's why everyone is laughing, so he should just pretend it never happened. Even though it did, he should just accept it and keep imagining things. He clenched his fist, smiled, and said, fight. Chen Tao gritted his teeth and ran after him indignantly, shouting, Marcus, you bastard, he's so much worse. He started running away from him, shouting. Teasing the crazy demon was so much fun. At that moment, a girl approached the protagonist and asked, what a commotion, right? Before his arrival, this man, the swordsman Marcus, was called the Gem of Humanity. This is the Hall of Heroes, where all 9 of their mental images are gathered. Welcome to the heart of the 9 heroes' resistance. With these words, she extended her hand forward. MC silently looked at her hand, then turned away and said, frankly speaking, the atmosphere here doesn't match the grandiose name. She answered awkwardly. It's just that everyone is a little tense. He asked, tense? Is this the resistance that is going to save the world, led by great hunter-ranked heroes? She took hold of her staff and said, heroes who lead the resistance hunters, and saving the world is their destiny. But above all, they are only human. After all, responsibility for the future of humanity is a heavy burden, and to forget that burden for just a moment, perhaps this could be called their own battle. If he passes the test, he will become part of the resistance, and he will understand how much weight is in that name. The protagonist stepped forward and said, weight is born from fear. He clenched his fist and shouted, as the god of struggle and the lord of murder, he, Do-hyuk, will take it all upon himself, so stop whining. They should just get started. Kabna, baring his teeth, looked at him and shouted, yes, such fortitude is to his liking. And now, he must prove that his strength is as strong as his confidence. The next second, his body changed. A terrifying energy was felt. The MC shouted, is this Kabna's special technique, transforming into a dragon? He swung his fist and thought, does this mean he's dealing with the supernatural for the second time? That first time. At that moment, the system reported that user OIL sent 1,000,001 with the message, hero, he needs to wake up. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. User Ubungi sent 3,001 and asked where the streamer had gone. The MC hit his knee and screamed. The chat reported that he seemed to have come to his senses. He said that to get through to him, they needed at least 1,000,001. The protagonist did a handstand and shouted, damn it, what is this? Memories flooded back. The commentators wrote, is this a new way to collect more donations? Yeah, just zoning out. Now his donation collecting skills surpassed even his combat skills. What talent. The protagonist walked to the computer and said, oh my god, he's apologizing, he was just thinking. He thought in any case, he should check if this Kabna is the same. Then he pointed at him and asked, who is it? The audience had written that this madman's name was Kabna. Since his debut, he'd won every Iron Fist tournament. In the semifinals of the last tournament, he'd had a fun time playing with Anatole. The protagonist sat down in his chair and thought, well, the Kabna he knew was a truly gifted hunter. Of course, he's good at a game like Iron Fist. And of course, these two Kabnas live in different universes, meaning they're not the same person. But one thing remained constant. This Kabna was the one who convinced him to take out loans to prepare for the apocalypse. That's why now, in this life, he's deeply in debt. He clenched his fist in anger and thought, it's all because of that face, exactly like the Kabna of old. He'll answer for the sins of his version from that reality. He walked up to his monitor and shouted, he's gotta hang in there, Kabna. They were writing about that moment in the chat. When's Valhalla coming? Seriously? This game is a disaster, completely boring. It's infuriating that there's so much hype around it. Exactly, they shouldn't overestimate it. Ultimate Fighter is way more fun. The main character said he'd already forgotten about Valhalla. There's a whole battle going on here on the forum between Valhalla and Ultimate Fighter fans. Okay, he needs to pick a game. He figured he could quickly reach the top rank in Ultimate Fighter, but once he did, the audience would drop. So it's better to choose Iron Fist, which communicates with the user base, and lure viewers there. Then he clenched his fist, and looking at this, said, but you can't just abandon Valhalla because he thought it was gradually becoming more popular and the viewers and income from it were no joke. Then he grabbed his head and said desperately, it's difficult. Iron Fist or Valhalla. After that, he slammed his fist on the table and shouted, okay, it's decided. If he can only choose one game, it will be this one. He'll tell them when he eats and comes back. The viewers wrote indignantly, did he seriously leave? Maybe we should end it here? After a while, the system window said, unexpected broadcast from Valhalla, Do-hyuk is online. The MC saddled his horse and shouted, today's stream started a little earlier than usual. The viewers wrote, forward. A surprise attack? What is that? At the sound of a surprise attack, he just runs like crazy. The protagonist smiled and said, hello everyone. Today he plans to do the first thing. Play Valhalla. Secondly, the Ultimate Fighter, and in the second part, he will reach the first place in the Ultimate Fighter. Viewers wrote, wow, this is powerful. He won't be able to tear himself away from the screen. There are 4,127 viewers. The protagonist, noticing this number, smiled and thought, aha, viewers are coming. More viewers, more money. If he had chosen one game, he would have lost so much. Then he said, well, he prepared a little, and after Beowulf took several side quests. You need to watch this. The main quest is the rightful heir to the throne. After a sudden devastating Viking attack, the king of Mercia, Ceolwulf I, was forced to abdicate. And Earl Lafric, who is next in line for the throne, wanted to take the throne bypassing the rightful heir. To prevent the fall of Mercia, the true heir must take his father's throne. Otherwise, Mercia will again become just a vassal principality of Wessex. The current goal is to prevent Aethelred from dying. Viewers wrote, in short, this is a story battle. You need to protect Aethelred from Earl's assassins. This mission is very difficult. It's much easier to kill the heir himself and take his head to Wessex. MC waved his hand and said, stop. How can you kill someone who asks for help? After a while, he rode up to the castle and asked, okay, this is Earl's castle, right? They should go and complete the quest. The chat said he seemed to have gone the wrong way. If he entered the castle, Earl would send assassins. He should get out of there. The mission required protecting Ethelred from assassins. The protagonist rushed forward and said, of course, so he'll destroy the place they're being sent from. Viewers wrote, destroy the missile base before they launch the missile? What was he even saying? User Dual Axis Layer sent 1001. He added a message, and he said, that's so. He doesn't think like normal people. The protagonist continued forward, and the guards standing at the entrance wondered, what's there? One of them held his spear in front of him and shouted, stop! MC, riding past, attacked two of them at once and shouted, no! The knight standing inside shouted, enemy, they must stop him! The protagonist continued to move forward without stopping, attacking his opponents, and the audience wrote, he rushed in like a madman. It's time for the Barbarian Whirlwind. Axe Murderer! Forward, Barbarian Whirlwind! The protagonist thought, Barbarian Whirlwind? No, today he's using this. He shouted because many of them wanted to watch the Ultimate Fighter. Instead of the Barbarian Whirlwind, he'll try using Håkon's abilities. The audience wondered, what the hell is he talking about? Wait, that's it. So much red flame. What the hell did the flame stance forget about Valhalla? The protagonist concentrated his fiery energy, and the knights shouted, they must cover themselves with their shields. He must attack. The MC swung his leg, creating a fiery whirlwind. The audience wrote, it's a red hurricane. What the hell is going on? Was that a fire stance and hurricane punch combo? Is that even possible? Is this guy some kind of aberration in the laws of physics? Maybe he was Håkon in a past life? They need to explain what's going on here. The protagonist started climbing the stairs and asked if they were interested. The audience answered, he wants to see what happens next. He is interested in what happens next. The protagonist put his hand on the door and asked what he just did, or what he will do now. They answered, everything. He smiled and said, if they want to know, you have to throw it in, right? He gestured with his hands, and the audience wrote, collecting donations again? He's still alive. Why are they burying him prematurely? Maniac. Okay, that's insane. He should take the money and shut up. He's seriously thrilled. The MC, covered in gold coins, shouted, how cute. Then he placed his hands on the door again and said, okay, about what he just brought back. He used the basic red flame stance and hurricane kick from the Ultimate Fighter, knocking over the braziers around him and using the fire to create an effect similar to the red flame stance. And between these flames, he used various fighting techniques and defeated the enemies. With these words, he walked inside, bumping into another group of knights. One of them held his sword forward and shouted, they must not let him reach Earl, attack. The protagonist took a stance and shouted, now. The commentators wrote, really, Iron Mountain strike, swing. The next second, the protagonist left the ground. He quickly ran forward, attacking all the opponents in his path. He shouted, strike. The audience wrote, this is cool, what a pace. At that moment, a man came out to him, holding a sword in his hand. He shouted, hey, how dare a barbarian like him come to such a place? Why didn't he retreat? The protagonist said he wouldn't finish with Wolfgang's pistol. The viewers were surprised. What? A pistol in the 8th century? Where does a pistol and Valhalla fit in? The MC smiled and said it was in his heart. A pistol called an axe. He landed a few hits and said that the assassin spawner was eliminated. At that moment, Anatole was watching the stream and said, wow, he really is a monster. A combo of red flame and a hurricane punch, which he used in the Ultimate Fighter. He thought he could counter him, but if he can use techniques from the Ultimate Fighter in Valhalla, it seems like his announcement was in vain. The announcement said to reach first place in 25 hours of play. Then he said he would stop him. The stream will be tonight at 8 p.m. Anatole looked at the system window in horror and said, there was a reaction from the viewers. They all happily wrote that they believed in him. He fell to his knees and shouted, damn! With such expectations, he simply can't back down. He thought, what should he do? This will be hard. Sometime later, in the Ultimate Fighter, the main character appeared in the game. Viewers wrote, from Valhalla and straight to the Ultimate Fighter. He thought the viewers' reaction to the Ultimate Fighter was simply explosive. Then he turned to the side and said, Comp, how much longer until he gets to first place? Comp reported, searching the leaderboard. Dohyok's current rank is 5. 5th place, is that so? 2nd place is Beyond. 1st place is a legend, Anatole. In 1st place is Anatole. MC punched his hand and said the title associated with the top players is Ultimate Fighter. He is unable to resist. Then he pointed his finger forward and shouted, okay, we must go all the way to 1st place. Comp, this should make a fight. The next second his opponent Harang appeared in front of him. 4th place, Sword-Wielding Girl. The viewers wrote, oh, sword-wielding girl. They're greeting her. She still hasn't calmed down. When did he manage to get to 4th place? She shouted that she worked her ass off and was ready for revenge. He should attack. That's so? Her parents' enemy. The viewers wrote, but he stuck to his role to the end. The protagonist thought he knew something was creeping him out. Then sword-wielding girl said that she put in a lot of effort and studied his Håkon inside and out. So this time, he should be prepared. He raised his index finger and said, well, he didn't sit idly by either after seeing her character. This time he won't take Hoken. The viewers were surprised. What? When who? He replied, this. The commentators were surprised. What's going on? Definitely not Wolfgang. Sword-wielding girl, seeing a pillar of light in front of her, shouted, no way. The commentators wrote that this is it. She is truly shocked by his choice. Opposite her appeared the MC. That's so? Occupying the 5th place on the character Cesare. In the chat they wrote, this is a sword dancer, Cesare, also known as the male version of Harang. Sword-wielding girl chuckled and said that this is ridiculous. He dared to choose a fighter with a sword. She will show him that a sword is an extremely difficult weapon. The system reported battle. Sword-wielding girl used the blade flower. After some time the system reported, that's so. Cesare, 5 wins in a row. The protagonist, pointing a finger at Comp, said, I think that's enough with sword-wielding girl for today. Next battle. The viewers wrote, but what about the enemy of the parents? He completely destroyed her. Then Comp reported, the battle is over. Searching for an opponent, Hoken Beyond appeared opposite the protagonist. He shouted, he must wait, no. Next time. The viewers were writing, it seems it's time for Beyond to become a pair. It's funny, he shouldn't say he worked his ass off for revenge. Why are you so sad? MC smiled, waved, and said they haven't seen each other in a while. Beyond. He replied, damn, it seems there's no choice, but he has something up his sleeve. This time he'll be fighting his best character. He used Zodiac. After a while the system reported, that's it. Cesare, 5 wins in a row. The chat was saying, damn, but why so fast? They're seriously going to lose their minds. The protagonist sighed and noted that his opponent had become much stronger. The viewers laughed and wrote, and this growth is due to him being slammed to the ground again? Well, at least he avoided a complete rout. He's a good guy. Then the protagonist spoke, and so he's in 2nd place. Comp should suggest the next battle. If Anatole shows up now, that would be absolutely wonderful. Comp announced, a battle has been set. Searching for an opponent. At that moment, Anatole, playing Lancer, appeared in front of the protagonist. The chat said, so speaks the devil, as expected of a big brother. Hooray. Beyond and sword-wielding girl are like, has he come to save them? 5 minutes later, he's gone too. They foresee the future. Anatole shouted, oh come on, he's been preparing this whole time. MC said, thank goodness. He's been waiting, Anatole. Finally, they'll meet again. In response, Do-hyuk laughed and said that he was expecting this too. He thought, damn, he's completely unprepared mentally. When he sees him, chills, trembling, and anticipation are all there, every conceivable emotion. With his current skills, is it even possible to beat him? Then the protagonist said, wow, cool armor. He put his hand to his chest. Ask him, is this? He customized the skin himself. He got it for winning the world championship. He thought, exactly, how many skins like this does he have? It seems like at least 10. For Lancer alone, he has 3. So he has as many wins as he has skins, and yet he doubts his abilities and wonders if he can win. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Winning? Does that matter? There's something more important. The number of viewers at the moment was 33,425. He thought they were fans who had come to watch his game. The chat was saying, go Anatole, a legend at the top. He must show everyone. He smiled and thought, yeah, he's not here for these people. Then the system said they should get ready. MC took a stance and asked, do you know what? He would defeat him, Anatole. He would reach 1st place on the Ultimate Fighter. The system said, fight. Anatole charged and shouted that it wouldn't be an easy road, the road to the top. He pointed his weapon forward and shouted that he wouldn't let him get away with it. The protagonist dodged and said, is this even a level? Then he swung his weapon and looked away in surprise. He flew back from the opponent's attack, and the commentators were surprised. What kind of technique is that? Rotary drill. For this strike, he spins his spear. This allows him to increase the distance. MC skidded to a stop on the ground, his opponent creating several copies of his weapon around himself. The audience was writing, flower bomb, a crazy attack from Lancer. He must watch out. Master Do-hyuk. The protagonist told them not to worry. It's the same as sword-wielding girl. He thought, no matter how rough the waves, it can't quickly destroy a solid rock. Then he shouted that he would show him the art of a heavy sword, one that an illusory blade wouldn't be able to withstand. He thought, a technique that can destroy countless armies of monsters in a single strike. He concentrated energy around himself, while Anatole shouted, it's impossible. The chat was writing, this is insane. This is Master Do-hyuk's incredible spirit. Is this even possible? Is this a bug with alternate physics? Does Cesare even have such a technique? At that moment, a powerful flash occurred, and a few seconds later, the protagonist stood on the ruined building, breathing heavily. The audience was writing, I think this is Mr. Do-hyuk's invention. The MC smiled and confirmed it. He wanted to repeat Wolfgang's move, only with a sword in his hands. The audience wrote, is he crazy? Just repeat it? He should just accept it. It's really funny. He should just relax and not think. Then he said, by the way, the fight isn't over yet. The audience wrote, well, Anatole's screams are something else. After all that tearful show, he was knocked out in one blow. At that moment, Anatole clenched his fist and shouted, enough. He was about to counterattack too. The protagonist raised his hand and said, That's exactly it. They shouldn't tease Anatole. Usually, when people are knocked down by such a torrent of power, they can't even think about counterattacking. Anatole even twitched a little. Anatole, he's talented. The commentators wrote, he twitched. Twitching is Anatole's talent. He was completely trampled. The damage counter is about to explode. Then the protagonist said, good job. He's not laughing. He's genuinely praising. Then Comp reported that the battlefield had been restored. The protagonist, noticing this, asked, by the way, will they play again? A system window appeared, saying that user Liddell's sent 10,001 with a message. He's transporting, he's now his punching bags. Anatole shouted at him to shut up. Great, then another fight, stop wasting time. After a while, Anatole returned to his usual place. His viewers were writing, good job, Anatole. Do-hyeok was beaten. He fell on his back and said, damn, such a terrible play. The viewers were writing, and now the first place in the Ultimate Fighter is, what so? Just by beating the previous #1 player and winning 15 times in a row. This is crazy. He just checked the ranks. Why is Anatole in 8th place? And all the victories were victories over Anatole. He screamed, but in the end he got hit 3 times. One viewer wrote, breaking news. Master Do-hyeok has officially announced his Iron Fist journey. He says he's starting to play to reach #1 in the world. This is crazy. How far does he think he'll get? Anatole thought for a moment. If he'd been asked this yesterday, he would have said he'd start strong, but everyone has their limits. Do-hyeok has proven his talent as the ultimate fighter, but Iron Fist is full of such monsters. Prime examples include the legendary Kabna from South Africa. He won the Iron Fist World Championship twice, and that was in his first year of debut. But now he's thinking, it's an amazing feeling. Will Do-hyeok be able to conquer more than just Iron Fist? Although, even beyond isn't just Iron Fist, it's popular games. Is it possible that one person can reach the top in all of them? Then he clenched his fist and said that he, too, wants to find out. How far can Do-hyeok go on his own? After a while, they wrote in the chat, wow, a stream surprise? MC appeared in the space. The commentators asked, Valhalla again? He asked Valhalla. Today, it can be a second time. We'll see. Or maybe they'll take a break. They wrote in the chat, then it will be that game? The protagonist raised his index finger and said, right, since he reached first place in the Ultimate Fighter, his next game is a new fighting game. They'll try it. Comp, you need to start with the nickname. Nickname as always. That so? Comp replied, his nickname. That so. Number 1774. MC was surprised. There are already people with the same nickname in 1773? Viewers wrote, a lot. He was 750. How many have been added? That's also the greatness of, that so with this. The protagonist said, okay, what can you do? You'll have to play like this. Comp, this should connect. It said, Iron Fist connecting. A few seconds later, the main character was in the game, and the computer announced the connection had been established. He appeared as Kujo, and, clenching his fist, said, well, he's here. The chat said, Do-hyeok, the one who will begin the new chapter of Iron Fist's story, has arrived. The system said he should choose a game mode. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, Game Mode Story, Online, Offline. He asked, oh, is there a story mode here? The Ultimate Fighter didn't have one. The viewers wrote, he wants to try the story mode? Really? Is this really the first time they'll see that quest in Korea? He was surprised. That quest? They visually wrote that it was a secret route in the story mode, some kind of Easter egg. Even Anatole and beyond couldn't figure it out. MC asked, really? They'll save the story mode for later. They'll start with online, like the rank battles in the Ultimate Fighter. The computer said, Iron Fist, online mode. Searching for an opponent. The next second, an energy block appeared in front of him. After a while, viewers in the chat were writing, breaking news, Iron Fist. That's it. Update. He's already got like 10 wins in a row. He's really good. Master Do-hyeok is about to conquer Iron Fist. Akuma was sitting at his computer and asked, what's with all the excitement? Even top Ultimate Fighter players are merging into Iron Fist. And is it just because this new guy won a few fights that they're already making such a fuss? Akuma, from Team VSS, is a professional Iron Fist player. Beyond approached him and said, yeah, right. He was surprised to see him, then turned to him and asked, will success in Ultimate Fighter really allow you to beat the game that quickly? Ultimate Fighter and Iron Fist have completely different gameplay mechanics and micromanagement systems, but people were reacting as if a good cyclist is also familiar with tanks. Beyond asked, and why did he too? At first he thought the same thing, but this man, oh no, he'll know when he meets him. With that, he hit him on the head, and smiling, told him to just train hard. He walked on and said that he would be in full dive, he should join when he finished. Akuma, looking at him, thought, if so, then is that newbie really equal to what Anatole and Beyond asked him? No, that can't be. He will make it clear to him that the Ultimate Fighter and Iron Fist are different games. After a while, the system reported, that's it, wins. The main character walked forward and said, so, at the moment, 18 wins, 0 losses. The viewers wrote, wow, that was easy, wasn't it? Really, even too easy. MC asked, really? Too easy and they are not interested? They wrote, wow, God is worried about them. But they open up completely. The gameplay is amazing. The protagonist said he was hoping to run into a strong player. The computer announced a battle had been set. Connection. Devil King Amuka appeared opposite him. 21 wins, 0 losses. The chat was saying, wow, and the opponent had no losses either. Celestial God level? MC asked. Celestial God? That's a level just below Subaltern God, the highest level in Iron Fist. The commentators were saying, maybe even Subaltern God. It seemed so. But despite all his wins and levels, he'd never heard of a nickname like Amuka. That was definitely another pro account. Akuma thought, right? Amuka was the nickname from his old account, then he changed it to Akuma. If he wins against Ramp. That's so? On this character he leveled up as Amuka, and word gets around, he's lost Amuka, he'll be the one to defeat. That's so? Even Beyond couldn't do it. He took a stance and told them to begin. The audience wrote, Devil King. If he's already started playing with his fist, he can learn the Lightning God technique. The protagonist asked, the Lightning God technique? They wrote that for Iron Fist pros. Mastering characters with this technique is a must. True, the technique is not easy, but it has a lot of advantages. Maybe Master Do-hyuk should try playing as the king too? The protagonist thought for a moment, then said, should he really try it? To counter Amuka's technique, he should too. The next second, the system reported, Devil King. That's so? He pointed forward and said that he was now the Devil King. They must learn this lightning technique. The audience wrote, wow, it's him. His techniques have become his. Trembling with indignation, Akuma asked, is he laughing at him? The protagonist smiled and asked, laugh? Not at all. That would be so impolite. And he would like to learn so much from him. I mean, he is a teacher, right? He shouted, hey, idiot, how is he laughing at him, fool? He ran to attack, putting his hand forward, but the protagonist ran in front of him and shouted that he caught him, quickly noticed. The audience wrote, he didn't even hide. How could he not notice? Then he abruptly turned around and shouted, if he gives in to provocation, he lets down his guard. He swung for a punch. The audience asked, what is that? His opponent dodged. The MC shouted, quickly. Their fight continued. The audience wrote, this technique of the Lightning God, lightning movement, lightning fist. Master Do-hyuk, be careful. Akuma charged and shouted, he's dead. He concentrated his energy in his hands and then directed it forward, hitting his opponent squarely in the chest. The broadcast's viewers were writing, the master struck. No, he managed to defend himself. The protagonist, rising to his feet, said, damn. He hadn't gotten used to the new mechanics yet and made a mistake. Now they're going to start playing for high stakes. The next second, he pushed off the ground and, flipping on the ground, ran forward. Akuma shouted, he's the type to rely on brute force. Well, that was the end of the reconnaissance. From now on, he won't touch a hair on his head. At that moment, the protagonist was surrounded by a huge number of Akuma clones. The viewers were writing, this is the Devil King's high-speed technique. Lightning, ghost clones. The protagonist charged and said, yeah, that's it. He struck the clones again and again and asked, that's how he does it, right? You should let him repay the debt. With these words, he grabbed the clone by the side and threw him aside. The commentators wrote, wow, a lightning fist explosion. What kind of blow is that? A strike only fallen gods can perform. The clones were scattered. Then, the protagonist noticed the opponent flying back and said, here he is, the real one. To celebrate his arrival in the fist, they will try this. The audience wrote, was that really just a warm-up? An Iron Mountain punch? The protagonist quickly ran forward. The audience wrote, no, that's even faster than lightning step. Akuma looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, and then was thrown even further back by the powerful attack. The audience wrote, wow, was that an Iron Mountain punch using the inertia of a lightning step? Master Do-hyuk reminded him of his youth. At the same time, the Japanese Iron Fist Arena and the host announced, and the winner of the Japanese Iron Fist tournament is Tsuki. She approached the winner and congratulated him on his victory. He thanked her, and then she said he had been better than ever in this tournament and had shown a level head and shoulders above all the other players. What was the secret of his success? He looked away and said, the secret of his success? Probably this. He thought, Do-hyuk, the battle with him on the Ultimate Fighter was a shock for him. He repelled all his attacks. He watched that footage countless times and understood a lot. The result is this trophy. He never thought he would wield swords like this. Master Do-hyuk, in fact, gave him training, taught him how. Having mastered these techniques, he chose the ninja character Hattori, which fights with 2 swords, and with it he easily defeated his opponents and won the tournament. But if he tells about this, given the tense relations between their countries, his name will no longer be Tsuki, the star of Japanese fighting games, but Tsuki, the traitor. He thought he had no choice. After that, he said that his secret was their support, the help of his team, and his willingness to constantly learn new things. Something like that. The audience happily shouted, yes, they're Tsuki. They love him. Then the host smiled and said that this time, creative streamers will be participating in EVO. There will be some kind of challenge, especially for streamers. They say that the strongest of the new generation of players, Shinjiro, will appear there. Had he heard about this? He shouted, what? A tournament for streamers? They will be allowed to participate in EVO for Shinjiro's debut? He thought Do-hyuk will appear then? Idiots! His debut will bring chaos to the world. The host looked at him in surprise as he dropped the trophy and asked if he was okay. He thought it was like summoning a demon lord to the earth. After a while, the broadcast said, Do-hyuk is online. Wow, Master Do-hyuk already has 30 Iron Fist battles, 30 wins and 0 losses. Have they heard the news? The protagonist asked, What news? Someone wrote to him that there would soon be a tournament for streamers. He thought he was referring to the Evo Pass tournament that Anatole had mentioned. He also told him to keep it a secret. He smiled in surprise and asked, Oh, this must be some kind of fist competition? Can work streamers participate too? The viewers laughed. Why is he so excited? He knew about the tournament master, an actor in a failed theater. He waved his finger and shouted that he knew nothing. The viewers wrote, New information is the only thing he can't do is pretend. So how will he continue to earn money then? But if he wins the streamer tournament, he'll participate in Evo too, right? He replied, Yes, of course. He needs to beat Kabna. The commentators were saying, Wow, so confident. He wants to see Do-hyuk go down in battle with Kabna. Then the protagonist put his hand forward and shouted, Okay, we need to get to first place quickly. We need to connect with Iron Fist. A few seconds later, he was in the game. The chat was saying, Is he really going to win and see it performed by Kabna? At the same time, Johannesburg, Africa. In one of the skyscrapers, the manager asked where Kabna was. She was told in the living room. She went into the office and, noticing Kabna, asked why he was standing there. He answered, Just a second. Oh, fine. My ear itched. Kabna, the Iron Fist world champion who has won 5 games in a row. They call him the monster of monsters. She laughed slightly and said, Someone's talking about him. He asked, What? She said it was a Korean superstition. If his ear itched, it meant someone was talking about him. He chuckled. He didn't believe in that anymore. She replied that it was funny to hear that from a man who said he had to save the world because his grandmother had predicted it. But he had changed after her death. He had become smarter. He thought that in their tribe, his grandmother had been a shaman and a healer. She was also an albino, and so were his parents, and that's why a white disaster had come for their souls. His parents were caught by hunters, and he and his grandmother barely managed to escape and were saved by Bantu people from the Bianca tribe. The manager asked him why he was staring. Did he want to say something? He thought his grandmother had once uttered a prophecy. Then she said, Kabna, he will see the end. All the misfortunes their family had gone through were sent by fate to make him a hero who would save this world. He remembered his parents' deaths, and so he believed his grandmother's words and trained tirelessly. One day, he realized his body and mind were finally ready, and his grandmother said the prophecy wouldn't come true. Then, in bewilderment, he shouted, What? And her last words were, Beware of the one who slices lightning. What the hell did that mean? Even on her deathbed, she said strange things, and he suffered over meaningless words. His manager approached him and asked what he was thinking about. He looked at her and thought, Okay, I need to focus on business. He replied, Nothing. More importantly, he needed to tell their team something. She asked, What? He told her to tell them that this would be their last tournament in Iron Fist. The manager asked, perplexed, What's that? What was he even talking about? Kabna explained that he started playing Iron Fist because he heard there were a lot of strong players like him there. But for some reason, it was hard to find anyone who could withstand his attacks. Kabna wanted to experience what he had that day. A fight with a strong opponent. A fight that would make him tremble with excitement. Basically, whoever said there were a lot of strong players in Iron Fist was lying. So he's quitting the game. After the tournament, Kabna will completely change their game selection. The manager screamed, How can you make such decisions so suddenly? Kabna clarified that in any case, he says he'll post an announcement about it before the tournament. After a while, the system window notifies you. That's so? Number 1774 wins. Kujo gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that the opponents were sometimes pretty good. The comment said that protagonist Trevor defeated the national champion with 1 blow. MC did this by taking his main weapon, the club. Now Do-hyuk is already at the level of the Divine Throne. The protagonist was surprised, and the comments wrote that the throne can be reached in 2 days. The Divine Throne is the boundary beyond which, as they say, the kingdom of the Celestials of the Fist begins. MC smiled and noted that it was good that the development did not take long. The comments asked why he hears in this. First place is very soon. The best Iron Fist players. Master Do-hyuk currently has 56 wins and 0 losses. The protagonist raised a finger and said that then he will find a 57th source of income. He asked Comp to provide the next opponent. Comp announced that the fight was scheduled. The protagonist can meet the opponent. A beam of light struck the ground. The comments wrote, and who is their next trash for donations? The system window notifies that his level is a true god. Masamune Kenshin, nicknamed the God of Swords, number 1774. The comment stated that the opponent was a true god, a level 1 step above the Divine Throne. Chiba Shinjiro, a descendant of Chiba Susaki, thought he was being called the Crown Prince of Japanese fighting. He follows in Tsuki's footsteps. Suki warned him and the others. He remembered the past. Suki clarified that the protagonist could surpass Anatole, so it was better to be careful. Shinjiro emerged from his memories and thought about when he watched the stream out of curiosity. He realized that Suki's warning was more than just words. As soon as MC started playing, he immediately began crushing strong opponents. But is he afraid? That's not the case. Shinjiro is just as strong, and today's fight is a reconnaissance mission to confirm that. Before the streamer tournament begins, he must test MC. Shinjiro furiously raised his weapon and shouted that the strongest is the one who survives in the end. He asked to be allowed to prove it. The system asked Do-hyuk to get ready. The protagonist smiled, preparing for an attack, and replied that he also wanted to ask the opponent. He asked the opponent to hold out longer. The system announced the start of the fight. MC furiously shouted that if the fight ended quickly, he would not get donations. Shinjiro blocked his attack with his sword. He swept Do-hyuk's hand aside and bent down. Kenshin crouched and threw the protagonist upward. He quickly turned his head to the side. Shinjiro cut MC's body in half. The comment said, "Did the master really cut him?" Do-hyuk appeared behind the opponent with a smile and said that he was completely fine. Shinjiro screamed, "Did he really cut the afterimage?" The protagonist struck and exclaimed that everything was correct. Kenshin spun in the air. The MC knocked the opponent to the ground and exclaimed, "It's Mutadori." Shinjiro pushed the protagonist's hands away and screamed, "It's a curse." He rose to his feet and said that Do-hyuk was so skilled with Mutadori that he was able to take the sword from him. Who taught the protagonist this? The MC confidently raised his hand and thought, Tiba Rin, the holy swordswoman and one of the 9 heroes. Do-hyuk's sword skills are based on her secret techniques. When he asked why she was called the holy swordswoman and not the goddess of swords, even though she had such abilities, Rin seemed to have said that the name God of Swords had already been taken by someone else. Shinjiro thought that the strikes and half-arc throws this guy used seemed similar to those of the Holy Swordswoman. Kenshin remarked that the protagonist's moves had a family feel to them, so he should tell him who taught him this. The protagonist raised his weapon and thought that before he spoke, he wanted to make sure. He clarified that if the enemy parried this blow, he would think about it. Shinjiro screamed in amazement. "Is this really a stance?" MC swung his weapon and a bright light enveloped the space. It instantly cut the opponent and the building behind him in half. Shinjiro thought that this couldn't be. Could this really be their family's secret technique? Moonlight? Who taught MC anyway? The system window notifies that, that so wins. In the comments they wrote, "What kind of technique was that? From a demon to a true god of sword techniques." Shinjiro shouted angrily, "Who is he?" In the comments they wrote, "That's so. Who beats sword gods?" The god of swords became a novice of swords. The protagonist thought that the opponent recognized Moonlight, which meant his guess was correct. Shinjiro asked, "And who is he?" Do-hyuk pointed at himself in amazement and replied that it doesn't matter who he is. Does Kenshin happen to have an older sister? Shinjiro's mouth dropped open in surprise and remained silent. The audience laughed and commented that now they know what they say in the army when a cute recruit arrives. The system window notified that master-level user Do-hyuk had sent 1001. He commented that if he understood correctly, the protagonist was saying, "Bring a beautiful older sister here." If Shinjiro wasn't happy, he could bring his sister here. MC laughed and clarified that that wasn't what he meant. Shinjiro angrily ordered Do-hyuk to repeat himself. The protagonist clarified, "So what about the sister?" A second later, in Japan, there was a scream in the building. Shinjiro asked, "Where is the sister?" She exhaled, looking at the mannequins. Rin thought she needed to move her foot half a step to the right. Gather light in the blade. Moonlight enveloped the entire world. And then, she needed to cut it with one blow. She swung her sword with all her might and cut through the dummies. Rin's blade hit the ground. She grabbed her hand, shaking. Rin wondered what was wrong with the dummies. 2 of the 3 had broken into 3 and 4 pieces. But the last one wasn't cut very well. They say the first head of the family could split rocks and cut down forests with just a sword. Is that even possible? Shinjiro stood near the door to the room and shouted, "Where is my sister?" Shinjiro is a descendant of Susaki, known as a sword master and a swordsman saint. His sister raised the weapon to his face, and Shinjiro coughed from the strain. Rin clarified that she had asked not to be disturbed during training. Rin wields a sword even better than Kazuma, the eldest son, who is called the strongest in the Chiba family. Her brother irritably clarified that he had something to tell her. Had she ever taught them the secret technique? Moonlight? Rin replied that that was insulting. He wants to fight right now? Then he should put on protection first. Shinjiro smiled fearfully and raised his hands, saying that he didn't mean that. He thought, apparently, she doesn't know this person. But then why did her training seem to be felt in his movements? Besides, the protagonist seems to know her. He needs to check this. Shinjiro asked his sister to come with him. She clarified, he wants to fight outside? He disagreed and exclaimed that she should see something. After a while, lightning struck the ground and the enemy screamed. The system window notifies that, That's so. He wins. The comments wrote that this is the technique of the lightning god. Now he has seen its sunset. A viewer asked the protagonist to take a character with a sword in the next battle. The system window notifies that the rank has been promoted to a real god. MC looked up in amazement. The comments wrote that the promotion is right in the middle of all this. It's time to take up swords. Do-hyuk raised his hand and apologized, saying that was all for today. The viewers decided they needed to send more donations. The protagonist sadly clarified that he wasn't like that. Seriously. He really had things to do. The system window notified that user Lin had sent 9,215 won. She asked him to wait a bit. User Lin sent 92,151 won. She wrote that she wanted to see how he handled a sword. Lin sent 921,510 won. She wrote that she would send more money. The MC excitedly shouted that it was time to start the second part of the stream. They wrote in the comments so the viewers could just see how much a certain user's comment could change. Do-hyuk thought he was now a true god. That is, he had reached the threshold for participation in the tournament in just a few days. He clarified, the mission is only about swords. Will other games work? The system window notifies that user Lin has sent 921,510 won. She wrote that if the protagonist plays with a sword, then yes. MC smiled and said that then they would play the game he had originally planned for the second part. He asked Comp to switch. The host announced that this was a world where the legends of fearsome Vikings come to life. Insurrection Valhalla. Do-hyuk, sitting on his horse, exclaimed that he was there. The audience was very happy and got ready to watch. The protagonist happily looked at the knife and noted that it had been a long time since he had seen it. He brought this blade for the mission. The comments suggested it was a kitchen knife. MC agreed and said that he got it at a restaurant last time. The comments wrote that he was going to cook for the mission about swords. Do-hyuk, smiling, answered that of course not. The knights shouted that here he was, the Lord's enemy. The comments wrote that when there are many knights, they are very strong. Even shield bearers came. The protagonist looked tensely at the opponents. The knights rushed into battle and shouted that this was for the glory of Wessex. MC dodged and noted that they pounced like animals. He furiously deflected the enemy's weapon with his knife. Someone wrote in the comments, the protagonist is now killing knights with a kitchen knife. Do-hyuk kicked the knight in the face. He quickly spun in the air and the enemy flew towards the ground. The protagonist cut the enemy's body with a knife. He decisively jumped towards the enemy and shouted that this was Valhalla. The knights raised their weapons and exclaimed that they were for the king. The MC, looking terrifying, cut up the opponents sitting on horses. In the comments, viewers decided that the knights were finished, and the foot soldiers were waiting behind. The viewers asked to look at the frightened NPCs. Do-hyuk, smiling madly, raised his knife and asked, will they finish with this move? The viewers braced themselves to watch this move. The knight ordered the shield bearers to attack. The protagonist instantly killed the opponents using Moonlight Crescent Slash. The viewers were very happy to see this. The game window notified that the rightful heir to the throne, the quest was completed. The MC, surprised, clarified, really already? Wasn't Ethelred supposed to be put on the throne at the end? Viewers wrote in the comments, didn't they even meet him? The game window notifies you that knights continued to die, and then Wessex abandoned attempts to defeat Mercia. Ominous rumors about a fearsome Viking spread throughout the kingdom. Viewers wrote in the comments, all they had to do was kill a few knights, kill the main assassin, and anyone who came to catch MC. After a while, Shinjiro asked, did she see that? Wasn't that their family moonlight? Rin, looking at the computer, disagreed and replied that it was different. Her brother asked in surprise, is it really different? Rin thought that the basis of their moonlight was speed, and the protagonist's knife works due to power. This is the path to the top. If you combine this with their fast moonlight, you can achieve what she's been striving for so long. Rin asked if her brother would teach her how to play this game. Shinjiro looked at her with irritation and asked, what does that mean? Whenever he asked his sister to play together, she always refused, saying she needs to practice. What had changed? Rin clenched her fist and replied that she had finally found a path for her sword. The next day, MC noticed that he was asking for the last time. He pointed to the side and asked, is this the right path? Jian agreed and yelled at her brother to stop arguing. Do-hyuk clarified, they've even been walking around with a map for an hour now, haven't they? His sister looked at her phone with irritation and said, it should be here. The protagonist asked, so what about the vlogger his sister was talking about today? He smiled slyly and asked, didn't his sister say she was young? And she was pretty? Jian asked in surprise. What's wrong with him, brother? He's a guy. MC sternly asked her not to say another word about it. He pointed at the building and asked, is this here? Cafe number 389. Jian agreed and asked her brother to wait a second. She suggested they first see if he was there. The door opened slightly and Jian exclaimed that someone had come to see him. Min raised his hand and after greeting him, said that he was here. Jian happily noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist was surprised to notice that it was a comrade. Min yelled in bewilderment, "Is this really Big Brother? What is MC doing here?" Do-hyuk pointed at Min and asked, "Didn't his sister want to introduce him?" Jun wondered if her brother knew him. Min quickly ran and exclaimed that how could the protagonist leave so easily back then? He thought that he hadn't even thanked MC for saving him. Min grabbed the protagonist's hands and shouted that he thought about him every day. He thought that he really wanted to express his gratitude to Do-hyuk. Min burst into tears and said that he was looking for the protagonist. He instantly hugged him and exclaimed that this is what he needed. Do-hyuk was stunned and screamed, "What does this mean?" Jian became embarrassed and exclaimed that this couldn't be. "Are they two dating?" The protagonist threw Min aside and replied, "What do you mean?" Min remarked that it was very much. He loves MC very much. That same night at Iron Fist, the viewers noticed that the protagonist was early today. Do-hyuk smiled and said that he needed to tell the viewers something. They wrote in the comments, "Will they continue standing in the game room without interrupting the stream?" The protagonist replied, "No." So, many people wanted to see videos of his early games. That's why he started a channel on a video hosting site. From now on, all his playthroughs can be found there. People wrote in the comments that they already saw what MC uploaded there today. There are early fights with Ulta Fight and Iron Fist, and the quality is very good. And the protagonist also posted something that wasn't broadcast. The MC hired a good video editor. Do-hyuk happily agreed and thought he'd hired him. How awkward that was. He remembered the past. Min screamed that the protagonist wouldn't refuse him. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and replied that he respected his tastes, but that wasn't for him. Min asked the MC to be his teacher. Do-hyuk came out of the memories and thought that they finally sorted out this misunderstanding later, and they agreed that Min would be his video editor, and the protagonist would coach him. But the MC still keeps an eye on Big Ears, just in case. Do-hyuk smiled and noted that the streamer tournament, his pass to EVO, would be coming soon. So from today on, he'll be working hard to rise in rank. He asked Comp to schedule a fight. Comp started searching for an opponent. At the same time, in Iron Fist, on the Japanese server, Shinjiro flew tensely to the side and grunted. He slid along the ground and noted how fast it was. Was this really his sister's first time playing? It doesn't matter how skilled she is with a sword in real life. Is it even possible to block that attack of his and counterattack? Does that really require mechanics? Rin asked, confused. What mechanics? Shinjiro smiled and thought that was right. He'd never run against her in real life. That's why he wanted to tell her about it after he won the game at least once. He said that in Iron Fist, there is a thing called mechanics. When she uses them, the game adjusts her movements. Rin asked, so he just attacked with mechanics? His brother agreed, and Rin instantly swung her sword using mechanics. Shinjiro noted that even with mechanics, it wasn't that easy. A powerful stream of light flew over his head. The building behind Shinjiro split in two. He looked at it in amazement and thought that he had been mastering this technique for a month, and she did it on the first try? Suki talked about such geniuses. What did Suki say? Exactly, that's what it was. Talent. Time flew by. The day of the Iron Fist tournament for streamers arrived. During the broadcast, the host said that the preliminary matches were over. Only the final stage remained. In the comments, viewers wrote that the matches were really strong, but Master Do-hyuk was chosen as an invitee and exempted from the preliminary matches, without a single defeat. In such a short time, he reached the rank of Celestial God, and then only the highest, Fallen God. The protagonist smiled and said that they confused him. He suggested that they should rather see what pairings there would be. During the stream, the host said that before announcing the pairings of players, she would like to introduce the Emperor of Japanese Fighting. She raised her hand and asked to meet Suki. At the same time, on the stage, Suki greeted the audience and said he wouldn't be playing today, but he welcomed them all to his new role, commentator. The host asked who he thought would win this time. They'd heard that Do-hyuk from Korea had recently performed very well, but Shinjiro would most likely win. Suki smiled happily and thought, as if the protagonist would win, of course. The host was surprised and asked if he was betting on someone else. Suki raised his fist and, disagreeing, replied that he simply didn't want to speak out loud and put pressure on the person, so he'd remain silent. Suki suggested they start pairing up. He raised his hand and announced the first pairing, Shinjiro versus sword-wielding girl. The second fight, Do-hyuk versus Zhao Long. They wrote in the comments, the master is sending them a heart? This guy clearly hasn't watched enough streams. That means give him the money. The protagonist smiled and noted that sword-wielding girl would be fighting Shinjiro. The computer asked to log in to participate in the battle. The MC excitedly noted that a message had arrived and asked, will they start the battle then? The game window announced that Do-hyuk had joined 2 of the tournament's 16 battles. The protagonist is on the Chinese map, a watchtower. Long joined 2 of the tournament's 16 battles. The system window notifies him that his level is Celestial God, Guan Yu. Long irritably said that he wanted to fight the little King of Swords, Shinjiro. And here's just a streamer from a small country. He put his cup down and clarified that before his tea cools, he will win and come back to finish it. Long sternly raised his hand and ordered the newcomer from the east to attack. After some time, the system window notifies him that, that's it, he wins. Do-hyuk picked up his cup and shouted, "Why is it so hot?" They wrote in the comments, "Why did only his head come back?" Well, the opponent really did keep his promise to return before the tea cools. The game window notifies that the next battle will begin soon. The protagonist curiously inquired about sword-wielding girl. At the same time, the system window notifies him that the Princess of Swords has won. The comment said, "Did she really defeat Shinjiro? When did their princess grow so much?" As expected of the bearer of the honorary title, Master Do-hyuk's first disciple, sword-wielding girl shouted in irritation, "Who's the first disciple? She'll defeat him someday." In any case, the final battle of the tournament should be between her and Do-hyuk. By defeating him, she will prove that, in this world of cold steel, she is a real force. The audience asked her to end it, and sword-wielding girl ordered them to be quiet. The game window notified that the arena had been restored. It's time to meet the next opponent. Her next opponent is Masamune Lin, with 16 wins and 0 losses. The audience was amazed by this and wrote, "How did she get so far?" They decided to be her fans. Sword-wielding girl smiled and noted that it was wrong to say such things in her presence. The presence of the most beautiful girl in the world. The comment said that sword-wielding girl was completely at a loss. That's why he told sword-wielding girl to stop role-playing. Sword-wielding girl angrily ordered the spectator to shut up, or she would block him. Rin calmly told her opponent about the game. Sword-wielding girl confidently raised her weapon and apologized because the spectators were arguing. The system asked them to prepare. The battle has begun. Sword-wielding girl furiously rushed into battle and offered to begin. Rin instantly stopped her sword attack. The weapon's blade pierced sword-wielding girl's blade. Sword-wielding girl watched this tensely. She jumped to the side and, swinging her weapon, noted that her opponent wasn't the only one who could deflect blows. Rin instantly ducked and did not get hit by the attack. The sword sank into the ground. Rin kicked her opponent hard. Sword-wielding girl slid across the ground. She irritably noted that her opponent was good. Sword-wielding girl asked to reflect this. She leaped towards her opponent, swung her blades, and ordered them to tear them apart. Rin drew her sword from its sheath and thought that a storm of raging energy would tame one moonbeam. She cut her opponent with a terrifying look. The system window notified that Lin was winning. Rin looked at the sword and wondered, even using mechanics, is her threshold now the first moon? She can push herself and reach the second moon and even the third. But she is still far from the protagonist's moonlight. Will MC make it to the finals? Then she should too. After some time, the system window notified that, that's so? Wins. The game window notified that Do-hyuk defeated Stormy Knight. This was not an easy opponent. The protagonist exhaled in relief and looked at his fist. The audience laughed and wrote that Stormy Knight was beaten to death and flew away with the wind. Suki announced that a player named Do-hyuk defeated Long, then Scala, a player from Tibet. In the semifinals, he defeated Stormy Knight from Jeju Island. And so, the protagonist advances to the finals. I wonder who the second participant will be. The outcome of the second semifinal battle seems to be decided. Who will win the tournament and win a ticket to the EVO tournament? The host pointed to the screen and clarified that, as she said, the second finalist has been determined, and it is a player from Japan, Lin. The protagonist thought hard. Could it really be her? Rin sternly said that she had been waiting to meet him. She introduced herself and noted that Do-hyuk and her brother Shinjiro had recently played. MC thought that was what he had expected. He had guessed correctly. Rin, one of the 9 heroes of the future, a monster slayer, a holy swordswoman, that was her. What did Rin say then? He remembered the past. Rin, standing by the fire, asked what the protagonist would do when the world became normal again. MC picked up the meat on a skewer and remarked that he didn't like crowded places, so maybe he'd go to the mountains or the sea and take up fishing. Rin said that she didn't really like fish. She couldn't stand its smell, and MC should remember that. Do-hyuk asked what she was talking about. He held out a piece of meat and asked her to take it. Rin smiled and remarked that the monster meat was cooked well. The protagonist would be good at housework. She remarked that the test had been passed. MC asked what she was even talking about, speaking in riddles. Rin decided to remind him better, and said that if tomorrow's battle turned out badly and Do-hyuk used the regression stone, he should fulfill her request. It was her family's fighting technique, which she and the protagonist had perfected. Rin asked to see her past self, and about the children, 1 daughter, 1 son. Do-hyuk, chewing meat, asked what she was talking about. The protagonist came out of the memories and thought she had said something incomprehensible. But Rin also said that the past her was worried that her sword skills weren't growing. She asked to show her the path for her sword. It seemed that day had come. MC inquired if she had given him the mission with the sword. Rin, raising her weapon, agreed and clarified whether she could see his technique again. Do-hyuk agreed and said that he had specially prepared a new character for this. The protagonist confidently changed his appearance to a warrior and suggested they have some fun. In the comments, someone wrote, "Is a swordsman really called a warrior? The character is powerful, but also difficult to control." MC asked Rin to begin when she was ready. The system asked the opponents to prepare. The battle began, and Rin, quickly running to the side, struck Do-hyuk. The protagonist dodged her attack and noticed that the attack was one hit stronger. He ordered her to parry the attack. Rin leaned back and blocked the blow with her sword. She pressed her hand tensely against the weapon. Rin quickly aimed her fist towards the protagonist's hand. She quickly slid forward. The audience was greatly surprised. Rin gritted her teeth and thought that she did not feel resistance. She cut the afterimage. MC raised his sword and appeared behind her. The audience noticed that the master was reborn as a wolf. Do-hyuk struck and Rin quickly flew to the side. She got to her feet and thought that it was fast. The protagonist noticed that she broke through the defense and parried Mutadori, but in the end, Rin relaxes and therefore loses. If this is her limit, she will not be able to see the essence of his technique. Rin tensed and thought that she wanted to see it, but she did not reveal the power of her own sword. To think that Rin was so confident in herself. She knelt down and said that it was a shame for a swordsman. She would have to do this. Do-hyuk grabbed her hand and asked her to stop. Why so harshly? Why does Rin always take mistakes in this matter so seriously? Do people have the right to make mistakes? Rin asked in bewilderment. How does he know that she always does this in swordplay? The protagonist winced in fear and thought that he had seen this so many times that it was instinctive. Rin was amazed and thought that he liked her. Otherwise, how could he recognize her habit just by looking? She waved her hand and ordered him to let her go. Rin thought that she would like to date someone who is stronger. But she and the protagonist only met today, and he is already grabbing her hand. This is too sudden. MC looked at her in bewilderment and asked, "Is she okay?" Rin, embarrassed, jumped aside and screamed that everything is fine. One daughter and one son, no more. Do-hyuk irritably wondered what she was saying. What then? What now? He wondered if she had forgotten that they were fighting. Rin, calming down, apologized for displaying behavior unworthy of a swordsman during the fight. Even in moments like these, the protagonist thinks about the fight. MC deserves her approval. Do-hyuk became embarrassed and froze. Rin confidently assumed a fighting stance and said that it was a swordsman's duty to face the enemy with the heart of a true swordsman in her chest. Now she would show him the pinnacle of her skill. The protagonist decisively raised his weapon and asked to begin. Rin tensely clenched her teeth and thought that this time she would cross the third moon. She swung her sword using moonlight, the first moon. MC stopped the flow of light with his sword. Rin struck with the second and third moons. She coughed up blood horribly and thought that by completing the fourth moon, she would surpass herself. Rin delivered a terrifying blow with the fourth moon, a radiant lunar flash. The building was instantly cut into several pieces. Rin, exhausted, exhaled and dropped to one knee. The comment said that even a master couldn't withstand this. Rin thought sternly, as expected. She knew he would survive this. The protagonist, with wounds on his body, looked at his opponent. The audience believed in Master Do-hyuk. The protagonist clarified that he had seen everything, her skills. This attack showed how hard Rin had trained. She assumed a fighting stance and noted that it was his turn now. The MC explained that he had created the technique he would demonstrate on the day of the meteor shower. It was as if a person were throwing the moon. This technique combines the essence of heavy and soft sword techniques. Do-hyuk called this technique falling moon. He struck with tremendous force. An explosion thundered, destroying buildings. In the comments, they wrote that swords were destroying an entire city. Yes, even in the game. Don't the viewers think that's too much? The hosts looked at it in amazement. The host asked if such a technique was really possible. Suki confirmed this and replied that, theoretically, if Do-hyuk uses the auto-adjustment that the game provides, it would be possible. He clenched his teeth and wondered, even if that was true, what the hell was that? The host smiled and asked, if you think about it, didn't Kabna use moves of similar power at the last tournament? Suki was surprised and replied that it was true. Kabna then caused a huge explosion, which fans called the Tunguska Flash. He smiled and thought that this meant that the protagonist could at least compare to Kabna, the best Iron Fist player. Suki was really looking forward to the current tournament with Do-hyuk and Kabna. The host raised her hand and announced that, as they said, the fight was over. The system window notified that, that's so. He wins. The viewers noted that this was his third victory in a row. The MC raised his hand and asked the viewers to get out their wallets. In the comments, they wrote that even the victory cry, "Give me donations." The next day in the building, Do-hyuk, lifting the barbell, counted to 100. He placed the barbell on the brackets. The protagonist exhaled tiredly and, squeezing his biceps, noticed that he could feel his body relaxing. When your body gets numb just from playing the game, you need to warm up like this sometimes. Perhaps this is the effect of full immersion, which directly works with the neural connections of the brain. But it seems that the effectiveness of his training has improved. Initially, MC prepared this warehouse in case of the apocalypse and was going to get rid of it. He thinks that he should leave it for a while longer for training like this. The warehouse would also be suitable as a training ground for big ears. The rent is still paid for a long time. But Do-hyuk sent that guy running a long time ago, and he still hasn't returned. Did Min really collapse because the protagonist ordered him to run with a 5-kilogram lead bag? That can't be right. MC looked at his phone and said that he needed to call him. He was surprised and asked, "Is this a message?" The message said that it was a system notification. Credited, 1 million, from Twerk Corporation. Balance, 31,262,568. The protagonist happily clarified, "Is this a message about the Twerk Championship prize being credited?" MC had earned over 30 million won, playing for only about 3 weeks. How much is left on the loan? The message said the remaining loan balance was 30,328,045 won. Do-hyuk laughed and exclaimed, "That's about 30 million won. It's time to do it. He needs to quickly pay off this damn debt," which is more annoying than the apocalypse. Sounds came from behind the warehouse door, and the protagonist, turning his head to the side, asked, "Is Min really here?" Anyway, he needs to see where Big Ears was. At least another 10 kilograms of lead bags. Min asked his mother not to worry so much. He sat on the ground near the door and said into the phone that he had found a good part-time job, so mom doesn't have to worry about hospital bills, and she should take care of herself. Min tearfully asked his mom not to worry about the bills. He needs to go to work. He'll call mom in the evening. Min shook, lowered his head, put his fist to his mouth, and cried. He slapped his face and told himself not to cry. His younger brother, Gin, is already in high school. Until mom recovers, he can't do nothing. The protagonist thought that if he thought back, Big Ears always said that the only good thing about the end of the world is the absence of calls from debt collectors. That was the only good thing about him. MC stared at his phone tensely and thought that this was money for a loan. He has no choice, even if it's a branch from a past life. He can't turn his back on the one who sacrificed his own life for them. Money appears and disappears. Do-hyuk can still earn money. The protagonist, holding back tears, thought that his debt could wait. Min looked at the protagonist in surprise. The MC coughed and asked, "Is the comrade here yet?" Min asked in amazement, "Did the master really cry while waiting for him?" Do-hyuk missed him so much that he even cried. The protagonist ordered the freak to shut up. Min exclaimed that the master was so shy. The computer announced full immersion, connecting to the game lobby. The viewers saw that the protagonist was here and congratulated him on his victory. The MC smiled and thanked them for their congratulations. Someone wrote in the comments, "He didn't give in to player Rin just because she's pretty, did he?" Do-hyuk gave a thumbs up and replied, "Of course not. She's pretty, but he didn't give in. She's very talented." The system window notified that user Jungsungsu13 had donated 10,000 won. He wrote, "So what game is it today?" The protagonist smiled and replied that he would try a new game today. An amazing game. Which one will be this time? A cool new release from Fair Games. An open-world game with healing wilderness. Monster Buddies. The MC happily gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that just looking at it, he understands. This is the best game in his life. He really wants to play. Viewers assumed he was streaming an advertisement. The protagonist quickly crouched down and, covering his face with his hands, screamed that they caught him, and he thought he was good at playing. In the comments, they wrote that he was never good at this. The MC, smiling, showed that everything was fine and exclaimed that he also needs to live somehow. If the viewer doesn't like it, they can donate. The system window notifies that user Redcape donated 10,000 won. He wrote, "What's wrong with Do-hyuk being greedy for money? The master is even funnier when money appears." If this is an advertisement, then the main thing is that it is funny. Nothing else is needed. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "As expected of educated people." He punched the space and said they'd start with Monster Buddies. The system window announced that they were connecting to the large-scale, open-world wildlife game Monster Buddies. The protagonist appeared in the game, and the audience was surprised to find he landed in the middle of a huge forest. But they really couldn't imagine how he'd play this. The MC clarified, he logged in, but what kind of game was this anyway? People wrote in the comments, how can he even ask them that? The advertiser is crying right now. Hasn't this already been the 100th time the MC has played mindlessly? The audience decided to just see what would happen next. Do-hyuk looked at his phone and exclaimed, "Yeah, right, there was something like a phone in his inventory." What is that? The audience assumed it was some kind of encyclopedia, where all the monsters the MC caught were recorded. This game is a mix of rip-offs of various games and a resource-gathering simulator. The protagonist smiled and clarified, so the goal is to catch monsters and fill out this entire directory? Commenters wrote that he can fill out entries, or he can just constantly mine resources. Yesterday, he saw Black Oak trying to completely fill out the encyclopedia. MC asked if Black Oak also plays this game. He should contact him later and play together. He opened his inventory and noticed that he had a stone axe and a stone pickaxe. Viewers noted that this was a basic stone axe for chopping wood. Since this is a game about healing with wildlife, you need to build a house first. Viewers warned the protagonist that someone was behind him. Commenters wrote that this is the first partner monster. It's Puss in Boots. He's very cute. The protagonist struck the partner monster's head with a hammer with great force. He screamed in rage that it was a curse. It can't work properly because it's made of stone. Honor was damaged. He couldn't kill it with one blow. The MC horrifically struck the monster several times with his hammer. Viewers warned that this monster was a friend. Do-hyuk horrifiedly clarified, "Really a friend?" The viewers were shocked by this. The system window notified that user something Y had donated 10,000 won. He wrote that the master had a snesher in his inventory, a local equivalent of a catching ball. The protagonist pointed to the sky and clarified that he kills monsters. It's obvious. This is it, true healing that protects the land. The slain monster dropped meat. In the comments, they wrote that even companion monsters drop items. The MC was delighted to see the meat and exclaimed that the auto-butchering had worked, and the blood on the body had disappeared. 2 in 1. The viewers were confused. They challenged the master to finish. Do-hyuk looked at the forest and shouted, "It's a huge monster." The comment said it was the forest guardian, a dragon turtle. The protagonist happily remarked that killing monster turtles was cool. The real healing game is hunting. He resolutely prepared for battle and suggested they start a game of monster buddies. A week later, at Incheon Airport, Min asked the master to take a look. He noted that the Monster Buddies video he posted on the video hosting site had taken off really well this time. The video of Do-hyuk charging at the dragon turtle with a stone axe and sending himself flying with a single sneeze had already garnered 1 million views. Min, looking at his tablet, said that at this rate, 10 million views would be very soon. The protagonist looked at his comrade with irritation and thought, "That's good." He couldn't even repay his own debt because he'd already repaid it. Min, smiling, thanked the master. He noticed that this time the MC gave him a large fee. How did Do-hyuk know that he had never traveled abroad and even took him with him like this? The protagonist smiled menacingly and thought that it was because he was going to give Min a good workout. A friend would be editing this entire trip. Min wouldn't even have a chance to leave the hotel. The MC suggested starting the stream, and Min raised his tablet and asked to wait a minute. Big Ears gave a thumbs up and started the stream. Do-hyuk greeted all the viewers. The viewers were surprised and guessed that it looked like an airport. Could today really be that stream? The protagonist raised his fist and replied that they were right. Today is that stream, the day when he is going to win the EVO tournament in one go. Sometime later, at the LA EVO Arena in the USA, the host thanked the viewers for waiting. The largest fighting tournament in the world, EVO, is starting, and the fighters enter the arena one by one. The first one is a player from Japan, Suki. Behind him is the American Iron Fist champion Nick Jackson. Next is the Indian player Gatak, and finally, the Russian monsters Gulov, and the #1 in the world ranking of Iron Fist, the hero of Africa, the eternal emperor of fights, Emperor Kobna. The host asked, smiling, if he could ask one question. Kobna looked at him sternly and clarified, "What exactly?" The host said that Kobna announced his departure from Iron Fist after today's tournament. How does Kobna feel right now, before his last game? Kobna smirked and pointed his finger to the side, asking the host to take a look. He responded with fury that the mere fact of having to fight this trash is so boring that he is ready to die of boredom. Player Tianlin, a martial artist and #1 on the Chinese server, angrily raised his fists and yelled, "What did Kobna say? No matter how strong Kobna is, how dare he ignore him?" Kobna asked, "Who is that?" The host introduced Tianlin with a tense smile. Kobna calmly recalled and noted that Tianlin had been his bastard to beat him up at the beginning of his Iron Fist career. Tianlin angrily ordered the bastard to come here. Kobna turned his head to the side and asked when the fight was. Tianlin ordered the Russian player to leave, and Monsters Gulov hit him in the neck. The host clarified that they were waiting for one more. He was told in his earpiece that the player was here, and the host exclaimed that the player had arrived. The host asked to be allowed to introduce the last player, the recently #1 player on the Iron Fist Asian server, known as Kabna Asia, from South Korea, player Do-hyuk. The protagonist, with a tense smile, apologized and said that the taxi driver had taken the wrong route. Kabna noted that all the players were here, which meant it was time to begin, and the protagonist, who kept him waiting, would pay in full. So the MC must crawl to the top, wherever that leads. Do-hyuk thought this arrogant tone was exactly the Kabna he knew. The protagonist confidently replied that he might already be waiting for the opponent upstairs. He pointed at the opponent and said that Kobna would also have to climb up to meet him. Kobna laughed terrifyingly and remarked that MC had good fighting spirit. He would remember this and hoped that Do-hyuk had the skills to back up his words. The host asked the players to calm down and announce the start of the EVO tournament. He suggested beginning the group draw. First, Group H, for the 4th-seeded players who came through the qualifiers. Gatak against the protagonist and Jade against Akuma. Then they would draw for groups 1-3, where the strongest players were divided. Anatole raised his hand with a smile and said it was nice to meet MC. Do-hyuk noted that it was the first time he had seen everyone in person. Beyond grinned maliciously and pointed a finger at Akuma, saying that the guy was finished. He was in the same group as the protagonist. He asked the protagonist not to hit Akuma too hard. The MC scratched his head and replied that he would try not to do a single thing well. Akuma angrily shouted that this was even more humiliating. The host furiously announced that in Group D, player Tianlun would face player Kabna. Now that the draw for all groups is complete, we first need to watch the Group H matches with the participants of the qualifying round. The participants of the first match of Group H are Kujo and Do-hyuk. In the comments, they wrote that this time too, only victories, only ideals, right up until the meeting with Kabna. The host announced that the opponent who will go against the rising Korean star Do-hyuk is Gatak as Daniela. Viewers speculated, it seems the character Daniela was modeled after Gatak? The protagonist noted that it was no surprise that Gatak's real appearance and personality were completely identical. But it seems Gatak is also famous? The comment said that the opponent was a yoga master with 200 million students worldwide. He looks like that, but in reality, he's many years old. The MC was surprised and shouted that this was impossible. Viewers wrote that Gatak was famous for having people come to him with bags of money. Do-hyuk thought with admiration that it was no wonder he felt respect and caught his noble aura. The system asked the opponents to prepare. Gatak assumed a fighting stance and said something in his own language. The protagonist smiled and thought that if only he could learn yoga from Gatak, he too could earn big money. He asked, "Can I ask you something?" The system announced the start of the fight. Gatak instantly landed a punch in the MC's face. Viewers were surprised by Gatak's disregard for distance. Do-hyuk, bleeding from his nose, asked his opponent to wait. He just wanted to talk. Gatak, ignoring him, punched the protagonist in the stomach with great force. MC asked to talk, but the opponent continued to attack. Do-hyuk angrily raised his fist and shouted that he just wanted to ask. Gatak calmly clarified, 300 million. The protagonist was stunned and asked what that meant. The opponent held up 3 fingers and explained that 300 million was for training, and another 300 million for the instructor. Commenters wrote that Daniel's signature gesture isn't Buddhist wisdom at all, but a sign of money. At this level, he's the money king of India, surpassing even Master Do-hyuk. In fact, the Korean money king was very angry. The protagonist furiously rushed into battle and shouted that if he had that kind of money, he definitely wouldn't be doing this. He ordered the rich bastard to die. MC struck, but Gatak dodged the attack by stretching his neck. Do-hyuk asked irritably, "Is the opponent an octopus?" He launched a series of punches and asked the opponent to try to dodge them. Gatak calmly dodged all of the protagonist's attacks. The comments said, "This is the louch dodging technique. Even as a yoga master, he dodges all of this?" The audience asked the master to be careful, and Gatak grabbed the protagonist's arm. He quickly tied MC with his arms, and Do-hyuk tensely clenched his teeth. The audience noted that once a person is tied up, there is no escape until the game is over. The protagonist raised his head and thought that at this rate he would suffocate. He raised his hand in rage and screamed that he will not lose because of something like this. If his limbs are tied, MC will use his teeth. He instantly bit the opponent's arm. Gatak, holding back tears, screamed in pain. He let go of the protagonist and growled that it really hurt. Do-hyuk landed hard on the ground. Gatak angrily raised his fist, intending to attack, and called the MC a treacherous freak who bites in battle. Do-hyuk calmly raised his hand and admitted it. He momentarily lost his mind over money. The audience was surprised by such a quick confession. Gatak noted that regret would bring no mercy to the protagonist. For fools, a fiery club of reformation. The MC, confidently clenching his hand into a fist, replied that he was really looking forward to it. He ordered the rich trash to come here. Gatak extended his hand towards him and shouted that Do-hyuk was possessed by demons. For demons who do not understand their own mistakes, the fiery fist of the guardian of Vajra. Gatak changed his appearance into a huge spirit. The comments wrote that this is a special move of Gatak, the guardian of Vajra. The protagonist thought tensely that with such an enlarged body, dodging like before would be impossible. MC resolutely shouted that this was the enemy's fatal mistake. He ordered Gatak to receive a series of blows. He slammed his fist into the enemy's face with tremendous force. Do-hyuk noticed that Gatak had taken the blow. The audience was amazed at the yogi's resilience. Gatak sternly assumed a fighting stance and clarified that it was his turn. The protagonist must try to withstand this. The comments read, "I think Gatak is about to use his finishing move, Buddha's divine growth." MC said that any attack is useless unless it touches his body. The comments read, "With Master Do-hyuk's speed, he can easily dodge." Gatak raised his hand and asked the fool to abandon vain hopes. He ordered them to bow before Buddha. The system window notified that Daniela was activating the technique. The ground beneath the protagonist's feet shook. and he tensed up. MC gritted his teeth and asked, "What is this?" He felt pressure from all sides and couldn't move. The comments read, "This is a holding move that restrains you until Buddha's divine growth is activated. How do you dodge this?" A man reads the preliminary movements and dodges outside the gravity field. How can a human do this? It's quite easy, isn't it? Gadak remarked that it was very nice to see the MC kneel before Buddha. Poverty is not a sin, so the demon must attain nirvana. Dohyuk barked furiously. What is the opponent talking about? Gatak doesn't even have hair on his head. Gatak got angry and yelled, "What is the protagonist talking about? He called the MC a beggar who doesn't even have 300 million for his education." Dohyuk exclaimed horrifyingly, "This freak is crossing the line. How dare Gatak call viewers from all over the world beggars who don't have 300 million? Gatak irritably asked, "Why is the viewers mentioned here? He's talking about the protagonist. The MC attacked him first." Dohyuk mockingly clarified that he simply mentioned the opponent's hair. So it's thinning a little. Gadak is now attacking tens of millions of people with hair problems? Gadak roared furiously. How can such a person exist? He waved his hand and commanded the freak to die. Gadak unleashed a powerful attack, Buddha's divine growth. The protagonist fell to the ground, and it broke into pieces. The audience began to worry about Master Dohyuk. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted that he would not lose because of something like this. He asked citizens from all over the world with assets under 300 million and people on Earth worried about hair loss to make a donation called. The system window notified that user Already Emperor had donated 150,000 won. He wrote that poverty is terrible enough. Let the lottery work. User Jesus Monk donated 1 million won. He wrote, "Is thinning hair a crime?" In the comments, viewers were offended by Gadak's words. The MC resolutely rose to his feet, and in the comments, they wrote that they give him strength. The viewers asked him not to tell them this. Really? On the broadcast worldwide? The protagonist will put on a show just for donations? The MC grinned madly and, sticking his tongue out of his mouth, thought it was true. The world's donations are simply amazing. He smiled confidently and assumed a fighting stance. Gatak furiously screamed, "So what?" Dohyuk's attacks had no effect on him. He still had one final technique left to defeat the protagonist. Gatak asked the MC to try to endure this, and delivered a powerful punch with the fist of the 1,000-armed Buddha Avalokiteshvara. Dohyuk instantly raised his hand and thought that if he couldn't destroy the opponent's body with his striking techniques, it would be just like cutting a soft towel with a blade. With this sword blade, the protagonist will cut. The MC swung his arms and sliced the opponent's body into many pieces. The audience assumed this was a martial arts story. The host announced that the player Dohyuk had defeated the powerful Indian player Gadak and emerged victorious. These are truly terrifying skills, worthy of the title, Kabna of Asia. The host suggested watching Kabna's Group D match. Tianlin was sent flying and hit the ground after receiving a blow from Kabna. The audience was surprised by Tianlin's loss with one blow. The system window announced that Kabna had won. Kabna sternly raised his fist and said that he was bored. He ordered the next opponent to be called. The comments wrote that, since it was over as soon as it began, of course it was boring. Tsuki, the Hattori ninja, confidently stood on the battlefield. The host announced that the second opponent was Tsuki, the #1 ranked player on the Japanese server. Tsuki tensed up and thought it was a curse. Of all the people in their group, Kabna was the one. He remarked that he was pleased to meet him. Kabna replied that greeting someone who was bound to lose irritated him. He raised a finger and ordered his opponent to attack. Tsuki thought he didn't need to worry, because Kabna was just as human as he was. Tsuki had honed his skills to this level by fighting Master Dohyuk, a man comparable to Kabna. Since he had recently been recognized and named Master Dohyuk's 4th disciple, he would give Kabna a reason to remember him. The system announced the start of the fight. Tsuki assumed a fighting stance, and thought he should proceed cautiously at first. Kabna filled his fist with mana, and clarified that if the opponent didn't attack, even though he had given him the first move, he would only have to crush Tsuki in one move. Kabna unleashed a powerful lightning strike on the opponent. Tsuki, covering his face with his hand, thought that with this sword given to him by the protagonist, he could cut through it. He instantly cut through the lightning with his sword. Kabna was surprised and wondered, was the opponent really cutting lightning? Was this really his grandmother's prediction? He remembered the past. His grandmother warned her grandson to beware of the one who cuts lightning. Kabna emerged from his memories and wondered, the one who cuts lightning, was she talking about the opponent? To see the predicted figure here. Kabna smirked and clarified that if his grandmother's warning was true, Tsuki should be the strongest. He addressed the opponent by the wrong name and exclaimed that it was not bad. Tsuki tensely replied that he was not Jockey, but Tsuki. Kabna agreed with the opponent and again called him by the wrong name. The comment said that even if Kabna doesn't know his name, his skills are still recognized, so Chuka shouldn't worry. Tsuki angrily said that the spectators are even worse. Kabna confidently assumed a fighting stance and challenged Chuka to a real fight. The comment said, "Is Kabna doing this on purpose?" Suki rushed into battle with fury and shouted that his name was Suki. He struck, but Kabna managed to dodge. Kabna swiftly struck his opponent with a punch to the stomach. The comments asked, "Is Suki really eliminated right from the start?" Suki instantly dispelled the technique, and a log appeared in his place. The comment said it was a ninja evasion technique, a trace substitution technique. The audience saw Suki behind Kabna. Suki struck and exclaimed that he had won. Kabna, with a terrifying look, instantly appeared behind his opponent. The comment said, "But is that just his phantom? A super fast move in the style of the lightning god, the lightning step." Kabna grinned madly and created a sphere of lightning in his hand, wondering if the opponent could block it too. Suki tensed up and screamed. Kabna used his Diablo finishing move, the railgun. The comment said it looked really painful. Suki wouldn't be able to parry it even if he saw it from close range. The host exclaimed in amazement, "This is crazy. A victory for the champion Kabna." Suki ultimately failed to achieve glory. Meanwhile, the final match of the seeded players in Group 4 is drawing to a close. The eventual winner of the 4th seed is Asia's strongest player, Do Hyuk from Korea. But in the remaining matches, the protagonist's first opponent is a traditional Evo heavyweight, Russia's Monsters Gulov, recognized by Kabna himself. Will Do Hyuk, the Kabna of Asia, win, or will Russia's Monsters Gulov win? Meanwhile, in the virtual waiting room, Kabna noted that the outcome is clear in advance, even without watching. Monsters Gulov is a skilled fighter recognized by Kabna, like Anatole, Beyond, and Jackson. Among them, his attack and defense are top-notch. In any case, the final match will be against either Monster Gulov or Anatole. The host announced that it was one misfortune after another. Kabna turned his head to the side and looked at the broadcast. The host announced that Do Hyuk had defeated the traditional heavyweight of Monster Gulov. The audience was surprised by this, as Kabna had previously barely managed to defeat him. Could it really be that the protagonist had achieved the best result against the beast mode of Monster Gulov? Kabna was very surprised that he lost, and it was time for the semi-finals. He was very interested in this guy, Do Hyuk, and said that in order to defeat him, he must be very good. The system asked him to prepare for the semi-finals, and he went there, wondering who his opponent would be. Meanwhile, the first match of the semi-finals began. The viewers wrote that, as expected, Master Do Hyuk is also an Evo. What's wrong with this guy? How high is he going to go? His opponent was Beyond, who also plays Kujo. They both greeted each other, and one of the viewers asked in surprise, "So he still made it to the semi-finals? Is this the strength of the third disciple whose talent Master Do Hyuk recognized? Still, challenging a master with the same character is a bit strange. He must be crazy." The MC told them not to be so strict. Sometimes people show courage beyond their capabilities and go crazy. He slammed his fist on the floor, exclaiming that they should let him feel the consequences properly. If you hit someone like that properly, his brain will immediately fall into place. Beyond, meanwhile, was nervous. He had just seen him smash the floor with the force of the wind. This isn't talent anymore, it's monstrosity, even worse. He's like a natural disaster itself, but even so, he's not worried. He's not afraid of losing. Has he ever refused a challenge? He confidently looked at his opponent and prepared for the fight, after which he began swinging his fists and said that, like his name, Beyond, today, here, he will prove that he can surpass him. But unfortunately, he lost this match, and Do Hyuk said that they would learn about his strength next time. The audience laughed at how he slammed him headfirst into the floor, after which the host announced that the winner of the semifinals of the first match was Do Hyuk. The finishing move he used seemed to be exclusive to Beyond. It's called the Korean seating, a K-rice technique. Meanwhile, the Beyond crowd started mocking him, and he jumped out of the capsule, crying and telling them to stop, but they still wouldn't stop and even started sending him joke donations. Meanwhile, the winner of the second match's semifinals was determined. Kabna won his fight against Anatole. Looking at his opponent, he smiled and said that the last match was really good. He even forgot about that rookie. Only he made his heart beat faster. He admits it, he is his strongest opponent. Anatole laughed and thanked him, saying that it was a misconception. He will meet an even worse monster. Before he could finish speaking, he disappeared from the arena, and Kabna wondered if he was really talking about that rookie. After that, the tournament finalists gathered on the stage. First up was Asia's rising star, Lee Do Hyuk. He flipped a coin and exclaimed that he really loves donations, and while he was so happy, the host introduced the living legend of Iron Fist, Emperor Kabna. He meanwhile looked at Do Hyuk and wondered if he was crazy. The host asked Do Hyuk to stop and go to his capsule immediately. This was a warning. He apologized to him, climbed into the capsule, and Kabna, meanwhile, also headed to his and thought that because of Anatole's words, he even thought that this guy could be the one from the prophecy. But in fact, he was just crazy, obsessed with money. After that, the host said that now that both players are in the finals, they need to choose characters. First, Emperor Kabna. He chose the character Diablo. The audience said that this was expected. He is a top-notch character among the lightning god style. And what about Master Dohyuk? He chose a fighter, and they were surprised and said that they had never seen this before since the duel with Rin. They called him a global money fan and asked if he was ready. Kobna chuckled and said that the nickname suited him very well. The MC immediately showed him the middle finger and told him to shut up. Who do you think made him like this? Even if the whole world calls him that, he is not allowed to. He remembered how before returning to the past, he advised him to borrow as much money as possible from wherever possible, and this made him even angrier. The current Kobna did not understand what he meant, and he pointed his finger at him, shouting that he was furious. Of course, he does not understand anything. He is an idiot who needs to be cursed 3 times a day. Kobna was already starting to get angry, not understanding what this crazy man was even talking about, and asked if he really wanted to die. The MC waved his sword in response and said that he could try if he could. His viewers were surprised by such a provocation, and then the fight began. Kobna immediately pounced on him and yelled that he was the type to cry when he saw a coffin. MC quickly recoiled from his blow and thought that then and now he was reacting to childish provocations. He was still the same. He countered with a punch, which he blocked, then punched him in the face, but he immediately received a counterpunch. They were both thrown back. Dohyuk immediately got to his feet and thought he had the same reaction. Kobna smirked and said that he thought he was just crazy. But this was all a plan to catch him in his inattention. MC swung his sword, calling him the master of his loans, and he, stopping his blade, exclaimed that his words were complete vileness. It seemed he was betting on his matches somewhere and got into debt. First, he would shut him up. He struck him, sending him flying, and Dohyuk, attacking him again and swinging his sword several times, shouted with tears in his eyes that those were bets. He believed his lies and made this idiotic move, taking out all the loans for the sake of bets. Kobna was very surprised that he cut his lightning and thought it was impossible, the one his grandmother warned him about in his prophecy. He shouted out loud, "Was this crazy money-obsessed one?" MC pointed his sword at him and said that he asked him not to call him that. Kobna, meanwhile, asked in surprise, "Is this his main rival?" MC angrily called him a cheater and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and the host reminded them that now they need to have the semifinals, and they can argue later. When they remembered this, they felt awkward, and Dohyuk apologized to him, saying that it was all because of that idiot. Kobna appeared behind him with lightning speed and said that he had been tense all his life because of him. Realizing that he was using a high-speed move in the style of the lightning god, the MC became slightly nervous, after which a bolt of lightning fell on him, but it did not harm him in any way. Kobna lost his arm. Dohyuk did it all in one swing of his sword, and his opponent immediately turned to him, furiously calling him an idiot. He was about to use the bolt again, and the audience wished Dohyuk good luck, while he prepared himself. And when the lightning bolt flew at him, he swung his sword using the moonlight technique. The audience was delighted. The final move against the final move, it's just crazy. An explosion occurred when the 2 techniques collided. MC braced himself, peering into the clouds of smoke, and then his opponent ran up to him and delivered a punch, which he quickly blocked. But Kobna pressed him so hard that he eventually couldn't withstand it and was electrocuted. Kobna pounced on him again, calling him a pathetic fool and wishing him to quickly disappear into a pile of ash, but Dohyuk immediately kicked him in the face, and he laughed, saying that he knew it, that he was the guy from his grandmother's prophecy. Then he should show him what he's made of. His appearance changed, and one of the spectators said that he'd never seen anything like this before. Could anyone explain to him what's going on? He was told that this was Diablo's transformation into his second phase. He expends 90% of his life force to deliver a killing blow in one hit. Dohyuk's opponent quickly grew in size, making him nervous. Now he had to face a demigod. He glanced at him and thought that when his life force drops below 10%, like now, he goes into attack mode, activating Diablo's final move, aiming for a one-hit kill. The technique also restored his health, but at the moment, he had less than 2% left. Right now, even a slight touch means the end of the game. That's why everything depends on his final attack. Will he be able to deliver the finishing blow to him, or will he lose? How long has it been since he felt such a tense situation? They both prepared for battle, after which Kobna extended his hand forward and shouted that he would prove why he was called the Emperor. Before he could finish speaking, MC immediately pounced on him and struck him. And one viewer wrote that he couldn't believe he was watching this in real time. His heart was pounding. With one swing of his sword, Dohyuk cut through the building in front of him, but his opponent was nowhere to be found. Everyone already thought he had won, but he told them that no victory message had appeared. He began to look around for the enemy and wondered if he had used the lightning movement technique. There was no sign of him behind him either, so there was only one option left. He could be in the sky. When he looked up, he saw Kobna hovering high in the air, gathering energy. One of the spectators asked what he was doing there, and someone asked if he was seeing this for the first time. This is his signature move. A technique that leaves newbies speechless after trying to fight Diablo. Control Flower Lightning Bolt Tunguska Explosion. Funny name, right? But he won't be laughing if he gets caught in that. Meanwhile, sparks rained down on MC. He smirked and thought that even before the regression, Kabna, who hadn't yet become one of the 9 heroes, was so strong. It seems he's still the same. Kabna pointed at him with a smile and said that he admits he's no longer a newbie. He's a real fighter. Numerous lightning balls gathered in the sky. They began to rain down on him, and he, gripping his sword tighter, offered to continue the conversation after he defeated him. He pointed the blade at him, used the technique Falling Moon, Ascension, and fired a beam of light at him, which dealt him some damage. He screamed loudly, calling him an idiot, and the system notified him that he had 0.5% health left. He immediately released his power and brought down ball lightning on him, while Dohyuk, meanwhile, again prepared for the strike and asked who would win. Swinging his sword, he cut the ball lightning and the blow reached Kabna. When he felt it, he became very nervous, after which he was struck by the Falling Moon strike technique, focusing on one point. An explosion occurred, and the opponent was defeated. The host exclaimed that this was simply unbelievable. Player Lee Do-hyuk showed his insane technique. He found it hard to believe that Emperor Kabna was so helpless. The second round of the match began, and this time, MC won, and it was time for the third round. MC won again, which greatly surprised the audience, and as soon as the host announced his victory, Kabna jumped out of the capsule. Do-hyuk also logged out, and the host declared him the emperor of the new generation of fighting games and the Evo champion. He wanted to interview him, but Kabna immediately walked towards him and pushed him aside, cutting him off. He approached his capsule, and he asked what he wanted. The guy asked how he defeated him, and he smirked and replied that he did it with force. His words made Kabna very angry and asked if he was trying to make fun of him. He asked in response, "That's a bit harsh, isn't it? In a world where monsters like him live, a monster appears that consumes others." He pointed at himself and asked, "Shouldn't that monster be someone like him?" Kabna looked at him in surprise and thought that he had been called a monster in countless battles. He had proven himself in these duels, and he was sure that no one would surpass him. Was this what his grandmother's prophecy was about? A warning against his pride? Because he was distracted, the MC waved his hand in front of his face and asked him to look at it. He fell asleep right in the middle of the conversation. After that, the guy laughed out loud and said that he knew he was a monster too. Only he made him nervous. He turned around and left, saying that next time he would be the one to win, which made the MC angry, and calling him an idiot, ordered him to stay there. The host grabbed his arm, not letting him move, and he ordered him to let go of him. That scoundrel insulted him on purpose. When everyone calmed down, the award ceremony began, and Do-hyuk was announced as this year's Evo champion. He was presented with the trophy, and all the players began congratulating him on his victory. Tsuki approached him and sighed heavily, saying that he knew that summoning the Demon Lord was a mistake. So, this victory trophy will go to him too. MC didn't understand what he was talking about, and he told him it didn't matter. There were rumors now that Kabna had his career back. He heard that he would beat him next time, and that he had already started training. Beyond chuckled and said that he was so confident. Their Do-hyuk was the spiritual mentor of the number 3 student and more, and he was the first one he was going to surpass. After that, everyone folded their hands and exclaimed that they, the students, needed to get past Do-hyuk first. And Anatole said with a smile that if the number 1 student with a sword were here, it would be perfect. Tsuki agreed with him. They needed that very oath of brotherhood of students. After that, he turned to Do-hyuk and asked, "He's now debuting as a professional Iron Fist, right?" But contrary to their expectations, he announced that he was going to quit Iron Fist, and everyone was very surprised. Beyond exclaimed, "What? Is he abandoning them?" Their reaction made him very nervous, and he explained everything to them. He soon returned home. Jian immediately congratulated him on his victory and said that since he was in America, she was waiting for her gift. He immediately handed it to her, and she happily exclaimed, "Is this a new branded bag?" The joy from the gift quickly passed, and she asked, "Is it true that he gave up Iron Fist? But why?" He told her that there was no more money there, and she noted that there were a lot of teams there that offered high salaries. He said that there were several options, but then he would have to stay with the team, and to make money from other games or high-paying advertising, he would need to get their permission each time. His sister noted that, with his popularity after this victory at Evo, advertising offers and sponsors will come in a flood, so it really is better for him to remain a freelancer as he is now. So what game is he going to play next? He answered her that Iron Fist first reached its limit, so he is settling for that. He has another promotional stream planned this time. So, before choosing the main game, he needs his monster friends, whom he has already played with, and before he could finish speaking, a signal rang, and it turned out that someone had come to him. He asked who it was, and Rin was outside the gate of their house. He was very surprised by her arrival. after which he let her in and offered her a glass of water first, for which she was grateful. He asked how she even knew his address, while Jian was hiding around the corner and watching their conversation. Rin told him that she met Suki and asked him for his address, then came here. Finding out that this idiot was now blabbing his contact information to everyone, he got angry, and seeing his expression, Rin asked if maybe she had interrupted him. He told her that was not the case at all. It seemed she had a reason to come. What brought her here? After that, she got off the couch and fell on her knees, and he jumped up from his seat and excitedly exclaimed, "Why is she doing this? Let her get up immediately." She looked at him confidently and said that she was interested in the technique he showed at the tournament, moonlight and the secret technique of the falling moon. She bowed even lower before him and said that she understood that she was still lacking a lot, but she really wanted him to teach her this. He excitedly asked her to wait and asked what was wrong with her suddenly. Let her get up first. He grabbed her hands and lifted her up, and she asked, "Does this mean that passing this technique on to her is too much?" She realized her mistake and, pointing the knife at herself, exclaimed that she had crossed all boundaries. She apologized to him and was about to wash away her shame with blood, but Do-hyuk held her hands and, calling her hysterical, ordered her to stop. He snatched the knife from her hands and exclaimed that every time they talked about swords she went crazy. Realizing that he still remembered this, she was very surprised, after which she felt sick, because she had been riding on the bus for a long time, and Jian, seeing this, was very surprised. She immediately grabbed her brother by the hair and exclaimed, "Has he completely lost his mind?" He excitedly asked her to let him go. She misunderstood everything, after which an argument began in the house. Sometime later, Rin explained everything to her and she immediately calmed down, and poor, battered Do-hyuk burst into tears and exclaimed that he told her about this. His little sister swung at him and said that therefore he should behave normally, after which she turned to the girl and asked, she was in such a hurry, and probably still hasn't found a place to live? Where is she going to live while she learns fencing? Rin apologized to them and asked if she could stay there until she saved up for a place to live. Jian was very surprised that she came here without money and she apologized again. MC, meanwhile, sighed and thought that this was expected of someone called a crazy swordswoman. Of course, she had no savings. After all, she spent her entire life training. Well, it couldn't be helped. In her past life, she was his closest friend, and he had to help her to pay for stealing from her and learning moonlight. Jian was about to refuse, but Do-hyuk stopped her and said that he had already thought about moving out using the prize money from Evo, and he thought he could use it to find a place for Rin for the time being. His sister raised an eyebrow in confusion, and Rin's cheeks flushed. He asked her why she was looking at him like that, and she smirked and pointed, saying that this guy was in love. Rin immediately flushed with embarrassment and asked, "So this will be their honeymoon house?" The MC nervously apologized to her, after which his sister began to make fun of him, and Rin only made things worse. Time passed, he logged into the game, and the audience immediately began congratulating him on his victory. However, they decided to look for a home for Rin a little later. One of the viewers asked if it was true that he was leaving Iron Fist, and he confirmed it, saying that he thought the game had long since outlived its usefulness, so today he would start a new one. This is the best battle royale game, Overground. His viewers were very happy, because it is a game that transcends time and space, with characters from all genres. It is very popular now. They asked which character he chose, and he told them that he chose the one who played a huge role in his being here. It is the character Hoken from the game Ultimate Fighter, and he is going to take first place in Overground with him. Some viewers were disappointed, after which he connected to the game and found himself on a plane surrounded by other players. One of the viewers asked why he chose him out of all the characters. He's complete garbage. Overground is an open-world system, so long-range abilities like dashing, teleporting, and blinking are essential for quickly covering distances. Do-hyuk said he now understands why he sees so many mages and cyborgs, but almost no Ultimate Fighter characters without long-range abilities. He also sees a knight. He definitely doesn't have those abilities. When he brought him up, the knight asked if he was playing this game for the first time. He has the character Soul, and he has a summoned horse as a long-range ability. He also has basic equipment, a sword and shield. As he sees it, mages get staves and other magical items, gun-wielding characters get basic pistols, and tanks get shields and other defensive equipment. Ultimate Fighter fighters don't have basic equipment or long-range abilities, so they're rarely picked. One of the viewers confirmed his words and asked how he would play if he chose such a weak character. One of them donated 5,000 won and asked if he really chose Hoken because Ultimate Fighter paid him. He confirmed it and they laughed, saying that everything was fine then, after which the system asked them to prepare for landing. The players jumped out of the plane, and his viewers, excited, told him to go ahead. after which one of them said that Ultimate Fighter characters were abandoned because balance patches were not applied. You should keep in mind that you can only use the basic abilities of Ultimate Fighter characters. Another viewer laughed and said that this guy even used the Red Flame of Valhalla without assistance, so there is no point in worrying about him. The rest of the players had already opened their parachutes, and the MC continued to fall and told them to throw him more donations. The chat laughed and said that he is incredibly greedy for money. But isn't it time for him to open his parachute? He told them that he would gather resources faster this way, and they exclaimed that if he was so greedy, he would fall and die. Let him open his parachute immediately. He decided to use the flying squirrel strategy and grabbed his clothes, spreading his arms out to the sides. Despite this, his spectators were still worried and told him to just open the parachute. Meanwhile, the player below him was calmly descending, unsuspecting, and a second later, Do-hyuk grabbed his pants to avoid crashing and pulled them down, exposing his privates for everyone to see. The guy screamed and tearfully asked him to let him go. Right now, something that can't be seen is being shown. If it is seen, the whole world could perish. He has come through so much, and he is going to ruin everything. The MC let go and moved on to the next player, who was very surprised by his actions. He then punched him in the face, took his shield, and moved on to the next one. Seeing this, the guy started shooting at him with a pistol, telling him to stay back, but he blocked the bullets with his shield, then swung it, cutting the parachute ropes, and stood on top of the guy to use him as a landing cushion. He punched through the roof of the building with his body, and Do-hyuk crashed inside, startling all the other players, and the spectators, shocked, asked what they just saw. A notification appeared in the game saying that Bahram had killed Hoken, after which the MC stood up and sighed heavily, saying that it was the fare for a taxi to the afterlife. The game started, and the players opened fire on him, but he, using his shield as cover, approached one of them and beat him up, then pounced on the next one. He wanted to shoot him, but he didn't have time. A fist flew right into his face. Another player pounced on him from behind, swinging a sword, but Do-hyuk immediately hit him in the head with a shield, causing him to lose consciousness. One of the spectators said that it was incredible. He destroyed the entire squad right after entering the base, but why is he just knocking them out? He needs to quickly gain points. MC adjusted his clothes and, picking up the sword, said that he took the mission in the first place, and not the kill one. They laughed and said that he was putting on a show. He just beats them until they are so weak that they don't die, and he received the kill task. He was sent a task. For each kill he would receive 135,000 won, and he immediately finished off all the players who passed out. He threw the weapon on the floor and they asked in surprise, he won't take it? He told them that his weapon was 2 legs and 2 arms, and the chat noted that he was a real fighter. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside, and he immediately ran there and asked those players to survive so that he could kill them. He ran out onto the battlefield and saw a clash between a knight and a guy with a gun who was constantly shooting at him, which is why he had to stay put and only defend himself. He asked his allies for support since he couldn't move, and the MC immediately came to his aid and knocked the guy out with a kick, telling him not to mock him. The knight was slightly surprised that he met the guy from the beginning of the game, and he asked if he was okay. He confirmed it and thanked him for saving him, after which he extended his hand. But the MC turned out to be a less friendly player and immediately dealt him a fatal blow. He began looking around in search of his next victim, and his viewers laughed. Even the devil would say this is too much and run away. A cyborg approached him from behind, intending to avenge their knight friend, and pointed a machine gun at him. As soon as he opened fire, Do-hyuk ran to the side, increasing the distance between them, and then began zigzagging to get closer to him. The cyborg still couldn't hit him. MC got very close to him and dealt him a powerful blow, shattering the mechanism inside him into pieces. After which there was an explosion, but there was no time to catch his breath. Someone's arrow flew at his head. He reacted with lightning speed and grabbed it, and the archer standing on the roof nearby exclaimed that it was just a nightmare. How did he catch an arrow with one hand? Noticing him, Do-hyuk immediately ran towards him, and he began to get nervous and shoot at him, but not a single arrow hit him. Taking a closer look, MC jumped high, then threw an arrow at him, killing him, and climbed onto the roof. He took his weapon and arrows and asked if he should try it. One of the spectators was surprised and asked if he had used it before. Someone else asked, didn't he see it? He's a real master in Valhalla. From this rooftop, he had an excellent view. Do-hyuk noticed 2 players exchanging fire with the enemy and decided to deal with them. Crouching, he shot one of them in the head, and his comrade cried out in fear, after which he hid better and informed the others that it was a sniper. The shot direction was 10 o'clock from the rooftop. The enemy was 1 cannonball away. He didn't have time to fully convey the information to the others. He suffered the same fate, and MC said it was time for the next one. He began quickly dealing with all the players around him, and they joined forces to catch him. Someone shot him with a grenade launcher and an explosion immediately went off on the roof. He smiled, already thinking that they managed to finish him off, but Do-hyuk was alive. He jumped high in the air, and one of the spectators said that the biggest mistake on the battlefield is to think that your enemy is already dead. The MC exclaimed that he was alive, after which they started shooting at him again, and he, attacking them, suggested that they have some fun. Meanwhile, Kabna met with Anatol, which surprised him, since he was supposed to come here next week. He told him that this time he changed affiliation to the Korean League to meet Do-hyuk and decided that it would be better to come early. Since he doesn't see Do-hyuk here, apparently this is the wrong place. So what team is he on? The guy asked. Didn't he hear? He left Iron Fist. Upon hearing this news, he was very surprised and exclaimed, "Why did he decide that?" Anatol told him he'd announced his retirement, saying he had nothing more to do with Iron Fist. He's probably playing other games now. Kabna immediately asked him what he was playing and he asked, "He knows Overground, right?" Meanwhile, MC had finished off some rooster. He was the last player in that location. The system summed up the match. He had 12 kills, dealt 2,000 damage, and received 8,000 experience. His level increased. Do-hyuk said that now he was finally starting to understand the game, and his viewers asked in surprise, "Only now?" He was crazy just a minute ago. He said that was true, but this character was just terrible. Defense, stamina, ranged attacks, and scouting abilities, everything was just garbage. The viewers laughed at him, because he had chosen him himself, and he said that while everyone was low level, it was still manageable, but as he progressed, he would meet high-level players. From now on, these experienced players would attack him in a squad, so he can't be alone forever. He needs to work as a team. He needs his players. The viewers asked who he would call, after which he switched to the game Monster Buddies. They were very surprised that he switched there, and he told them that all the participants for team play were here. Black Oak, who was also in the game, immediately ran up to him and waved with a smile, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. The spectators asked why he was there, and he told them that while preparing for the tournament, he hadn't had time to deal with monsters, so he asked him to keep an eye on the village he had built. But where were Jian and the swordswoman? He told him that Mill had gone into the forest to get materials to build a house, and Jian had gone to a neighboring village on a mission. She had just returned. Seeing her brother, she waved to him and exclaimed that there was a new mission. He asked what she was making so much noise about, and she told him with a smile that the mother of the head of the neighboring village had fallen ill. Whoever brought fire elemental materials to cure her would receive permission to expand the village. Black Oak immediately understood what the mission was. They needed to get an antidote for the village head's mother. MC asked him to explain it in more detail. It turns out the village chief's mother went into the forest to pick strawberries for her son's birthday cake and was bitten by a shadow viper. To remove this poison, a remedy made from fire element materials was needed. Do-hyuk thought it was similar to how he fought a snake in his past life. The only antidote to that monster's poison was also a remedy made from fire element materials. Wouldn't the same method work again? He smiled and told them he could handle this mission and left, telling them to meet him that evening at the village chief's house. Jan waved at him and asked him to catch them something for dinner, after which he went to the forest to hunt. With a little effort, he caught a wild millefeuille, a small pig. Onlookers said they were known for their amazing taste and could also be useful, having been tamed for riding. But this millefeuille even wore clothes. The MC examined the pig and suggested it might be a new monster skin, then put the body in his inventory and said they were having millefeuille barbecue for dinner tonight. Someone in the chat asked if what he was looking for was around here somewhere. He walked further into the forest and replied that he had seen it around here last time. He quickly found what he was looking for. Bruce the fire chicken. While devouring a worm, Bruce looked at him with a puzzled look, then realized what he was there for and took off running. Do-hyuk ran after the chicken and used a skill, but the MC easily parried the attack, then threw an axe at him, finishing him off with ease. After that, he took the chicken's head, and his viewers told him to leave it and run away quickly. At that moment, the chicken's head caught fire, causing him to become worried. The chat room said that to catch Bruce, he needed to knock him out, otherwise he would become an immortal phoenix. The chicken immediately changed appearance and Do-hyuk pounced on him, exclaiming that even so, he just got bigger and hotter. He would die from his axe anyway. He struck, but the wound immediately healed, and his viewers said that this monster has a passive healing ability. He can survive fire. As long as the fire's power does not weaken, he is invincible. The chicken used fire breath, and the MC, dodging it, told the viewers not to make fun of him. None of his attacks worked on him yet, but only because he had not yet performed his fatal attack. He would prove it to them with his axe. After these words, he lunged forward, delivering multiple blows that seemed certain to kill the chicken. But all the wounds immediately healed, and Bruce took on a different form. One of the spectators excitedly said that the phoenix had transformed into a true fiery giant. Enduring the stream of fire emanating from the enemy, Do-hyuk said that if this attack wasn't enough, he would have to attack even harder. Bruce spread his wings and took off, which made him nervous, and the spectators said that now he had no chance to attack. After that, the phoenix used fire breath, and the MC began running back and forth trying to dodge. The chat reported that the phoenix's endless aerial flamethrower attack, a fire field, had finally begun. The greater the fire, the more the phoenix absorbs firepower. Its power is growing too quickly. The only way to kill it is to take its firepower. Do-hyuk stopped and said that he also had a way, and they asked how he could extinguish the phoenix flame. He told them that he would fight it with a monster, a summoning he had been raising to a high level all this time. He ordered the master of old man jokes, the water dragon, to come out, and he waved to him, saying that he was glad to meet him. The audience was very surprised, having never seen one, and the MC asked if they knew about freshwater salamanders. They are raised in clean water and used to purify it, but he accidentally gave him soju instead of water, and he became a typical old man who likes to drink. The salamander drank soju, turned into a water dragon, and learned to control the element of ice. He asked the water dragon to stop the flames, and he, drunk on soju, began telling all sorts of old man jokes, thereby attacking. The flames gradually died down. The more jokes there were, the more ice there was. The audience noticed that after awkward jokes, he started talking nonsense, and Do-hyuk said that he was like a drunken old man, only ruining the atmosphere around him. His jokes froze everything around him. Eventually, the fire was extinguished, and the audience was very surprised by this and asked what kind of skill it was. He answered that it was the ultimate mastery of the water dragon, the delirium of the ice god. The phoenix completely froze. Having finished him, the water dragon fell to his knees and, realizing that the soju was gone, he tore off his shirt and started asking for more. Everyone was shocked, but Bruce was finally defeated. They asked where he was going now, and he, taking the chicken body, told them that first he would take some materials. If he found a few more fire elements, he could make an antidote. They said the reward would be greater if he brought back several, after which he set off to search. Soon evening came. Jian was waiting for him in front of the house of the head of the neighboring village, nervously waiting. Finally, he showed up. She immediately asked why he was so late, and he apologized, saying he was making an antidote. She was surprised and perplexed, asking how he did it. Seeing that incredulous look again, he angrily asked her to stop looking down on him. He had already learned a lot. She took a deep breath and said that it was possible, after which she told him to quickly go inside. As soon as he showed the antidote to the village head, Kim, he asked what this ominous dish was. He replied that it would instantly cure his mother, and that it was called Bruce's chicken fried noodles. He incredulously clarified, "Does he mean that this terrible dish is an antidote?" He confirmed this, and, with a smile, asked him not to pay attention to its appearance. If his mother tried a piece, she would immediately feel much better. The man didn't believe him, and ordered him to leave the house immediately, which confused him, and he started waving his fists and exclaimed, "How can you call this medicine? Let him leave here right now." He said in confusion that he got it all wrong, and he, grabbing him by the clothes, exclaimed, "What exactly did he get wrong? It even looks dangerous." He tried to convince him, but the man was adamant, and his mother came to the scream. She wondered what all the noise was about and asked if they had guests. Seeing how she was trembling from lack of strength, Kim immediately calmed down and approached her, saying that she was not feeling well. Why did she go out? Let her quickly go back to bed. She coughed, saying that they had guests. Then she felt a lot of pain and fell to the floor. An MC exclaimed, "Why is he so stubborn? Doesn't he see what's wrong with her?" Purple lips and spots spreading to her face. This means that the poison has already penetrated her bone marrow. If this continues, his mother will not survive the night. Since time was short, Kim decided to give her this ominous dish, and asked if he would take responsibility for giving it to her. He nodded, confirming this, after which he took the antidote and began feeding it to his mother. As soon as she tried it, she felt worse and started coughing, and her son worriedly asked, "What happened?" She tried to rip out her tongue and exclaimed that it was very spicy, after which Kim rushed to Do-hyuk and shouted in rage, "What kind of poison did he give her?" He nervously pointed his finger at his mother and asked him to calm down and just watch her. Because of the spiciness of the dish, she began to sweat profusely. Thus, the poison was leaving her body. MC said that this is spicy fried chicken noodles made with the power of the heavenly phoenix flame, the essence of narcissistic sun pepper from the Songchang region, and a constipation medicine made from a 10,000-year-old fire flower from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. He gathered the power of fire, heaven, earth, and sea to prepare this fried noodles. It is currently the best antidote in this world. However, as a side effect, the firepower in the body can greatly increase, potentially leading to spontaneous combustion. At that moment, the woman caught fire. Her son rushed to put it out, while Jian grabbed her brother by the hair and exclaimed, "What has he done? Does he want to start a war with this village?" He told her to just wait, and when the fire finally died down, the woman slowly rose, and Do-hyuk said with a smile that the firepower, burning away the poison, had burned away all the waste accumulated in her body. The remaining strength restored the vital energy within her. Depending on the amount of noodles eaten, this antidote can restore a person's lifespan to 20 years. Now she was young and beautiful, and the village chief was more old enough to be her father than her son. She had already begun to enjoy her youthful body, and her son was so shocked that he was simply speechless. Night fell. They returned home, and Jian told her brother that she was so happy to see how much younger the village chief's mother had become. She envied her. By the way, the millefeuille he caught tastes best baked whole on a spit. MC said that it is said to be one of the 5 delicacies in this world. She agreed with him and asked, didn't he say he wanted to tell them something about the team battle? He told her that he wanted to invite her and Black Oak, and at that moment a guy approached them and said that he was a little late. Sword Girl was with him. She greeted Do-hyuk and said that if it weren't for him, she would have arrived earlier. Jian asked why they were late, and she told them that Black Oak had lost his pet. Apparently, Kunkuni had escaped into the forest, so they were looking for it there. Black Oak said it was the millefeuille he was raising. Had they seen it? They were wearing matching t-shirts with the number 17 on them. Hearing this, the siblings were shocked. They only now realized who they had eaten. Black Oak noticed the t-shirt lying next to the fire and told them that his pet had worn exactly the same clothes. After that, silence reigned. He seemed to be starting to figure everything out. And MC stood up, asking Jian to tell Black Oak that he would meet him at the location. She became nervous and asked what he meant. After that, he logged out, and she screamed in rage. Did he just decide to run away like that and leave her? He entered Overground, and his viewers laughed, saying that this millefeuille was so good, especially the dinner. Black Oak entered the game after him. He immediately grabbed his friend by the clothes, and with tears in his eyes exclaimed, "Aren't you ashamed?" He ate his beloved pet and just ran away without even apologizing. Jian also entered the game, and the viewers wondered why he called them at all. He called them as human shields? Seeing this question, Jian was indignant, and Black Oak told the viewer that he didn't count. How can he compare him and Jian? Do-hyuk stepped forward and told the viewers that Black Oak was right. She was his human shield, but he would be much stronger as a shield. Everyone in the chat laughed and started asking Black Oak how he got to this level, after which they suggested that they quickly capture the power plant. Armed, they began the game. Black Oak walked ahead, smiling and thinking that after Valhalla, he had to endure a long period of humiliation and ridicule. But this game is one of his main ones. Today, with this game, he will show Do-hyuk his true skills. MC asked them to wait, since there were several paths, and his friend asked where they should go first. He opened the map and told him that first they needed to capture the central control room of the power plant. But everything was not so simple. They were warned of danger in the chat, and Black Oak thought that many players were gathering in this place because there were plenty of places to hide. They could break through there with Jian, who would skillfully kill everyone there. He turned his gaze to her, and when he saw her peering down the barrel of her gun to check if the bullet was stuck, he felt uneasy. Do-hyuk finished examining the map and pointed to the door behind him, telling them that this passage led to the central control room. He, like a gentleman, will open the door for them. He called out to his little sister and said that she would go ahead, which made her nervous, and Black Oak smiled nervously, saying that her brother trusted her the most. Isn't the vanguard of the offensive the most important part on the battlefield? She was delighted and turned to her brother, asking, "Is that true?" He gave her a thumbs up with a confident look and declared that she was the one he trusted the most in this world. She liked his words and, putting on her helmet, she gripped the gun more comfortably and asked who, if not her, would take care of such a reckless scoundrel like him. Happy that his plan had succeeded, MC asked her to hurry up and go to this hell. After which, she burst into the room and exclaimed that the invincible vanguard was already here. There were several players in the room, and all their weapons were pointed at her. Seeing them, she became very nervous, took a careless step, and activated the trap. After that, a powerful explosion occurred. Black Oak warned Do-hyuk that she had fallen into a trap. Judging by the gunshots, there were at least 6 people there. He'll go left, and he'll go right. But it turns out no one was listening to him. The MC had already entered a long time ago, and was now kicking his opponents with all his might. The audience was delighted. They had only just started playing, and already this happened. A barrage of bullets rained down on him. He masterfully dodged them all, and the player exclaimed that it was impossible. Didn't he get hit even once? After that, he was killed. But it wasn't Do-hyuk, but Black Oak. He said that the sniper had been eliminated, after which he approached his friend and remarked that it was very dangerous. Is he okay? He replied that he was fine, but they should take care of Jian, whom he had stepped on. The system notified them that an unknown person had knocked out Jianchu, and Black Oak immediately lifted his foot from her head. The spectators were surprised that she hadn't died during the attack. Although she has no skills, she is always followed by amazing luck. Anyway, Jian soon returned. She said with a smile that it was a good fight, and they laughed, agreeing with her. But what was she even doing? She ignored them, and told her brother that she had learned something important in this fight. They should take care of security, and she would take care of the rear support. After that, she pointed her gun at them and started pushing them forward, telling them to lead the way, and they became slightly nervous. A second later, there was a roar. A car flew into the building at high speed, and John, noticing the danger, warned everyone else. There were 2 players inside the car and a grenade launcher on the roof. MC immediately grabbed his sister and exclaimed, "She said she would take care of the rear support, right?" After that, he threw her into the car, and she, breaking through the windshield with her helmet, head-butted the driver, while the grenade launcher aimed at Do-hyuk, who decided to pounce on them in a jump. He was already ready to shoot, but MC was faster, kicking him in the head, knocking him to the floor, after which the car crashed into the wall and the 2 players inside died. Black Oak looked at this in shock and said that they didn't even have time to do anything, and everyone was destroyed in an instant. A notification appeared that Jianchu had lost consciousness, and the spectators again noted her amazing luck. But the fight was not over yet. The roof exploded, and Black Oak looked up in excitement, seeing a player hovering in the sky, pointing a gun at them. He decided to teach them a lesson for daring to destroy their nameless team, after which he fired at them. Black Oak, dodging the shells, shouted that they were grenades. He called out to Do-hyuk and told him there was a vulture in the sky, and the only way to defeat it was to have the same ability to fly or shoot it with a sniper rifle. He started climbing the boxes to get a better shooting position, but MC was going to do something else. He grabbed it, climbed the boxes, then jumped high into the air and headed straight for the vulture. He threw a punch, which the opponent dodged and flew even higher, and the guys began to fall. Black Oak exclaimed that this was why he said that if they could fly, they needed to shoot him. The vulture, meanwhile, laughed and pointed his gun at them, saying that there was nothing to cling to in the air. He fired, and Black Oak said that he was already approaching, after which Do-hyuk looked into his eyes and thanked him, and then pushed off with his feet and exclaimed that he would be his support. The audience laughed. He bounced off Black Oak as if from a platform. But while the vulture was in the air, any attack would fail. And so it happened. The vulture dodged, the distance between them increased again, and MC was again under fire. What will he do now without the support of Black Oak? At that moment, the vulture fired. Bullets rushed straight at his face, but he used his fire ability to push himself to the side. Thus he was able to dodge. The viewers were shocked that he even thought of such a thing, and called him crazy. After which the vulture started shooting again, and he dodged. This way, he got behind him, which scared the player greatly, and then he got hit in the face, and Do-hyuk, grabbing his head, said with a smirk that this was the end for him. He used the same ability and flew down with this guy at lightning speed, after which they landed with a crash. The vulture was dead. One of the viewers wrote that he bowed before him, and the MC ordered him to stop worshipping and start donating to him. They called him greedy, and one of them said that he would continue to send him support, but he must reach platinum rank today.